You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police. Bob Gilmore, stationed 200 miles up the Siong River from Hong Kong, calls Speed, Clint, and Barney over his shortwave set, saying that he has located the missing Marcia Winfield in a native house some 30 miles from his own place. Clint, determined to trace the octopus by way of another passage they discovered in the Siong Tunnel, sends Barney in the bullet monoplane to rescue the girl as well as bring Gilmore back. Meanwhile, the octopus plants dynamite in the secret passageway to snare Clint should he try to gain entrance and dispatches Splinters, a renegade aviator, to the house where Marcia is held prisoner. The boys see him leave as Barney is preparing for his flight, and Barney starts in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Splinters calls the octopus over his radio telephone.
Flight station OC-41, calling OC-127. OC-41, calling OC-127. Stand by for two-way conversation. Come in.
Replying to OC-41. Ready for two-way, Splinters.
Yes, sir. I want to report that I'm 150 miles up the Siang River. And will soon turn up for my objective.
Before you do that, Splinters, I want you to stop at Bob Gilmore's place on the river.
What?
I showed you the location on your map last night. You cannot miss it because of its shortwave transmitters. Pay him a call, Splinters. And see to it that he gives no more information to the secret police.
But, Octopus, I never killed anything in my life. I can't walk right up to this Gilmore guy and...
Well?
Oh, please let me just fly to where the Winfield gals hid out and follow orders from there. Let me pass up Bob Gilmore.
Splinters?
Yes?
Would you like to return to the torture dungeon?
No. Do anything you want to me, but don't send me back there.
Then obey my orders. Drop in on Bob Gilmore and do not fail. If you do, you know what awaits you.
Yeah, all right, I'll do it. I can see his transmitters now. I'll be there pretty quick.
Very well. Have you seen anything to arouse your suspicions?
No, nothing. Visibility's kind of bad. River mist.
It is well. I would prefer that no one sees you around Gilmore's place. And remember, do not fail. If you do, you will be the one to suffer.
Hello, who are you?
Are you Bob Gilmore?
Why, yes.
Clint Barlow sent me up to see you.
Clint? Why, that's great. I heard your plane land a minute ago, and I thought it might be Clint himself or Barney. I couldn't make heads or tails out of his shortwave conversation last night.
You ain't expecting him.
Well, no, not exactly, but I'd hoped to...
Hope don't mean nothing.
What?
Have you got something hot to drink? There's coal flying in that open ship.
Well, sure. I put the coffee on just a little while ago. Should be about right by now. I'll get you some.
No, wait.
What are you doing with that gun?
He told me to shoot you when you wasn't looking. But I can't shoot a guy in the back. I wouldn't, not even for him.
What are you talking about? Are you crazy?
Yeah, I was crazy to ever get mixed up with that guy. But you don't know what he'll do to you if you don't obey orders. You don't know about his torture room.
Clint Barlow hasn't got any torture room. He's the best fellow I know.
No, it ain't Barlow. That was a come-on. I'm working for the Octopus.
Octopus?
Yeah. He figured you was doing too much talking, see? So I'm the guy to shut you up. Me, Splinters.
Splinters? An aviator. They told me about you.
Yeah? I tried to kidnap Speed Gibson up in Wake Island. But they caught me, and just as I was going to blab all I know about the Octopus to Barlow, the Octopus gang dragged me back. And I've been in the torture room ever since. That's why I got to shoot you, see? Shoot you down without a chance.
Give me that gun.
Now, keep away. Now, keep back from me, I tell you.
Give me that gun,
No,
Splinters.
no.
Yep. Give it to me, you lunatic.
Oh! Let me alone.
Come on.
I told you to stay away from me. Now you're going to get a taste of this gun whether you want to or not. Plane. Wonder who it is. Barney Dunlap. And he's coming here. I got to get out of here. Out the back way. Yeah, then I can take off while he's in here. I'll get away all right. Out the back way. All right, put him up.
Well, for the love of... Huh. Nobody's here. But that plane outside.
Oh.
Bob Gilmore.
Oh.
Suffering wang-doodles. That guy slugged him with the butt of his gun. Bob. Oh, where's some water? Oh, here's some. Here you are, fella. This'll snap you out of it.
Oh.
The aviator. He went out the back way.
Hey, you out there! Stop! Come back here! Come back here, you! Come back! Come back here! Come back!
Everything happens at once. I don't know whether to tend to Bob, follow that aviator, or try and tell Clint what's happened over the short wave. Nope. I'll stay with Bob. That guy might have fractured his skull. I can't leave him now.
By this time, Splinter should have done away with Bob Gilmore and be well on his way to Marshal Winfield, Quan Wu.
Yes, Master. Unless he encountered difficulty.
Not with Bob Gilmore, certainly. I told Splinters to use Barlow's name to gain entrance.
Even now, I do not trust Splinters, Master. He may throw himself on Gilmore's mercy in order to escape from the band.
No, he fears me too much.
That very fear may drive him to extremes.
No, Quan Wu. Men do not forget my torture room so easily. I once took him from under the very noses of the secret police. I could do so again should he be so unwise as to try and escape me. But now, I will speak with him again. OC-127 calling flight station OC-41. OC-127 calling flight station OC-41. Standing by. Come in, Splinters.
Yeah? Octopus?
Have you accomplished your mission at Gilmore's?
Yeah, I left him on the floor.
Are you sure, Splinters? You're not lying to me?
No, he was dead to the world, I tell you.
Very well. Then proceed according to your orders. But make sure there is no slip-up, Splinters.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Master?
Something is wrong, Quan Wu. I detected it in Splinter's voice.
Yes?
I want you to go immediately to Dr. Kingsley's. Let me know what you learn there. I have already attended to Li Ying's tea house. At least, if my men followed out my orders.
And Marshal Winfield, Master?
I shall give further orders to my operators there to make doubly sure that Splinters will not fail me. Meanwhile, the dynamite has been placed in the rock door tunnel. No matter what happens, no matter which way the secret police move, they will find me ready for them.
Gee, I like riding in rickshaws, Clint. They're a lot better than taxis.
That's because they're new to you, Speed. If you'd ridden in rickshaws all your life, you'd get a whale of a kick riding in taxicab.
Yeah, guess I would. Clint, you think Barney's all right?
No, I thought you weren't going to worry about Barney.
Well, I'm not. I can't help thinking about him flying after that octopus ship and what might happen.
You know, some very wise person once said that most of our lives are spent worrying about troubles that never happen. Now, you profit by that, Speed.
I'll try. Are we going back to Dr. Kingsley's after we talk to Ying?
Oh, probably. I want to see if I've received an answer to my cable to Chief Riley on the way, too. You hungry, Speed?
You bet I am.
Yeah, we'll have breakfast with Ying and give us a chance to discuss the tunnel at the same time. I don't want you on that job, Speed. It's far too dangerous.
Clint, I found that secret passage in the first place.
I know, and that's enough for you to do. Leave the rest of it to Ying and me. If we could actually get on the trail of the octopus, it certainly won't be any place for a 15-year-old.
But I'm a member of the secret police.
And a very valuable one. That's why I want to make sure of your safety when possible. No, you stay with Dr. Kingsley and Jean and wait for a possible word from Barney.
Oh, you always say that.
Yes, and I notice you always end up in the thick of the trouble. Well, this time I'm going to make sure you're out of it. Well, here we are at Ying's. Now you go ahead and tell him we're here, Speed, while I pay the rickshaw boy.
Okay, Clint. Funny nobody's in the place this morning. I wonder where Ying is. Ying! Hey, Ying! That funny music isn't even playing. Wonder where he can be. Ying, where are you? It's Speed.
Well, haven't you seen Ying yet, Speed?
No, I've been calling him.
Wait a minute, hold on. I smell smoke.
Clint, look, I see it. There's some smoke in that hall that leads to the tea storehouse.
Quick, follow me.
Well, what do you think's wrong, Clint?
I don't know, but there's something up.
Well, shall I call the fire department?
Not until I investigate this place a little more. Here we are. Crime laboratory's on fire. Look, part of the false wall is burned away.
Clint, do you think Ying could be caught in there?
I don't know, but this looks like the octopus job, all right. Ying! Li Ying!
He doesn't answer, and we can't see to that smoke. It's making my eyes tear so much I can't even see you.
Speed, you go call the fire department.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going there and see if Ying has been trapped in the laboratory.
But I'm going with you.
No, I haven't time to argue. The flames are spreading.
Please, Clint, you're going alone. The smoke might get you, too.
Speed, as your uncle, as your superior officer, I forbid you to follow me into the crime laboratory. I've ordered you to call the fire department. Obey orders.
But, Clint!
I've got to see if Ying is in this room.
Clint, come back! The fire's spreading too fast. You haven't got a chance. Clint! Clint!
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Barney, flying up the Seong River in an effort to rescue Marcia Winfield on a tip from Bob Gilmore, finds Bob knocked unconscious by the renegade aviator Splinters, a member of the Octopus Band. Meanwhile, Speed and Clint go to Li Ying's tea house preparatory to their return to the Seong Tunnel, where they plan to open the passage hidden by the secret rock door and track the octopus to his lair. The boys find the tea house in flames, and Clint, thinking that Ying might be trapped, braves the fire while Speed begs him to come back.
Clint! Clint! Where are you? Come back! Golly, what happened to him? Started smoke, I didn't see anything.
Speed, what are you doing here?
Ying, we thought you were in the crime laboratory.
Most certainly not.
Well, Clint went in there looking for you.
What? In those flames?
Yes.
Wait here, Speed. I'm going in after Clint.
Speed! It's Clint! Clint! Ying is safe! He's with me!
Look. There he is. He is half overcome by smoke. Let us get him. Put your handkerchief over your mouth and nose, Speed.
Yeah. Did I tell you to stay back, Speed? Grab that arm, Ying. I'll take this side.
All right. But hurry. The fire is gaining rapidly.
Yeah.
Now, down the hall. Can you walk all right, Clint?
Yes. If you leave me, Ying, that smoke almost blinded me. And it almost got me, too, Clint.
Hurry. Hurry. The roof may cave in at any time. Here now, out on the street.
The roof. It's caved in.
Yes. We escaped just in time. Let us get Clint to the Golden Lotus, where we can talk.
With your tea house. The crime laboratory.
All lost, Speed. The fire department will be here any minute. Let's get Clint out of this crowd.
Are you feeling okay now, Clint?
Yes, Speed. Thanks to you and Ying.
It is I who should be thanking you, Clint, for risking your life in the flames when you thought me trapped in the crime laboratory.
Well, how did you escape it anyhow, Ying? Did you know there was a fire?
Oh, yes. My bedroom is right next to the laboratory, and I was awakened by the odor of smoke. When I tried to open my door, I found it bolted.
Then the Octopus gang started the fire and locked your door so you couldn't get out.
I believe the Octopus Band is responsible, all right, Speed. But locking my door did not keep me in my room, for I have a sliding panel between it and the laboratory for just such emergencies. I saw that the fire was beyond my control, and my telephone wires had all been cut. So I hurried out to get the fire department. There was some delay, and by the time I returned, I found Speed in the hallway.
Well, we were all lucky to escape without injury. Well, that fire certainly wrecked our headquarters here in Hong Kong, Ying.
Yes, it is too bad. All my equipment gone, but it can be replaced. Just takes a little time. Meanwhile, could we establish temporary headquarters in the home of Dr. Kingsley?
Well, insofar as shortwave radio messages, yes. Otherwise, I hesitate to say. After all, the little girl is there.
But if it's a secret police headquarters, Clint, Jean'd be safer there than any place else.
Well, I'll have to think it over. Meanwhile, let's get on to the Seong Tunnel. Is everything in readiness?
Yes. Our men have already gone down to the dock. They left before I awakened. I gave them their orders last night. The Hong Kong police are also to be there.
Well, good. But before leaving, let's make a phone call. Hello. Hello, operator? Get me Dr. Kingsley's residence, please. It's 14 Lang Su Road. Yeah, that's right.
Is he going to come to the dock, Clint?
No, I suggested that he remain home and keep an eye on Jean. And now, since Ying's radio set is out of commission, it's doubly necessary that he remain at home. Oh, hello. Hello, Doctor? This is Clint Barlow. Yes, everything's all right. But listen, leave your short wave set open for messages, will you? Do you understand? Oh, that's fine. We're about to leave on that other business now. No, I'm at the Golden Lotus. I'll call to see you as soon as possible, but don't forget to stay by your set. Thank you. Goodbye.
Makes it tough to talk so the octopus won't understand what you mean in case you should be listening, doesn't it?
It certainly does, Speed. But the doctor knows that Barney is the one we're expecting to hear from. I didn't mention anything about what's happened at Li Ying's because it's better for the octopus to believe that he was successful in doing away with Ying. That was the main reason for the fire.
Supposing some of the gang saw Ying leave the tea house to call the fire department.
No one did, Speed. I'm sure of that. Particularly any of the Octopus Band. Once they started the fire and locked me in my room, they thought they had me trapped. There would be no reason for them to stay near the scene of their crime and risk capture.
Yeah, that's so.
You know, I've got a hunch that the octopus is moving every power he has to block us, no matter what we attempt. The fire at Ying's. And that plane that preceded Barney's takeoff this morning.
A plane?
Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you that, Ying. An octopus plane flew up the Seong just before Barney took off.
Did he see your plane?
I don't think so. It was still pretty dark, especially from the air.
Yes, but just the same, I'd give a lot to know how Barney's getting along right now.
Bob, do you feel good enough to talk yet?
Yeah, Barney.
I had a heck of a time bringing you around. Whoever slugged you really meant it. How you ever got around getting a fractured skull is beyond me.
Yeah, Splinters did it.
Splinters? You mean that guy we had trouble with before?
Yeah, he was half crazy. Pulled a gun first. I tackled him, and after some fighting, everything suddenly went black.
Yeah, on account of he let you have it over the dome with the butt of his gun. Lucky you have thick hair, fella. As it is, you won't get a hat on over the bump he raised for several days.
Say, Marcia, what about her?
That's just what I was thinking. Splinter stopped here on his way there. We gotta do some fast flying if we want to save her.
Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Oh.
You mostly. You can't take a conk on the head like you got and get right up feeling ducky. Take it easy at first.
I'm all right now.
Fine. Where's your artillery?
In the drawer over there.
I'll get it for you. Here it is, along with plenty of ammunition. And here's your coat, too. I got an extra helmet for you in the plane.
Okay, let's go.
How's your head now?
Well, fresh air helps a little, but it still aches. Barney, are you going to call Clint over the radio telephone and tell him what's happened?
No. He told me I should if I ran into any trouble, but I didn't want to let the octopus know just what's happened until we've gotten Marcia. Here we are. Climb in.
Seems strange to see this plane on land after seeing it come down on water.
I put the wheels down when I spotted that other plane beside your house. Didn't want to take time rowing ashore while he was visiting you.
You knew it was an octopus plane?
Yeah. Yeah, but he surprised me when he sat down here. Thought he'd go right to where Marcia's hid out. Here's your helmet.
Thanks.
Are you all set, Bob?
You bet.
Then here we go. We're off. Now, which way?
Due east. I was very careful to spot landmarks on the way back here yesterday.
You think you can recognize them from the air?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Let me know if I get off the course.
You bet. I hope that my head's clear enough by the time we reach the place that I'll be of some real help to you.
Don't worry about that, Bob. You want to do some real hard hoping. Hope that Marcia's still there by the time we land. Open up. Step on it.
You are Splinters?
Yeah. Where's the girl and what are my orders? Hurry, I'm being followed.
The master is waiting for you. He would speak with you.
The octopus? Is he here?
No. Come. See this high frequency set?
Oh, you mean it's on? He can hear us talking now?
Yes, Splinters. I can hear you talking. What did you mean when you said you were being followed?
Why, nothing. I'm just nervous, I guess.
Don't lie, Splinters.
All right, I am being followed. When I went to Gilmore's shack, he was wise to me. Grabbed my gun and almost got it away from me. But during the tussle, I slugged him with it. When I got free of him, I was just going to shoot when I hears this other plane.
What other plane?
Barney Dunlap's.
Dunlap? What did you do?
I saw him land and started coming on the run, so I got out the back way and took off while he was inside with Gilmore.
You mean you left Gilmore alive?
Well, I don't know, Octopus. I hit him hard.
But you did not shoot him. You failed, you fool. You left him there to tell what he knows to Dunlap. Because you were afraid of the secret police.
No, I wasn't afraid. But I didn't want to stay there and maybe get caught. Then I couldn't have come here for the girl.
You were afraid, Splinters, and you know it as well as I. Now that is all done. You have another job ahead of you, Splinters. The removal of Marcia Winfield.
Well, but listen,
and if you fail in this, you think you've known terror during the past few weeks in my torture room.
No, wait a
But
minute.
let me assure you that you have experienced nothing. Nothing, do you hear?
No.
If you fail me a second time.
I won't fail. I won't, honest. My flop at Gilmore's couldn't be helped. I didn't know Dunlap was after me. I never seen him.
Silence. Shoot.
Yes, master.
Bring Marshal Winfield from her hiding place.
Immediately. Come.
That can't be the same girl I saw.
Oh, yes, Splinters, it is the same girl.
But she looks like she don't know what's going on.
She doesn't. She is drugged. You'll have no trouble with her. I am the one you must answer to.
Yeah. I'll do the job, right? But where do we go?
Give Splinters the written orders of the map suit.
Yes. I have them here in an envelope, complete.
Let me see where I'm flying.
No. You have no time to study my orders in the map now, Splinters. Take Marshal Winfield and get to the plane as soon as possible. Then, once you are in the air, you will see where to land to refuel and the course you are to follow.
But give me just an idea where I'm heading for.
You know what you are heading for if you fail me?
Yeah.
Good. Remove all traces of the bend from the hut. Hide this high frequency set in the usual place.
Yes, master. The place shall be deserted.
Good. And you, Splinters, get Marshal Winfield into the plane and take off immediately. You are flying into Tibet.
Tibet?
Yes. And meanwhile, I shall rid myself of Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow. At last, I have separated my enemies. Now I have them exactly where I want them.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
With Speed and Clint in Hong Kong about to raid the Siong Tunnel, which the Octopus planted with dynamite charges, and with Barney Dunlap 200 miles up the Siong with Bob Gilmore in quest of Marshal Winfield, the criminal is more than pleased. Now that the members of the secret police are separated, he believes that he will be better able to destroy them and makes plans accordingly. First, giving Splinters, the renegade aviator, orders to fly Marcia into Tibet. Meanwhile, Barney and Bob are flying to where Bob glimpsed the girl.
We ought to be near that house, Bob. Don't take long to fly over 30 miles in this plane.
It's up there ahead, Barney. See that shack standing by itself?
That place? You mean to say they stuck Marcia away in a rat trap like that?
Yep.
Once we've got her safe, I've got a notion to bomb the joint. Only I ain't got a bomb.
I just hope she's still there. I don't see any sign of that other plane.
You wouldn't. He's had enough time to either fly back to the Octopus in case we scared him off, or to fly away with Marcia to another hideout.
Now what?
I'm going to drag the field, low and slow. Want to see what sort of landing feel I've got, if any. And also take a squint at the people that live in that house, if they're still there.
You don't sound very hopeful of finding Marcia, Barney.
Bob, I got all the hope in the world. But with that Splinters guy knocking you out like he did, and grounding me until I was sure you were still alive and kicking, we gave him enough time to fly to Africa and back. He's got a yellow streak, though, and that's what I'm banking on. That we scared him off so's he'd hightail back to Hong Kong. Is your safety belt still fastened?
Yep.
Well, watch it, because I'm going to land now. Pretty level spot, but we'll hit a few bumps, so hold tight.
Okay.
There. Now we'll taxi over to that shack and give it a look-see. Might keep your gun handy, Bob.
Don't worry. I had it ready before you landed.
I'll get as near to the place as I can so we'll have the protection of the plane in case they start using us for target practice.
Funny, I don't see a sign of life around the place.
I don't either. But that's no sign there ain't none. Yeah. Well, here we are. Climb out, Bob. But keep under cover until we know just what kind of reception we're going to get. I'll switch on this radio telephone, too. So's it'll be hot if we want to use it.
What now?
I'm going in. You cover me while I kick the door open.
Let me go in first, Barney.
Nope. I'm the advanced man of this outfit. Keep me covered.
Okay.
Put 'em up. Huh. Nobody here that I can see.
Well, then I'm coming in.
No. Hold on a little longer, Bob. They may be waiting to trap us. I'll take a look around inside.
Have you found anything yet, Barney?
Nope. Say, Bob, are you sure this is the house you spotted Marcia in?
Why, yes, Barney. Can't you find any trace of her in there?
Not only no trace of Marcia, but no trace of anybody. Place looks like it ain't been lived in for months.
Well, that's impossible. I saw Marcia come out of this house.
Oh, I ain't doubting your word, but it just shows you how smart that Octopus guy is.
You mean we've lost Marcia again?
I'm afraid so. And the Octopus gang has covered up their tracks here so they'd be leaving no clues as to where Splinters was taking her. No, Bob, I'm afraid we've drawn a blank. Now, let me at that shortwave set.
Are you going to contact Clint?
If I can. No need to keep our movement secret now. The Octopus knows darn well that we was too late to rescue Marcia. Let's see. Clint's probably at Dr. Kingsley's, unless he's already left for the Siang dock. I'll try to get him at Kingsley's, though.
You know the doctor's new call letters and wavelength, huh?
Yeah. Flight station OC-34 calling IS-78. OC-34 calling IS-78. Standing by. Come in for a two-way conversation, please. And if you're listening in, Octopus, I hope your ears burn.
It's terrible we were so near Marcia and yet failed to free her.
Yeah, but don't let it get you down, Bob. Only way we can win is to keep on trying. In this game of cops and robbers, it all boils down to who wears out first. And let me tell you, fella, it won't be the secret police. OC-34 calling IS-78. Come in, please.
IS-78 replying to OC-34. IS-78 replying to OC-34. Standing by for a two-way.
Hello, Dr. Kingsley?
Barney?
Yeah. Is Clint there?
No. Have you found Marcia?
Nope. We missed her.
What?
Yeah. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I see her. Where's Clint?
Well, he and the others went on that business they had to attend to. They didn't go alone.
Oh, I get it. Well, listen, Doc. Stand by, just in case I want to talk to you again. But the way it looks now, I think I'll fly back to Hong Kong. Get that?
Yes.
And I'm going to bring Bob Gilmore with me. He's in the mess too deep now to be living alone 200 miles up the Siang River.
Very well. I'll tell Clint in case he should return before you do.
Okay, thanks. OC-34 signing off. Well, that's that. Maybe if we fly fast, we'll get in on the fun after all.
What do you mean?
At the Siang dock, Speed, Clint, Li Ying, and a whole mess of Hong Kong police are going to raid the joint today.
Yes, master.
I have had word that Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow have arrived at the waterfront. Soon they will penetrate the Siang Tunnel. That is why I have brought you here to the observation room, so that we may watch them work toward their doom.
Very ingenious. The telescopic mirrors you have arranged between this observation room and the tunnel. It makes it appear as if we were actually in the tunnel with our enemies.
You should know by now, Quan, that if I had not attended to every possible detail in my underground headquarters, I would have been discovered long ago.
And it is to be hoped that none of the passages leading to it will be discovered now, master. It would be most unfortunate should we have to leave Hong Kong.
We shall not have to leave. To make doubly sure that the secret police will open the secret rock door that will set off the dynamite charge, I have ordered that it be left slightly open. This will give our clever police the grip that they need to open it fully and seal their doom.
Look, master. Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow are entering the Siang Tunnel now.
That is Li Ying with them?
Yes.
Ah, good. Our net shall catch many big fish this time. See, the Hong Kong police are following them in. When the dynamite is discharged, the whole Siang Tunnel will bury them.
But the streets above, will they be affected?
No. I took precautions as to that. Those above the ground will hear a dull explosion, that is all.
But those beneath the ground will hear and feel far more. Oh?
Exactly. And all we have to do here is to wait and watch. It is a moment that I will enjoy, when that dynamite blast removes Clint Barlow from my path.
Are you coming along all right, Speed?
Yeah, Clint. I'm staying close to Li Ying like you said I should.
I never should have let you talk me into bringing you along.
I promised I'd obey your orders to the letter.
That's the only reason that you did come along. Are the police following close behind Ying?
Yes, Clint. You need have no fear of a surprise attack from the Octopus band. Not only is this tunnel well guarded by our men, but the whole waterfront and the Siang neighborhood is picketed.
I know, and still I have an uneasy feeling that all is not as well as it appears.
What do you mean, Clint?
Somehow the whole thing has been too easy. Now, we're sure that a passage leading from this tunnel will take us directly to the headquarters of the Octopus, the heart of his whole organization. And yet there's been no attempt to prevent us from entering. I tell you, it's been too easy.
Maybe he doesn't know anything about this raid.
Oh, yes, he does. There's no use kidding ourselves that he doesn't, Speed. For all we know, the Octopus may be watching every move we make.
There may be an explanation to your concern over his non-interference, Clint. Perhaps the Octopus has left Hong Kong.
Oh, gee, do you think so?
No, I don't, Speed. He would have had to pass one of our many outposts. We would have had some word of his going.
Not necessarily, Clint. Remember all that has happened within the last few hours. Our forces have been scattered. Even Barney is miles away.
Yeah. Golly, I wish I knew what he was doing. If he'd found Miss Marcy yet.
No, wait just a minute. Before we get started off on another tangent, let's remember what we've come here for. We have to keep our minds on the job at hand, Speed. Otherwise, we might overlook some small but important detail. Well, it seems to me we should be near that rock pretty soon.
Yeah. It isn't far from the Siang Dock entrance.
And this tunnel is a gloomy spot. I'd rather imagine that you were not the first victims in the Octopus imprisoned in here, Clint.
Probably not. But if I have anything to do with it, we'll be the last.
Hey, there's the rock ahead. See it? Right in the beam of my flashlight.
Oh, yes. Oh, quiet. Quiet, everyone. Now, I advise you all to hold your tear gas bombs ready. We don't know what's awaiting in this new passageway once we gain entrance. And I believe the use of tear gas will do away with unnecessary gunplay. And you, Speed. I want you to stay out of it entirely, do you hear? You're not to go into the secret rock passage.
All right, Clint. You say so.
I do say so. Oh, here we are now. Bring your lights closer, men, so we can inspect this rock carefully.
I'll shove it a little from this side like I did when I hit it in the dark. Maybe I'll strike that same spring again.
I doubt if you could, Speed. Such a coincidence does not often happen twice.
I know, but... Hey!
What?
Look, Clint. This rock door is partly opened. Open it so we can get a lever in it and open it all the way. Maybe we can even do it with our hands.
Oh, wait a minute, Speed. Let me play my light over it.
See? You can just get a look in at the passage.
You're right. This is the passage, Ying.
Then it will not be long before we have the octopus in our grasp. Men, bring the lever and pickaxes.
Maybe I can force it open with my hand.
No, Speed. Don't touch that rock.
What?
No, I mean it. Don't touch it, do you hear? Don't touch it.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero.
While Barney Dunlap is some 200 miles up the Seong River endeavoring to locate Marcia Winfield with the aid of Bob Gilmore, Speed and Clint and the Hong Kong police enter the Seong Tunnel determined to open the secret rock door that leads to the Octopus headquarters. Meanwhile, that master criminal has arranged so that if the rock door is moved even slightly, a blast of dynamite will completely wreck the Seong Tunnel and everyone in it. The octopus is watching the movements of Speed and Clint by means of his telescopic mirrors and is delighted as Speed discovers that the door is open a few inches. The boy is about to try and force it all the way when Clint calls to him to stop.
Don't touch it, I say, Speed. Don't even lay a finger on that rock. Come back here.
Clint, what's wrong all of a sudden? Did you see something?
Yes, Clint. What is wrong?
I haven't seen anything, boys, but I've just realized something. No wonder I had a hunch that something was wrong.
But I do not understand,
Now
Clint.
listen, Ying. We've got to get out of this tunnel as quick as we can.
What?
But we've only just come in.
Don't waste time talking. Quick, one of you men, give me a pickaxe.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, good. Now, that heavy rope there. Oh, just one end of it.
Here it is, sir.
But what's all that for?
Well, first, I insert the pickaxe in the rock door. Like this. And bracing it so that a sustained pull will force this door open.
Yeah?
Then I knot this rope around the handle and the blade so that it can't slip. So.
Seems like a lot of trouble over nothing.
You will understand in a minute, Speed. Now follow me on the double quick. And don't step on this rope. I'm going to let it out as we go.
On the double quick. Very well. Hurry, man.
But Clint!
Save your breath, Speed.
And don't get too close to your Uncle Speed. You may get tangled in the rope.
But I don't see.
Orders are orders, Speed.
Yes, sir. Look, there's a tunnel entrance ahead.
Thank heavens it doesn't take long to get back there. Once you know the ground.
Is the rope going to last out, Clint?
Yes, I still have a heavy loop in my hands. Yeah, we'll have plenty and some to spare.
Well, here we are. Now what?
All of you men, get well outside the tunnel entrance. Along that runway over there. Even as far as the float if necessary. Now, Ying, you're sure that no one is allowed on the Siang dock or in the neighborhood of it?
Oh, yes, Clint. Our men and the Hong Kong police are keeping everyone away from the section of the waterfront.
Good. Then as many of you as can, grab hold of this rope, and when I give the word go, give a good tug.
Me too, Clint?
Yes, you can take part in this, Speed, now that we're out of the tunnel.
I think we are already, Clint.
All right. Is everyone set?
Right, sir.
All right, then. Ready? Set? Go!
What was that?
Dynamite!
Yes, Slim. Dynamite. And if Speed had tried to push that rock door open, we would have been caught by the blast.
Gee, how did you suspect that, Clint?
Wait a minute, men. Men, wait just a minute. Now, my hunch warned me of danger. And then it suddenly struck me strange that the rock door should be left slightly open, so that we could not help but see the opening and force it the rest of the way. The Octopus had it all planned that we should never leave the Siang Tunnel alive.
You mind if I sit down a minute? My knees are kind of shaky.
Mine are too, Speed. That is one of the closest calls I have ever had. And believe me, I have had plenty.
Well, it was a clumsy job, though.
Huh?
Well, as a rule, the Octopus is more subtle in his methods than that, Speed. We must be very close to him, otherwise he would take more precautions.
With the Siang Tunnel in ruins, how are we going to get to him now?
I don't know, but we'll find another way. So long as the Octopus has ways out of his den, the secret police will find ways in.
It seems, Master, your plan to trap Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow in the secret rock passage has failed.
Yes, I should have known better than to think that Barlow would be fooled so easily.
And since the explosion, we can no longer hear nor see the secret police.
That does not worry me. My spies have eyes and ears. I shall be aware of their activities. And the main passage to my headquarters has been blocked forever by that dynamite blast. There is no danger of the police tracing me by means of the Siang Dock passage now.
Neither can we escape by means of that passage should the need arise.
It shall not arise. There are many other secret ways in and out of my headquarters. Most important, the underground hangar. Should the secret police come too close, we can take to the air and follow splinters into Tibet.
I hope that necessity will not arise. I have no liking for Tibet. It is wild and little-known territory.
To you, possibly, even to most people. But I know Tibet well, Quan. I have not had surveyors working there for nothing. It is safe to say that I know the geography of Tibet better than any other living man. And I intend to make use of that knowledge someday.
But will not the secret police follow you into Tibet?
They will not be able to follow me anywhere, Quan. I will not leave Hong Kong until I am sure of that. Call a meeting of the band as soon as it is possible for them all to be here. I would speak to them.
Very well, Master.
You have not visited Dr. Kingsley as yet, have you?
No, I was unable to make an appointment, and then my time has been greatly occupied by our business.
Yes, we have accomplished much. We destroyed the headquarters of the Hong Kong operator of the secret police, Li Ying, even though we failed to trap him. We removed Marshal Winfield from the possibility of being found by Dunlap and Gilmore.
What is it, Master?
There is still the matter of Barney Dunlap. We heard his last shortwave conversation with Dr. Kingsley.
Yes, Master. Stating that he failed to find the Winfield girl and that he was going to fly back here to Hong Kong, bringing Bob Gilmore with him.
Yes. They will probably go directly to Dr. Kingsley's home.
Yes?
It might be well for you to drop in for a friendly chat. Barlow and Gibson will be there, too. With Li Ying's shortwave set out of commission, because of the fire, the doctor's set will probably be their only means of communication with Dunlap's plane. They will go there for messages and await his coming.
Shall I call the meeting of the band before I go to the doctor's, Master?
If possible, yes. I should like to lay our plans. Then, with all our enemies in the doctor's home, strike. And this time, I shall not fail.
Doggone. I'm sure sorry we're not flying Marcia back to Hong Kong with us.
You think there's any hope of finding her now, Barney?
Sure. But it riles me to think of her being a prisoner of that octopus guy any longer than necessary. Here we was just a few minutes flying time from her and still missed her.
Yeah, thanks to Splinters.
Yeah. But you know, Bob, if we can ever get our hands on that flying fool again, I think he might help us.
What do you mean?
When Clint and Speed were questioning him on Wake Island, after he tried to kidnap Speed in this very plane you're flying in now, the guy almost broke down and told everything he knew about the octopus. Seems he was once in the United States Navy. Splinters, I mean. and deserted. Then the Octopus got his hooks on him, and he's been flying for him ever since.
How can a man with a record like that help us?
Because somewhere, tucked away under that mixed-up brain of his, I think Splinters has a grain of loyalty for law. He must have, or he never would have flown for the United States Navy. But he's one of those weak guys. Maybe got in a jam while he was still in the Navy and fell under the Octopus's power then. Maybe the Octopus made him desert.
Yeah, maybe, but I wouldn't trust Splinters.
Oh, we won't trust him. But maybe we can use him to lead us to the Octopus. That is, if we ever catch up with him again.
Yeah, that's right, if we ever catch up with him again. Well, there's Hong Kong Harbor below us. Where do you land, Barney?
Right near the Siang dock, Bob. I'll have to circle so's her nose will be in the wind.
The waterfront sure looks good to me, even from the air. I was getting sort of lonesome up the Siang.
I should think so. You'll be a lot safer in Hong Kong, too, Bob, now that the Octopus knows for sure you're in with us. If he tries anything funny here, he's fooling not only with the secret police, but with British authority, too. While up the Siang in Chinese territory, most anything could happen.
Well, seems to me plenty of things have been happening in Hong Kong.
Yeah. Wonder how Clint and Speed came out with a tunnel raid. Hey.
What?
Hey, what's happened to the Siang dock? Look.
There's a lot of excitement down there. And look, part of it has been blown away.
Blown? Dynamite, I betcha. If the Octopus dynamited that tunnel while Clint and Speed was in it, they never had a chance.
Oh.
I'm going to see if I can raise Li Ying on the radio telephone.
They weren't going down the tunnel alone, were they?
No, they had plenty of police with them. But that wouldn't help in a dynamite job. The tunnel's kind of narrow. Clint and Speed probably went in first, and that's just what that devilfish wanted. Hello. Flight station OC-34 calling IS-56. OC-34 calling IS-56. Emergency. Come in, please.
Want me to send out the calls while you land, Barney?
No, thanks. I can handle both, Bob. If they'll only answer. OC-34 calling IS-56. Dunlap at OC-34 calling IS-56. Come in, Li Ying.
He doesn't answer. But didn't he go to the tunnel with Clint and Speed?
Yeah, but he'd leave a man stationed by that short wave set for possible messages from this plane, if nothing else. OC-34 calling IS-56. OC-34 calling IS-56.
You've lost a lot of altitude, Barney.
Yeah. I'll set her down right now. Hold on, fella.
Okay.
I'm going to taxi right up to that float so we won't have to wait to be rowed ashore. I want to see what's happened. Listen. The Octopus.
Yes, Barney Dunlap, the Octopus. I welcome you back to Hong Kong, and also Bob Gilmore.
Never mind the baloney. In fact, get off the air, Octopus. We're bailing out of this crate right now and going to see what's happened at the Siang seawall.
I can save you trouble.
What do you mean?
You will not find your friends at Siang seawall.
Listen, you eight-faced piece of static. If you've done anything to Speed or Clint while I was gone, I'll tear you apart, do you hear?
I hear. But you would first have to find me before you could carry out your threat, Barney.
Don't let him get your goat, Barney.
Get it. He's got it. But I'll get his someday, and then I'll sure take that goat out of his hide.
Meanwhile, if you are interested in the whereabouts of Clint and Speed, Barney, I suggest that you seek word of them at Dr. Kingsman's.
The docks?
Yes.
Barney, what do you think's happened?
I don't know, Bob. But come on. We're sure gonna find out.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Failing to trap Li Ying in the Teahouse Fire and Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow in the dynamite blast in the Siong Tunnel, the Octopus, master criminal, determines to gather his forces for an attempt to do away with the secret police with one stroke. Consequently, as Barney Dunlap and Bob Gilmore land in the harbor on their return from a fruitless trip after Marcia Winfield, the Octopus tells Barney to go to Dr. Kingsley's residence if he wants to know what has happened to his working partners. Seeing the Siong dock in ruins and knowing that Speed and Clint were there on a raid, Barney is greatly excited and loses no time in getting to the doctor's home.
Doc Kingsley, anybody home?
Why, Barney, I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Hello, Barney. I'm glad you're back safe.
Speed and Clint, where are they?
Why, they're on their way here. I had a phone call from Clint just a few minutes ago.
He's all right?
Well, so far as I know, yes. He said he had a lot to tell me and asked if I'd heard from you. I gave him your message that you sent over shortwave.
Oh, boy. Mind if I sit down, Doc?
Well, of course not. Well, you look all in, Barney.
I am, you see. Oh, but wait a minute. I'm forgetting my manners in the excitement. Doc, this is Bob Gilmore, who's been helping us out up the Siong. This is Dr. Kingsley, Bob, and little Jean, his daughter.
Well, I've known you.
You knew Marcia's brother, didn't you, Mr. Gilmore?
Yes, Jean, very well.
I'm so sorry that you didn't find Marcia.
So am I, honey. We must have just missed her. Which reminds me, Bob got a nasty sock on the head, Doc. Thought it had fractured his skull at first, but he finally came out of it. Wouldn't hurt to take a look at it.
Oh, I should say so. And right now, too.
Oh, please don't. I mean, not until Clint has arrived. My head isn't as important as the news he'll bring.
Doesn't it hurt a lot?
Well, just aches a little, Jean.
That should be Speed and Clint now.
Swell. There'll be some surprise to see us sitting there.
We'll have plenty to tell them.
Yeah, and they'll have plenty to tell us, judging from the looks of the Siong dock.
Sounds like Barney.
Not only sounds like, but is. The great Barney in person.
Barney. Golly, I'm glad you're safe.
Hi, Speed. Hi, Clint.
Well, Barney, how in the world did you get back so soon?
Flew.
Oh, sure glad to see you again, Bob. But it's too bad about Miss Marcia.
Yes, Speed. Barney might have been in time to stop Splinters from moving her if he hadn't stayed at my house to see if I was going to come to or not.
Come to?
Yeah, feel that bump on Bob's dome.
Let's see, Bob.
Oh.
Say, that is a good one. What happened?
As long as explanations are in order, what happened to you, old pal? When we flew down, the Siong dock was kind of messed up.
And Barney was plenty scared. Thought maybe you'd gotten caught in it.
Well, would have. Hadn't been for Clint.
Oh, dear. What happened, Speed?
Well, yes, tell us. We know nothing about your activities, you know.
Well, we found the secret rock door, and it was open an inch or two. I was going to try and shove it wide open when Clint stopped me all of a sudden. He rigged up a pickaxe and rope and got everybody out of the tunnel. Took the other end of the rope along with us, and then we all tugged on it and heard a terrific explosion.
You see, the Octopus had set another trap. That rock door released a charge of dynamite when it was moved. Had we stayed in the tunnel and moved that door ourselves, we wouldn't be here now. Oh, how horrible.
Was Ying with you?
Yes, he's with the British authorities now. They're turning in a report.
I tried to call a short-wave station, but couldn't raise anybody.
Well, that's not surprising. Ying's tea house is burned to the ground.
What?
Mm-hmm. The Octopus, discovering that Ying was a member of the secret police, took steps to do away with him. He didn't get Ying, unfortunately, but the crime laboratory is in ruins.
Suffering wang-doodles. Things have been happening during my flight up the Siong.
Yes, and when did this all happen?
Just before we went to the Siong dock.
Well, you didn't waste any time, did you?
Supposing you tell us how you spent your time up the Siong, Barney.
I'll make it short, Clint. I kept the Octopus plane in sight, but I don't think he knew I was following him, because he never would have landed at Bob's place and gone in like he did.
He said that you'd sent him, Clint.
Well, he did. And then he knocked you out.
Well, he pulled a gun on me first. He was half out of his mind, I think, judging from the way he talked. Said something about being kept in a torture room or something.
The octopus is full of cute tricks like that. Probably threw splinters in there after he almost spilled the beans about his headquarters.
I see. Go on. What happened then?
Well, I tackled him and tried to get the gun. During the mix-up, he cracked me over the head with it. The next thing I knew, Barney was throwing water in my face.
Yeah, I bust in all set to arrest whoever's there, and I find Bob stretched out all over the floor. While I was giving him the once-over, the splinters guy takes off, and I have a heck of a time trying to decide whether I should take off after him or stay and patch up Bob. He looked pretty sick to me, so I stayed.
By the time we finally did reach the house where I'd seen Marcia, there wasn't a sign of anything. Looked as if it hadn't been lived in for days.
But are you sure it was the right place, Gilmore?
Oh, yes, Dr. Kingsley.
Oh, dear. I wonder where Marcia is now.
One thing we can be sure of, Jean, is she's safe. Otherwise, the octopus wouldn't take so much trouble about moving her around.
Yes, Speed's right. The octopus doesn't keep prisoners as a rule. He has some use for Marcia, that I know. And we've got to find her before he uses her as a hostage in some way.
Say, that reminds me.
Reminds you of what, Barney?
Just as we was landing, the octopus came on the air over the short wave set, telling me why I couldn't raise anyone at Lee Ying's, and saying that if I wanted to know what had happened to you guys, I should come here to the docks.
The octopus told you to come here?
Sure, didn't he, Bob?
That's right, Clint.
That doesn't sound so good.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just why should the octopus want us all here together?
Dunno, but let him want it. He can't do us any harm, what with the Hong Kong police all around the doctor's house and garden. I had to show everything I had in the way of identification to get in here.
You think that criminal plans another raid, Clint?
Well, I don't know what to think, Doctor. After what's happened within the past few hours, nothing would surprise me.
Now what? Maybe it's that surprise you was talking about, Clint.
Well, I hope not. I've had enough excitement to last me for a few hours. I'd like some sleep and also a chance to replace my disguise. That smoke and the tunnel explosion didn't do it any good.
I'd love to know how you really look, Clint. You've always had that Monsieur Dorsey makeup on when you weren't disguised as a Chinese.
Well, Pierre Dorsey isn't much different from my true appearance, Jean. I just darkened my skin, curled my hair.
Watch it. Here comes somebody.
Mr. Wu to see Dr. Kingsley.
Quan Wu? Why, show him in, please.
Yes. This way, please, Mr. Wu.
Just the guy I've been wanting to see.
Me too.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Take it easy, both of you. Follow my lead.
Ah, Dr. Kingsley, and my friends, the secret police.
Are you surprised to find us here, Mr. Wu?
Somewhat. I thought you would probably be on the trail of the octopus. I believe that this is the first time I have ever seen you in a mood of relaxation, Mr. Barlow.
Yeah, it's real cozy, ain't it? Just the time for a nice long talk.
Talk?
Yes, there are some questions we'd like to ask you, Mr. Wu.
Some other time, perhaps? I have another appointment shortly. I merely happened to be passing the doctor's home and thought I would drop in to see how things were progressing.
Our questions won't take long.
Jean, perhaps you'd better run along and play.
But, Daddy, every time anything exciting starts to happen, you make me go somewhere and play.
Now, Jean.
All right.
Yes, but don't leave the house.
And, now, Mr. Wu.
This is all very irregular. Why do you wish to question me? What information can I give you, gentlemen?
What were you doing on the Siang dock the night of the flower boat raid?
Flower boat raid?
Yeah. You came in a rickshaw following a big box.
Oh, that night. I remember now. I came down to the dock to observe the merriment aboard the flower boat. But I did not see you, Speed.
You pushed me off the pier.
What?
When I was trying to see into that big box.
Were you that boy? I thought you were a beggar.
Well, that still don't give you a reason to push the kid.
No. Now, Mr. Wu, are you sure that you've told us everything you know about the octopus?
I do not understand.
Well, not long ago, you warned Dr. Kingsley that by continuing to aid us, he might lose his little daughter, that she might disappear as Marcia Winfield disappeared. Now, on what information did you base this warning?
Simply on rumors that had come to my ears, Mr. Barlow.
What rumors? Who did they come from?
My countrymen. I cannot remember just who told me. To tell the truth, I did not pay much attention to the rumors, but merely repeated them to Dr. Kingsley as a precaution.
Well, you thought enough of the rumors to make a special trip to see Dr. Kingsley and warn him.
Dr. Kingsley is my very good friend.
I wonder if you really mean that.
What?
If you really think a great deal of the doctor, Wu, you will not withhold any information concerning the octopus from us. For by doing so, you may be enabling this criminal to actually harm the doctor or Jean.
But, Mr. Barlow, I have told you that I know nothing of this criminal other than the usual rumors that are everywhere in Hong Kong. You are a member of the secret police. You know vastly more about the octopus than I. Furthermore, I cannot understand why you are questioning me as if I were a member of the band. Is this by any chance what you term third degree?
Well, now, I don't think you understand. Now, Clint is not insinuating anything against your character, Quan Wu. He merely wanted to ask you these questions as a precaution against further damage done by this fiend that calls himself the Octopus. Now, within the last few hours, this criminal has threatened the lives of practically everyone present. Well, I shudder when I think where he might strike next.
I do not think you need fear anything, Doctor, with such able protectors as the secret police about you. And now, if I am free, may I ask leave to depart? Remember, I still must keep that other appointment.
Yeah, very well, then. Nothing more we can do, I guess.
No, but something tells me things ain't just right. I can't figure out just what.
Then until you do, Mr. Dunlap, allow me to bid you all farewell.
Wait a minute. Don't let him go. Look at his right hand.
What is it, Speed?
Yeah, what do you see, kid?
That ring. The stone is missing from it. Remember? We found a little piece of jade in our room at the Golden Lotus that just about fit in that ring. Found it in the floor after our room had been searched. Fellas, the Octopus Gang searched our room, and Quan Wu must have been there. He is in the Octopus Gang.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero.
When Speed, Clint, Barney, and Bob Gilmore gather at Dr. Kingsley's home to discuss their harrowing experiences of the past few hours and also lay new plans in regard to capturing the octopus, the doctor's friend Quan Wu drops in for a short chat. Long suspecting him, Clint questions the suave Chinese, but can get nowhere until Speed notices that the stone is missing from a ring that Wu is wearing. Since the boys found a stone from a ring in their room at the Golden Lotus Hotel the night it was ransacked by the Octopus gang, evidence seems to pin the guilt on Quan Wu, and we find the boys tensely questioning the stony-faced man.
Don't try to get out of it, Quan Wu. You was the one that searched our room that night trying to find our code and stuff. But you didn't figure on losing that little piece of jade out of your ring, did you? No. And that same little stone is going to be the thing that you're going to trip over.
And you did know Miss Marsh was in that big box on the Siong dock. That's why you pushed me in the water when I tried to look into it, because I wouldn't see her.
Gentlemen.
Is all this true, Quan Wu?
Sure it is, Dr. Kingsley. But that's why he came here now, to spy on us and then tell the Octopus what we're going to do.
Now, hold on, Speed and Barney. All this excitement isn't getting us anywhere. If Quan Wu is a member of the Octopus gang, we'll find out without all this shouting.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. At least you give me the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not giving you anything, Wu. I just want to hear what you have to say for yourself. Circumstances all point against you.
I have already explained my presence on the Siong dock the night of the flower boat raid. I was as shocked as anyone else to learn there were slaves concealed in the boat.
Oh, don't give me that stuff.
Yeah, now, Barney.
Well, you going to let him get away with it?
Let him talk.
Again, thank you, Mr. Barlow. As for the stone that is missing from this ring I am wearing, you say you have a jade setting that you found in your hotel room?
Yeah, and you can't explain that away, Mr. Wu.
I believe that I can. You see, Speed, I have the stone that belongs in this ring myself.
Huh?
Yes.
Have you got it with you?
No.
Ah, you see, Clint, he ain't got it.
Mr. Dunlap, were I the villain you seem to think me, would I be foolish enough to wear this ring knowing that it might incriminate me?
Yeah, you are. Huh?
Even you should know better than that.
Hey, what do you mean, even me? I resent that.
No slight is meant. But now, since the ring is explained, may I again take my departure?
Why are you so anxious to go, Wu?
Anxious? But I told you that I had another appointment.
Well, telephone and break it.
What?
Break your appointment. I have a few more questions I should like to ask you that are far more important than any appointment you might have.
But, Mr.
And since you're not a member of the Octopus gang, of course you'll have no reason for not wishing to answer them?
Well, no, of course not. May I use your telephone, Doctor?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll show you where it is, Quan Wu. Please follow me.
What do you got up your sleeve, Clint? That guy's an octopus gangster, or I'm a bunny rabbit with pink eyes. He knows too many answers. An innocent man would have been more vague about his reasons for being places and doing things.
Yes, you're right, Barney.
Do you think you can get any more out of him by questioning him, Clint?
Like questioning a blank wall, seems to me.
Yeah, that's true, Bob, but I'm not keeping Quan Wu here because I think he's going to break down and confess anything. After all, there is the possibility they may be entirely innocent of our charges. So far, we only have circumstantial evidence against the man.
That ain't fooling me none.
No, but the Octopus had some reason for telling you to come here to meet us, Barney. And if Quan Wu was in his gang, he too had a definite reason for coming here. And an even more definite reason for leaving, since he was so insistent on going until I got him into a corner he couldn't very well get out of.
So what? We got him in a corner he can't get out of.
So we'll keep him in it for a while. If the Octopus's plan to trap us here at Dr. Kingsley's home, Quan Wu knows about it, and in spite of his cool head and implacable mask of a face, I think as the 0 hour draws near, Quan Wu will crack up and tell us some very interesting things.
It is the Octopus. It is the Master.
Members of the Octopus band, I have summoned you all here together for one last attack on our enemies, the International Secret Police. We have tried time and again to conquer them, but thus far, due to bad luck, have failed. However, this time we cannot fail. You cannot fail. Because if you do, you will be the ones to suffer. I shall be far away, out of reach of the secret police. Listen carefully to my orders. There must be no mistake. My aviators shall go to the underground hangar and await there for word from me. The rest of you break up into small parties. See that you are well armed, and then proceed to Dr. Kingsley's house, 14 Lang Tzu Road. The leaders of the secret police are there. Clint Barlow, Barney Dunlap, and Speed Gibson. Members of their organization are about the house, stationed at various posts as a guard. The Hong Kong police are also guarding the house. It will not be easy to pass their lines, but pass them you must. Silence! I have already sent my lieutenants ahead to take care of every necessary detail. You men have nothing to worry about but actual hand-to-hand fighting. Once the present guard is done away with, allow me to reassure you that there will be no reinforcements.
Master, how shall we gain entrance into the house?
By means of a secret passage that leads into the house from the garden. You will find it right beside the chimney. You will find the house plan on the table there, Lou. You will see to it that the men get into the passage.
Yes, master.
No one knows of this passage save the architect who planned the house and the carpenters who built it. The doctor himself has no idea of its existence. The passage comes out at the head of the stairs through a panel in the wall. Our enemies will be downstairs when you enter. Wait until you have all come through the panel. Then attack. And after you have done your work, set fire to the house. I want no trace of the attack to be found by the Hong Kong police.
What about the guards we must pass?
They will not be able to give any information. You must see to that. You will proceed to the doctor's house at once. And do not fail, for I shall be watching you.
You, master?
Yes. This attack is too important. I shall follow you to 14 Lang Tzu Road. I shall see that my plans do not fail. And let me warn you, any man who does not do my bidding had better fall before the bullets of the secret police, for I will show him no mercy.
Master, if you go with us, are we then to see your face at last?
I have only been a voice to you all, except Quan Wu. Yes, you shall see me, you of the Octopus Band. But you will not be able to recognize me should you see me again. For as usual, I will wear a mask.
Mask? But will that not call attention to you, should your plans fail?
If my men fail, then Clint Barlow shall get his wish. I shall meet him face to face and destroy him myself.
Say, Clint, can't we do something while we're waiting for something to pop? This sitting around is getting on my nerves.
We'll read a book then.
Oh, I read a book 2 years ago. It was all about fingerprinting, but it didn't tell me anything I didn't already know about.
If you don't pipe down, I'll show you something new in fingerprints around your neck.
Oh, yeah?
You think this waiting will do any good, Clint? Quan Wu's just sitting there staring straight ahead.
Yeah, and I have patience, Speed. Hey, look, he's getting edgy, all right. Watch his eyes.
What about his eyes? They look as blank as always to me.
No, the pupils have expanded. Nerves.
If nerves cause that, then more'n my pupils have expanded. I'm a wreck.
Oh, keep quiet, Barney. Bob and Dr. Kingsley are holding up better than you are, and you're supposed to be used to the strain.
I never get used to it. Just like some actors always get stage fright before every show.
Mr. Barlow, is there any reason why I cannot go now? You said you wished to question me further, but so far you have said nothing, and an hour has passed.
Patience, Mr. Wu. I've been discussing some business with my working partners over here. How's your head, Bob?
Oh, it's all right, Clint. I think a good night's sleep will fix me up as good as new.
You know, Clint, I'm uneasy tonight. I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to call the Hong Kong police chief and ask for more guards for the place.
Yes, it would, Dr. Kingsley. Where's Jean?
She's safe in bed. I had the maid take care of her.
Good. Stay here, Barney, while I phone the chief of police.
Sure. It'll take more than a phone call to get me out of this chair.
Mr. Barlow, wait.
Yes?
There is no need for you to call the police. In fact, this whole affair is most magnified, if you will forgive me for saying so. You of the secret police have been working very hard on this octopus case. Do you not think that your imaginations may be playing tricks on you?
I don't think so, Mr. Wu. We've been working hard, yes, but it's not the first time. Our minds are trained for long and strenuous work.
I understand. But you have known me ever since you arrived in Hong Kong. Dr. Kingsley counts me as one of his best friends. I see him almost every day at the council's office.
Now, one moment, Quan Wu. You were one of my best friends, and still are, if this present trouble irons itself out. But I suggest that you help Clint and the others, instead of hindering them.
I do not seek to hinder them. Only you will lose face by calling for more police, Dr. Kingsley. After all, why? What has prompted such an action?
Mr. Wu, are you trying to keep Clint from using the telephone?
He is. Clint, get to that phone double quick.
We'll all come along. You too, Quan Wu.
This is an outrage. Take your hands off me, Gilmore.
Nothing doing. I'm not going to take any chances on you disappearing while we're on the phone. Come along.
Atta boy, Bob.
Yeah, the telephone is right this way, but why should Wu wish to keep you from using it? He used it himself an hour ago to cancel that other appointment.
Did you hear that conversation, Doctor?
Why, yes.
You mean you heard it on this end, but you don't know if anybody was on the other end of the wire?
Why, no. Good heavens, you don't mean...
Yeah, well, here's the phone. We'll soon see what we mean. Hello? Operator. Well, that's that.
What, Clint?
The wire's been cut. We can't call out of this house, Bob. Quan Wu was probably talking on a dead wire an hour ago, Doctor. He knew what was going on. He is in the Octopus gang. But we can't bother with him now. We've got to get ready for the rest of the gang. That'll be here any minute now.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney are at Dr. Kingsley's home with Bob Gilmore, meeting there after various and exciting adventures to discuss future plans for capturing the Octopus and his gang. Meanwhile, the criminal, knowing that his enemies, with the exception of Li Ying, Hong Kong representative of the International Secret Police, are gathered under one roof, takes steps to destroy them all in one final attack. Accordingly, he sends Quan Wu to the doctor's house to make sure that all is well. Meanwhile, Clint, suspecting something, detains Quan Wu for questioning. At the same time, the Octopus, hearing no word from Wu, takes it for granted that all is well and sends his van to the house, saying that he himself will be there to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Meanwhile, the boys discover that the telephone wires have been cut.
Golly, Clint, if the wires have been cut, we'd better tell the police guard in the garden so they can get word to the Hong Kong police chief.
Yes, Speed. First, I want to make sure that Quan Wu can't do any more harm than he's already done. We don't want an Octopus gangster roaming around the house at will.
But, Mr. Barlow, I tell you that I know nothing of what you are talking about. When I used the telephone an hour ago, I was able to call out.
We won't argue about that now. There isn't time. If you should be innocent, which I doubt very much, you can easily prove your innocence later. And meanwhile,
Oh, say, Barney, you have a pair of handcuffs?
You betcha. And I'm just aching to use 'em on this guy. Where do you want him?
Take him out and handcuff him to the post at the foot of the stairs. He'll be out of the way there.
Okay. Come on, Quan. Woo.
This is an outrage. You shall pay for this.
Good heavens, all this seems like a nightmare.
We're in a bad spot, Dr. Kingsley. We'll come out of it if we don't lose our heads. We have one advantage by keeping Quan Wu with us. I have an idea that he's one of the most important men in the Octopus gang. We might be able to use him as a hostage. Though I doubt it. When it comes to a showdown, the Octopus has always sacrificed anything or anyone to save his own skin.
Anything I can do, Clint?
Oh, yes, Bob. Now, you know where our men are spotted out in the garden, and you also know of the Hong Kong police line outside the garden wall.
Yes?
Well, go out and tell the captain what has happened. Dispatch a man to the chief of police for reserves and plenty of ammunition.
All right, here I go.
And, Bob.
Yes?
Now, watch yourself. There may already be Octopus gangsters in the neighborhood. And come back here as soon as you've warned the police to be on their guard.
You bet, Clint. Don't worry about me.
Oh, Clint, what about Jean?
Well, that's the only thing that's really worrying me, Doctor. We might be able to get her out of the house, but I hate to run that risk. With the phone wires cut, there must be Octopus men nearby. No, I think she's safer inside.
Look, here she comes with Barney now.
Look who met me on the stairs while I was anchoring Quan Wu.
Hello, everybody.
Why, Jean, I thought you were in bed.
I was, Daddy, but I couldn't sleep. So I thought I'd come down and listen to you all talk about the octopus some more. Why was Barney handcuffing Mr. Wu to the stair post?
Well, he's one of the Octopus gang, Jean.
Mr. Wu? You mean he knew where Marcia was all the time?
Sure he did.
Now, wait just a minute, Speed. We can't be too sure. But as soon as this present trouble is straightened out, we'll make sure.
What trouble, Clint?
Now, don't bother Clint with questions, honey. You better go back to bed.
Oh, please let me stay down here for a little while, Daddy.
Well, what about it, Clint? Don't you think Jean had better stay upstairs?
Yes, I do. And you see that she gets to her room, will you, Speed?
Okay, Clint. Come on, Jean, and hurry. I've got business down here.
Oh, I wish I could stay down, too.
Oh, I wonder what's keeping Bob. He's had enough time to do what he had to do and get back here.
How about getting out the ammunition while we're waiting?
Oh, yes. My gun case is over there. Help yourselves.
Lucky you have a hobby of collecting guns, Doc. May come in handy now.
Now, as soon as Bob and Speed return, I think it might be a good idea to turn off the lights in this room, Doctor. And you'd better go up to Jean's room and keep an eye on her, too. But, go armed.
Do you think the Octopus is really planning an attack on this house, Clint?
Looks that way. But they'll have to come through the garden, and what with Bob warning the police guard and us waiting here in the dark, we'll be ready for them.
Taken care of the police guard very ably. Now my men are stationed around Dr. Kingsley's house instead of the police.
Yes, master.
Good. Now here we are at the chimney of the house. I press this nail, and behold. Quiet. Make no noise. We do not want Barlow and the others to become suspicious.
Are you sure Quan Wu is out of the house, master?
By this time, yes.
But you, master, you think it wise to risk coming here in person?
I risk nothing new. I am enjoying this opportunity of directing the attack in person. I'm tired of sitting in my headquarters talking to my men over a microphone. No one can identify me so long as I wear this mask. I'm safe. It is you who run the risk. See that you do not fail in the attack.
We shall not fail, master.
Be careful. Someone is coming. I'm going to stay out of sight. Whoever it is, receive him as though you are a member of the police. Then use your blackjack on him so that he cannot give the alarm.
Very well, master.
Hello. Where's your captain of police?
I am the captain.
Oh, I'm Bob Gilmore of the secret police. Clint Barlow asked me to tell you that... Hey, wait a minute. You're not the man who was captain when we came in.
All is well, master. The intruder is unconscious.
Good work, Lou. Good work. So this is Bob Gilmore. But we have no time to waste on him. Quick, into the secret passage with you all. I shall wait here at the entrance.
It will not take us long to accomplish our mission, master.
Remember, this passage comes out at the head of the stairs. Govern your actions accordingly. Do not give the secret police or anyone else in the house a chance.
No, master. Come in. Follow me.
Please stay up here with me, Speed. I'm scared.
No, I've got to go downstairs and help Clint and Barney, Jean. Your dad'll probably be up to stay with you.
But I don't want to stay alone. Can I go down with you and tell Daddy to come right up with me?
Now, what's the sense of that? We just got up here, now you want to turn around and go back again.
Well, I'm scared. Knowing that Mr. Wu is an octopus gangster kind of frightens me.
Oh, all right. Come on. But if I'd known you were going to come right down again, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing you upstairs.
I'm sorry, Speed.
Well, I guess girls are different than fellas at that. Come along.
Please tell me what you're expecting to happen.
Nope, can't do that. That's official business.
Well, I'm almost in the secret police. I've been in so many adventures with you.
No, you're not. It isn't our fault you were in those adventures. You just happened to come along at the wrong time. It's getting so every time I see you, I expect something to happen.
Don't talk so loud.
Well, why not?
We're almost at the head of the stairs, and you don't want Mr. Wu to hear what you're saying, do you?
Don't know why not. But look, they've turned the lights out downstairs. We'd better do the same up here. Where do you turn them off?
Right at the head of the stairs, Speed. For the hall lights, anyhow. But how can we see to get down, then?
I got my flashlight with me. Clint must have wanted those lights out for a good reason, so I'll... Hey, listen.
What's that noise?
Sounds like somebody's on the other side of this wall.
They couldn't be.
Well, I don't know. Look, that panel's moving. Quick, turn out the lights, Jean, and then get back out of the way.
Oh, dear. Can you see anything in this darkness?
Can just make out shapes. Keep quiet now. The panel's opening.
All right, now. All of you, come on out, down the stairs. Something has gone wrong. All the lights are off. But we must follow the octopus orders just the same.
The octopus gang.
And they're going down the stairs after Clint and Barney.
Oh, what do we do?
Quan was handcuffed down at the foot of the stairs. He'll tell them what's happened, and also tell them that I came up here with you. Some of them will be back looking for us. Now, don't get excited. Let me think. I've got to get down there to warn Clint. But how? The octopus gang is blocking the stairs and the landing. Now, I've got it. I'll go out through the secret passage.
Oh, no, Speed. You can't. You may meet some more of the gang in the passage.
Don't think so, Jean. I think they've all gone downstairs. It'll take them a time to get located and talk with Quan Wu. That'll give me time to get down there and warn Clint in the library. Do you know anything about this passage, Jean?
No, I didn't even know it was here.
You'd better come with me. I think it'll be safer than leaving you alone in your room.
Oh, yes. Do you think Quan Wu saw us up here before we turned the lights out?
Not a chance. Come on now. Let's get through that panel. And watch your step. Don't trip or make any noise that'll give us away.
No. Go ahead, I'm following.
Okay, I'm through. Now I'll help you.
All right. Go ahead.
We have to go down steps. Watch yourself. As soon as we get down a little, I'll use my flashlight.
This is what we heard on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. Here's some light now. We can hurry faster. All right, now we're on level ground. Come on, let's run, Jean. We haven't got much time.
All right, but don't let go of my hand.
Well, I won't.
This passage certainly twists and turns a lot.
Let's go around the rooms on the lower floor. Be as quiet as you can, Jean. Don't want them to hear us.
Oh, no. I hope we're in time to tell Clint what's happened.
The air's getting cooler. We must be getting near the end of the passage. And I guess it leads outside. Maybe into your garden.
I hope so. We can just call into the library windows then.
Well, what's worrying me is how did that octopus gang get past the police guards outside and inside the garden in the first place?
Maybe there's a secret tunnel leading into the garden.
Either that or they've surprised them all and slugged them. Sure hope not.
Look, there's the end of the passage.
Yeah. Quick now. Let's get out and...
Oh, what's that man in the black mask?
Get behind me, Jean. Are you the octopus?
Yes, Speed Gibson. I am the octopus. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. And now you have come to me. Just as my men have gone to Clint, Barney, and Dr. Kingsley to end their careers. Clint Barlow has always wanted to meet me face to face. Now, he shall.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Now that Speed, Clint, Barney, and Bob Gilmore are all at Dr. Kingsley's, the Octopus launches a final attack to wipe out the most important members of the International Secret Police. He does not know that the boys are holding Quan Wu, his right-hand man, prisoner inside the house, and Wu is unable to warn his master that the police suspect that something is up because the telephone wires leading to the doctor's house have been cut. When Clint learns this, he sends Bob Gilmore out to tell the Hong Kong police guard in the garden to send for reinforcements in case of a possible attack. The Octopus gangsters have already overcome the guard, however. Bob is knocked unconscious, and the Octopus, directing the attack in person, sends his men into the house by means of a secret passage. Speed and Jean, seeing them enter, hasten down the secret passage to warn Clint of the danger, since the gangsters are blocking the stairway. At the head of the passage, Speed comes face to face with a masked man. The Octopus in person.
Oh, Speed! Don't let him touch me!
Don't worry, Jean. I'll protect you.
I have no time to waste with children. Get back up the secret passage, Speed Gibson, ahead of me.
You mean you're going to follow us?
It is not a question of following you. You are my prisoner.
Master!
Yes, Lou?
We have conquered our enemies! What is to be done with them?
I shall come immediately. Do nothing until then. Now, Speed Gibson, back into the secret passage.
Come on, Jean. And don't be afraid.
I can't help but be afraid, Speed. Alone in this passage with the Octopus.
Enough talk. Hurry along, you two. I am most anxious to meet my enemy, Clint Barlow, face to face.
So, we're going to see the Octopus at last, then.
If we only had some way of getting word to Li Ying at the police station. This would be a swell time to round up this Octopus gang. I think they're all in this house.
Oh, no, Barney. The Octopus would never concentrate his forces all in one spot.
What do you think the outcome of this will be, Clint?
I don't think that the Octopus will show any mercy, Dr. Kingsley. May as well be frank about it. He considers me a deadly enemy, and will only be too glad to get me out of the way. The worst of it is that you, Jean, and Speed are in this mess, too.
Say, where are them kids? They went upstairs before all this excitement started.
Well, perhaps they escaped.
Not a chance. This house is surrounded by Octopus men. His spies must have slipped through the police lines to cut the telephone wires. And then the police were silently done away with, and we were the next.
Yeah, when all that shooting started with the lights out, I didn't know what had happened.
Yeah, it's a lucky thing they were out. Some of us wouldn't be talking now. Well, where the dickens is Speed?
Look, Clint, in the doorway.
Speed and Jean.
And the Octopus.
Clint, we tried to warn you.
By way of the secret passage, but we missed the Octopus.
So I see, Jean.
So, you are Clint Barlow.
As if you didn't know, Eight-Face.
And your attempt at humor brands you as Barney Dunlap.
That's right. Now, supposing we break up this guessing game and you take off your mask so we can see who you are.
No, he won't do that, Barney. Even now, when we're his prisoners, the Octopus wouldn't have the courage to unmask.
Still playing for time, Barlow, eh? Still hoping that I might slip up on some small detail that might save your life.
Not exactly, Octopus. But I have some curiosity as to what sort of face is behind that black mask.
You seem to dislike my mask. And yet you disguise yourself by makeup, Barlow.
Well, how do you know, Octopus? Have you seen me in the past? Do you know how I really look?
I have never seen you as you really are, Barlow.
Yes, but I've seen you, and that's why you wear a mask.
so that I won't recognize you.
I advise you to forget your attempted police work, Barlow. You and the others are completely in my power. You have no chance of escape. Make the most of life while you have it.
Oh,
You
Dad.
dirty rat. Let me get my hands on you.
Stay where you are, men. Don't be foolhardy, Barney Dunlap. One wrong move, and you'll never make another.
Talk's cheap, old devilfish. Call off those armed lapdogs of yours, and let's see how many moves you'd make before I got a good grip on your neck.
Pipe down, Barney.
Huh?
I said pipe down. That sort of talk isn't going to help any.
Very true, Clint. Is there anything you'd like to say before...
Yes. I have a request to make, Octopus.
A request from a prisoner?
Well, I think that I have a right to make this request. You and I have been playing a game for a long time, Octopus. Now, I would stop at nothing to make you my prisoner, and you'd rather capture me than any other man in the world.
You are right, Barlow. Capture you and destroy you.
Clint!
Now, take it easy, Speed.
Oh, Clint, the octopus can't hurt you.
There, honey. No, it's for these that I speak, Octopus. We are enemies, old enemies. And since I have lost, well, I must take the consequences. My little Jean, Speed, and Dr. Kingsley will give them their freedom.
You amuse me, Barlow.
Amuse you?
Yes. Do you think that I would free your nephew so that he could carry on where you left off? You forget that Speed Gibson has been directly involved in frustrating my plan several times.
You refuse my request, then?
Pity has never been a weakness of mine, Barlow, and it is your greatest fault. That is why I have conquered you at last.
Let me at him. I'll tear him apart.
Gee, it's sure brave to sock a fellow when his hands are tied.
It's all right, kid. I'm saving up all those socks, and I'll take 'em out of that guy's hide yet.
Enough of these empty words. Line the secret police and their friends up along the wall that holds the Chinese gong.
Oh, Octopus, I beg of you. Have pity on my little girl.
No, Dr. Kingsley. You had your warning, but did not heed it. Those who travel with the secret police must suffer the consequences. Get up to the wall.
What's he gonna do, Clint?
I don't know, Speed. That devil has no heart. But whatever happens, remember you're a member of the International Secret Police, and meet your fate like a man.
It ain't gonna happen. Bob will bring reinforcements in the nick of time. Wait and see.
You're wrong, Barney. We stopped Gilmore in the garden. Definitely stopped him. Now, up against the wall, all of you.
Here, Gene, keep hold of my hand.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so afraid.
Don't be scared, Gene. See, I'm right beside you.
You, Clint, stand a little away from the others.
Why?
I want the extreme pleasure of dealing with you personally.
You fiend.
You misjudge me, Doctor. To show that I am not altogether heartless, I will allow you all a half hour more to talk to one another. It will amuse me.
Ying! Where's Li Ying?
Who are you?
Never mind. Where's Ying? I must see him.
What is going on? Bob Gilmore,
Yeah.
is that really you?
Yes, Ying. I came for reinforcements. The whole Octopus gang has trapped Clint and the others at Dr. Kingsley's house.
Oh.
We've got to get back, or it'll be too late.
The Octopus gang at Kingsley?
Yes.
Sergeant, call every available man in the police department. Get them into cars, well armed. Let me know the minute you all are ready.
Yes, Mr. Ying.
Here, Bob. Come in here. Let me tell you a little more about it.
Oh, we got to get back. We can't stay here.
But we shall as soon as the men are ready to go, but I must know more about the setup, Bob. Tell me everything as briefly as possible while I tend to the bad cut on your head.
Oh, it's just a scalp wound, that's all. There's no time to waste on that. Clint suspected that something was up. When Quan Wu arrived at the doctor's, then we learned that the phone wires had been cut, so Clint arrested Wu.
Yes, Quan Wu. I've suspected him for some time, but we had no direct proof, you know.
Well, Clint ordered me to report to the police guard in the garden with an order for the captain to send for reinforcements. After I got out in the garden, however, I realized that the man I started to talk to wasn't an officer at all.
Oh.
I started to question him, and that's the last thing I remember.
The Octopus gang replaced every one of our men, huh?
Exactly. Evidently, they thought they'd finished me, too. But when I came to, the garden was deserted, but there was shooting inside the house, which was completely dark. I knew that our only chance was to get more police on the scene, so I came here as quickly as I could. There's
A guard outside the garden wall, but just a small one. I had no trouble slipping past them. Then I was lucky enough to meet a rickshaw boy, and he brought me here.
Good work, Bob. Good work. Now, you will stay here while we go back to clean up the Octopus gang, yes?
What do you mean? Stay here at the police station? I should say not. I'm going back and get that fellow that slugged me.
You will never make it, Bob. You will pass out in the middle of the excitement.
Not me. Hey, I've been hit on the head so much in the last few weeks that I'm getting used to it. Just try and keep me here.
All right, Bob. Come along, then. Oh, one moment. Hello? Hello? Oh, Sergeant. Store plenty of tear gas bombs in the cars. Yes, tear gas. That is right. And notify all police substations to stand by in case of emergency calls. I think we can handle this mob easily, but I do not want to risk losing one of them. Yes, that's right. Thank you.
That's fine. Are the men almost ready?
Just about, but before we go, Bob, let me tie this clean handkerchief around your wound. You won't be quite so gory.
Oh, thanks ever so much.
No,
Ying.
Hold still. Yes. Now there you are. Let's see now. Oh, here's a revolver.
Oh, thanks again. I'll need that. The Octopus mob must have taken mine.
This is a crucial moment, Bob. Either the Octopus will be driven out of Hong Kong, or he will be stronger than ever in power. We cannot lose.
Well, I only hope that we're not too late to save Clint and the others.
I hope not. Yes?
Men are ready to go, Mr. Ying.
Good. Come, Bob. We have some important work to do at 14 Lang Su Road.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
The Octopus and his gang have trapped Speed, Clint, and Barney in Dr. Kingsley's house, and the master criminal gloatingly prepares to destroy the members of the International Secret Police. Meanwhile, Bob Gilmore, left for dead by the Octopus gangsters, recovers consciousness and hastens to the Hong Kong Police Department, where Li Ying is making a report of the activities of the secret police to the British authorities. Backed by squads of reinforcements, arms, and tear gas bombs, Ying, Bob, and the police race to Kingsley's home, hoping against hope that they are not too late. But the boys know nothing of this. All chances of escape seem lost as they face their masked enemy, the Octopus, and the cruel faces of his band.
Well, Speed, looks like this is the end of your first great adventure as a member of the secret police. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gee, don't feel that way, Clint. You wouldn't have just Barney and you were here, would you?
No, not exactly. We come into the secret police knowing that we can't always win. We have to be prepared to lose. But you, Gene, and Dr. Kingsley...
Don't worry about me, Clint. Only thing I'm sorry about is that we didn't get the Octopus before he got us.
Yeah, me too. I never thought he'd have the laugh on us like this.
Don't give up hope until the last minute, Barney. We've been in tight corners before and gotten out of them with our skins.
But this is the tightest, old pal. If you can see a way out of this room, what with Octopus gangsters hanging from the ceiling and parked in every exit, I sure wish you'd show me the way.
Barney, we'll never find Marcia now, will we?
Sure we will, Gene. Just you wait and see. Don't pay no attention to me. We'll get out of this yet.
If we ever do, Barney, believe me, I'll leave Hong Kong with Gene. I never dreamed that anything like this could happen. I still can't believe it. We all must be in the midst of some horrible nightmare.
You Americans are very amusing. You refuse to acknowledge defeat even when you must know there can be no escape.
Oh, you find that amusing, huh?
Yes, Barlow. Even a little touching. I've been thinking during the past half-hour respite I gave you.
That ain't your usual habit, is it, thinking? Must be the company.
You fool. You think that tongue of yours will win you any mercy, Dunlap?
No. And what's more, I don't expect any mercy from you, old eight-face. What's more, again, your gangsters tied my hands so's my tongue's all I can use right now.
Pipe down, Barney.
In spite of Dunlap, I'll make a bargain with you, Clint. You shall see that I am not as heartless as you seem to think me.
What's your bargain, Octopus?
Give me the key to the code of the International Secret Police, and I shall free Speed, the doctor, and his daughter.
Don't you do it, Clint.
No, Clint. Not even for Gene's safety would I sacrifice the lives of hundreds of innocent people that this Octopus organization will take if the power of the secret police is broken. Keep the code secret.
Well, Octopus, what guarantee do you give that you'd keep your word and free Speed, Gene, and Dr. Kingsley if I reveal the code key?
I give no guarantee, Barlow. After all, you are scarcely in a position to demand anything. You will simply have to trust me.
Don't you do it, Clint. Remember, this guy's worse than two-faced. He's eight-faced. He's going to do away with every one of us, whether you give him the code key or not. He's just using that freedom gag as a stall to get the code key.
Oh, but Barney, I can't sacrifice these two youngsters and the doctor. I just can't.
I'd rather die 100 times than give the key to the Octopus, Clint. You can't do it. Remember your police oath.
Yes, I am remembering it, Speed. I'm also remembering that I promised my brother, your father, that I'd raise you as if you were my own son. And little Jean here, how can I keep silent when just a few words would save her life?
Right, Barlow. Give me the key to your secret police code, and these three can go in safety, providing they promise never to bother me again.
Don't do it, Clint. You can't let the gang down like this. I know what you're going through. I know it's tough. But you made a promise when you joined the secret police, and you gotta keep that promise.
No, wait, Barney. I must have time to think.
So that's it. You're still playing for time, hoping to the last that help will come, eh? Very well, Barlow. I've given you your last chance. You've attempted to trick me for the last time. Now, I shall destroy you.
Well, do what you please, Octopus. It's only a matter of time till the secret police capture you, no matter what you do to us.
Yeah, and whatever you're gonna do, go ahead and do it. Don't talk so much about it.
Very well. You have sealed your doom with your own words.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, there, honey. No.
So long, fellas.
It was a good fight while it lasted, kid.
Oh, listen.
What's that shooting?
Police! Outside in garden. We are surrounded.
The police!
Drop down on the floor. Everyone, so we won't get hit.
We're rescued. Suffering wang doodles, we're rescued. And I was getting all set to play me a harp.
How in the world did they know that
thank heaven.
Daddy!
Hey, Jane, this is no time to cry. Come over here and untie us. You're the only one they didn't tie up like a prize Christmas package.
All right, Barney.
Hey, the Octopus, he's gone.
What? And just when I can use my mitts again.
Where can you have gone? Be quick, free me, Barney.
I am, ain't I? Gene, you untie Speed and your dad.
All right, Barney.
Now, keep a lookout for the octopus meanwhile, boys. He can't have gone very far.
I see him. He's going up the stairs. I bet he's going to try and get out through the secret passage, the way he came in.
Arrest every one of them, men. Do not let one get away. Get them, dead or alive.
The sweetest music I ever heard. Ying's voice coming to rescue us.
How did he know we were in such danger?
Look, there's Bob with him.
Oh, hey, quick, Barney. You take care of things here, while I go after the octopus. Everything's quieting down here.
Wait, Clint, I'll go with you.
No, you stay and tell Ying not to let anyone out of the house. We may trap the octopus in the very passage he tries to escape by.
Oh, look. Mr. Gilmore's been hurt again. He's got a bandage around his head.
Yeah. Hey, Ying! Bob! We're on the floor over here.
I guess it's safe enough to get up now, since all the octopus men are captured.
Stand up if your knees will hold you up, Doc. I haven't got much faith in mine.
Barney, Speed. Oh, my ancestors be praised that we came in time.
Hi, Ying. Boy, it sure looks good to see you. And Bob, too.
Hello, Speed. Where's Clint?
He went up the stairs after the octopus.
The octopus? Do you mean to say that he was here in person?
If it wasn't him, it was the best imitation you ever saw. Or should I say the worst?
Oh, he was awful.
Well, don't you think that we should follow Clint?
I certainly do, Dr. Kingsley. If the man you speak of was really the octopus, he is no one to tackle alone.
Oh, it was him, all right. We recognized the voice. In all the world, no pipes like that.
We'd better go after Clint, then.
No. Look, he's coming back.
And fast, too.
Oh, Ying. Bob, have your men surrounded the house?
Yes, Clint.
Oh, if I only knew where the other end of that secret passage came out.
I can tell you that, Clint. Comes out right beside the chimney. That's right where the octopus was waiting when Gene and me tried to get out.
By the chimney? That's where I was slugged.
Are there any men at that spot?
Yes, Clint. The police are covering every spot in the garden.
What happened on the stairs?
Well, I got to the bottom just in time to see the secret panel sliding shut at the head of the stairs.
Yeah?
I know the octopus is in the passage because I caught a glimpse of his mask just before the panel closed. I tried to find the spring that opened it, but couldn't. But there's no time to be lost. Now, Ying, you and Bob go out into the garden and with the police stand watch over the panel by the chimney.
Yes.
And Barney, you come with me.
What are we going to do?
Open the panel at the head of the stairs. We'll have to break it open, I guess.
I will send some of my men with you, Clint. We have a very large fish in our net. We must not risk losing him. Or you.
Well, thanks, Ying. Dr. Kingsley, you'd better remain inside with Jean. The police are standing guard in every room now. You will be perfectly safe.
Well, thank heaven, Clint.
What'll I do, Clint?
Well, you'd better stay with Jean and the doctor, Speed.
Oh, no. Please let me come with you. I've already been down that secret passage, you know. I can help a lot.
Oh, well, all right, then come along, then. We haven't time to argue.
You men, follow Mr. Barlow.
Right,
yes, sir. Now, watch the exit closely. Ying, the octopus will probably try to escape through the garden, rather than buck up against us in the narrow passage. Quan Wu will probably be with him.
What? Is he loose again?
Yes, they must have freed him when they first entered.
But they didn't have the key to them handcuffs.
Oh, come on, don't talk so much.
Yeah, but the nerve of them guys, opening my handcuffs without a key.
Wish we had a key to that secret panel. I think it's going to be darn
Well,
hard
Bob, do you feel able to continue duty for a while longer?
With the octopus about to be caught, say, I wouldn't drop out of the chase now for anything.
Yes, but that head of yours.
Don't worry about that, Dr. Kingsley. When this is all over, I'll let you patch me up, but right now, you stay in here with Jean where it's safe and stop worrying about me.
Yes, we must get into the garden as quickly as possible. We must be ready for the octopus and Quan Wu.
I do hope you capture them.
Well, we'll do our best, Jean.
We will go out the way we came in, Bob, by way of the windows. It is quicker.
That's fine and dandy. The police in the house have their instructions?
Oh, yes, it is the outside that we must worry about. Oh, here we are. Through the windows now.
Okay. Come along.
Yes. Now, quickly. To the main station by the chimney. Have your gun ready?
You bet. Don't worry. I'm still looking for the fellow that slugged me.
Oh, forget him, my friend. We are after much bigger game now. Oh, here we are. Captain?
Yes, Mr. Ying?
Are your men ready for instant attack?
Yes.
There is a secret panel somewhere here beside the chimney. Play your flashlight over the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Watch the light. Over there more. I can't see anything that looks phony, can you?
No, neither can I. It is a clever piece of carpentry, wherever it is. Evidently, the passage has not been used for some time, since the doctor knew nothing of its existence.
I think you're right there.
I wonder how the octopus knew about it.
The octopus?
Yes. You see, he and another man will come through this wall at any moment now.
We'll be ready for him, though.
Yes, we must be ready for him. He is very clever and very desperate. Shoot if you must, but only to wound him. For by taking him alive, we can learn from him the workings of his entire organization of crime.
He can't escape. This is our one big chance of capturing him.
Listen. He has reached the panel. Switch off your lights until he has come through. Then flash them on again. The sudden glare will blind him for a moment. And in that moment, we shall capture the octopus.
Off with your lights, men. Quiet now. Quiet. Stand ready.
Yes. See, the panel is opening.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
The Octopus and his gang of criminals ambush Speed, Clint, and Barney at Dr. Kingsley's home and are about to do away not only with the secret police, but the doctor and his little daughter as well, when Li Ying arrives with Hong Kong police reinforcements and saves his friends. Bob Gilmore is really responsible for the rescue since, wounded though he was, he brought word of the ambush to police headquarters. All of the Octopus gang in the house and garden are captured, but the ringleader, the Octopus, escapes into the secret passage by which he first entered. Clint quickly orders Ying and Bob to stand watch by the other end of the passage which comes out into the garden, while he, Barney, and Speed follow the Octopus into the passage. Ying and his men arrive just in time, for they hear someone on the other side of the wall and put out their flashlights as the panel starts to open.
Ready, men. Here he comes.
Arrest that man!
Get him! Do not let him get away! Help! Help! Police! Get off me! Help! Barney! Let him go, men. He is one of the secret police.
Yeah, one of the secret police. But who'd ever know it? Every time a fight's going on, there's bound to be me at the bottom of the heap.
Well, I'm sorry, Barney, but Clint told us to expect the Octopus. We never thought you would be the first to come out of the passage.
What? You mean to say the Octopus ain't shown up?
No.
Oh, Barney, have they captured him?
No, come on out. The Octopus has gotten away again. Ying and his gang jumped me instead of him.
You mean that you haven't seen anything of him, Ying?
No, Clint.
And we came out here right after leaving you, Clint. He couldn't have escaped before we arrived at the chimney because the police guard would have seen him.
Well, we didn't see anything of him in the secret passage either. We thought sure you'd have him and Quan Wu.
I wish we had Speed, but no one came out of the panel beside the chimney until Barney appeared.
Yeah, and did I get a welcome?
Well, we couldn't have passed them in the passage because there's no place in it for them to hide. The passage itself is very narrow.
Well, maybe there's another secret panel in that passage, Clint. If there was, the Octopus would sure know about it since he was the only one that knew about this one.
That's right, kid. Let's go back into the passage and see what we can find.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, Ying, I'll leave you in charge of everything out here. Have the men search the house and grounds thoroughly.
Yes, Clint.
And, Bob, You'd better go back inside and have Dr. Kingsley patch you up. You look as if you could use a little rest.
Well, my head is beginning to feel like a painful balloon, Clint. I think I'll take your advice. That is, if you're sure you won't need me.
No, that's all right. And Speed, Barney, and I will inspect the secret passage. To tell the truth, I don't think we'll find a thing. And the fewer people in the passage, the less confusion. But when you go inside, you might station 5 men at the head of the stairs at the beginning of the passage.
Yeah, just in case the octopus should pop out.
Well, I'll do that. Good luck, fellas.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And, Ying, I'll depend on you to take care of everything while we're in the passage. Stay close to this entrance in case we should need help.
I shall, Clint. Do not worry.
All right. Come along then, boys. Into the secret passage.
Okay, Clint. Can I go in first?
Oh, no. You're doing good to get in at all, Speed. I'll go first, and then you, and Barney will bring up the rear.
I'll say so. You don't catch me sticking my neck out first no more. I'm getting hit so much on this trip that I'll be sluggy if we don't arrest that octopus.
What are we to do now, Master?
We can do nothing for the moment. Not until the excitement dies down. We were very fortunate in escaping from the secret passage.
But how did you know of this one leading from it, Master?
It is my business to know such things, Quan Mu. I have long known of the secret passages in this house on 14 Long Tzu Road, but little thought that they would save me from the secret police.
You took a great chance coming here in person?
I had to. The search was drawing too near. I had to make certain of the destruction of my enemies this time. Certain of their destruction. Instead, I was almost caught myself. But whoever dreamed that Gilmore was alive, that he would warn Li Ying at the police station.
Oh, a great pity, Master.
Yes. My men in Hong Kong are fools, bunglers. It's just as well that they are now prisoners of the secret police. Just as well for my safety.
Have all been arrested?
Just a skeleton organization remains, and my aviators, who are waiting word from me at the underground hangar.
They are waiting for you there?
Yes. You know that I always keep a trump card up my sleeve, Quan Mu. If the worst came to the worst, I determined to fly out of trouble.
I believe that the worst has come, Master. The secret police know me to be a member of the Octopus Band now.
Yes. How did they learn that?
Speed Gibson saw that the stone was missing from my ring. Remember that bit of jade that I told you I had lost?
Yes, superstition.
Not in this case, Master, but a bit of damaging evidence. They could prove nothing, however, since I insisted that it was purely coincidence, that I had the missing setting in my room, that their stone was from some other ring.
They believed you?
Not exactly, but neither could they entirely disbelieve me. That is, not until they tried to telephone.
And my men had already cut the wires?
Yes, Master. They could not call out. Neither could I warn you that their suspicions had been aroused.
Well, it little matters now. Our Hong Kong operations are at an end, Quan Mu.
You mean we are leaving Hong Kong?
Yes, and shall go directly to Tibet. Splinter should have reached our headquarters by this time with Marshal Winfield. We shall join him there.
That wild and windy country?
I know that you have no love for it, Quan Mu, but our smuggling will thrive there. Our organization is already quietly working in Tibet. And when I make it my headquarters, we shall accomplish even more than we are now. And we shall be entirely safe.
But what if the secret police learn of your destination, Master, and follow you into Tibet?
Follow me into Tibet? Let them. They will learn too late that they are not only fighting the octopus, but nature as well. I know Tibet as well as I know Hong Kong, Quan Mu. Let the secret police follow me there.
When shall we go?
As soon as we can get to the underground hangar. Meanwhile, we must bide our time in this hidden room until the hue and cry has died down.
I hope that we shall be able to leave Dr. Kingsley's house before dawn.
We shall. Even the secret police must sleep sometime.
Then shall we go out into the passage again?
No, Quan Mu. The passage is too dangerous for us now. We are safe here. No one can find this hidden room no matter how carefully they search. Later, when they are all asleep, we shall seek our way to safety by this other, smaller passage.
Where does it come out, Master?
In one of the bedrooms. Should we find Speed, Clint, and Barney sleeping there, possibly I can end their promising careers before going to Tibet. Meanwhile, we must bide our time here, since they are bound to search the passage again when they find we have disappeared.
Oh, Speed, will you quit walking on my heels? You're crowding me too much.
But gee, Clint, I'm so afraid we're going to lose the octopus.
Well, just between you and me and the gatepost, kid, I'd hate to meet up with him in this here secret passage. When you cross mitts with that guy, you want plenty of room.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to get your wish, Barney. We've searched this passage carefully and haven't found a thing that looks like a false wall or panel.
No, and it all sounds the same, too.
No! Hey, what's that?
Just me, sounding the wall, Barney.
Well, don't do it. Knocking like that, you might bring somebody to see what you want.
What's the matter with you, Grandma? You afraid you might have to do some work?
No, I ain't afraid. But I'm tired of being punched around like a punching bag. If I must take a beating, I'd at least like a little sleep once in a while.
Oh, well, you lead a terrible life, don't you?
Yeah,
If you didn't want to come on this job, why don't you stay back in the States and tend to your knitting?
Is that a crack?
Well, what do you think?
Ain't I doing my job
Yes,
right?
but you're doing even a better job of talking.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Hey, fellas, don't get to fighting. Remember where we are.
As if we could ever forget it.
Well, Speed's right, Barney. I guess we're tired. We've been working night and day on this octopus assignment, and it's getting on our nerves. You'll feel better with a little sleep.
Yeah, I'm sorry I blew up, Clint.
Oh, well, forget it. I blew first.
No, you didn't. I was the wrong guy.
Oh, it was me, I tell you. Remember that?
It was me, fella.
It's not
Well, hey, what's biting you?
You fellas are funny. Apologizing for fighting, and then you start fighting all over again, trying to decide who started fighting in the first place.
Speed has more sense than either of us, Barney. He knows the right time to laugh.
Yeah. Hey, look, Clint. Do we have to go trotting up and down this secret passage anymore tonight? I'm so tired I wouldn't know another secret door if I saw one.
I don't think we can do any more good here, Barney. We can leave both entrances guarded. That'll prevent the octopus and Quan Wu escaping by this passage, at least. And as for the other, well, we'll just have to risk finding them. There's a heavy police guard all around the house and throughout the grounds. They'll have a tough time getting through that unseen, even should they manage to get out of the house.
We might as well go back to the doctors and the rest then, huh?
Yeah, can't do any more tonight, I'm afraid, Speed. We've come through a tough siege, and everyone's pretty well tired out.
Except the octopus. He's got 8 lives as well as 8 faces.
You know, Barney, I'll bet the octopus is as tired as we are and plenty worried. He must be just about at the end of his rope here in Hong Kong. Otherwise, he never would have directed this last attack personally.
And you think he'll leave Hong Kong?
Yes, I do, Speed. That's why I'm so anxious to track him down before he can get away.
Wonder where he'll go.
Well, my guess is Tibet.
Tibet? Where Marsh's brother was going to work?
Yep.
Suffering wang-doodles. Trying to find that guy in Hong Kong was bad enough. But if he ever gets away to Tibet, I might as well write home that they won't see me for some years yet. I won't have to wear no more disguises anymore. I'll look that way naturally.
Well, the octopus hasn't gone there yet, Barney, so we won't have to worry about it until we have to, huh? Anyhow, if you want to drop out of the search, well, you can, you know.
Me drop out now when we're just about on top of the octopus and let you and Speed get all the glory? I should say not. I'm in this fight to the finish, providing I can sleep once or twice a month.
Hello, boy, Barney.
We'll get that first sleep right now, huh? Just forget our narrow escape. Forget everything that's happened in the last few hours and relax completely.
Well, I'm sure ready for bed, Clint. Boy, I could sleep for a year.
Relax, sleep, with the octopus still at large, maybe somewhere right here in this house? I wonder if I can sleep after all.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Aided by Li Ying, Bob Gilmore, and the Hong Kong police, Speed, Clint, and Barney have arrested the larger part of the Octopus gang after a desperate battle in Dr. Kingsley's home. The Octopus himself, however, and Quan Wu, his lieutenant, have hidden themselves in a secret passage adjoining the passage through which the criminals first gained entrance to the house. The Octopus plans to flee to his underground hangar as soon as the search has died down and fly to his headquarters in Tibet with his fleet of planes. The passage in which he has sought safety leads into one of the bedrooms, and it is in this same bedroom that we find the three boys, exhausted by what has happened during the past few hours, snatching some sleep, preparatory to continuing the search for the Octopus. Barney, in particular, is sleeping hard and loud.
Hey, what the? Help! Tigers! Help! Help! Tigers! Tigers!
What's the matter,
Help!
Barney?
Quick, turn on the light, Speed. Help!
There's the light.
Help! Take them off me! Tigers!
Why,
Help!
Kitten Muffin!
Kitten, it's a tiger!
Tiger?
Oh, go ahead and laugh. It felt like a tiger in the dark. What's a kitten doing in our room anyhow? Why don't it stay with Jean where it belongs? I don't want to be bitten by a kitten.
Oh, pipe down or you'll arouse the house. So when he didn't bring the police up here as it is, the way you're yelling for help. Oh, a tiger, huh?
Poor Muffin. You scared her, Barney. Here, Muffin. Nice kitty.
I scared her. I didn't go up to her in the dark, meowing in her ear and rubbing up against her while she was dreaming of the octopus.
Well, put the cat out, Speed, so Barney can relax. You know, kittens are so dangerous.
Okay.
Think you're funny, don't you? Well, I don't. I might as well stay up the rest of the night for all the sleep I'm getting. Even the cats won't let a guy rest around here.
Come on, Muffin. Out you go. There. Cat's put out.
All right. I'll put out the light, too, and come to bed, Speed. Yeah, maybe we can go back to sleep unless Barney here mistakes a mosquito for an eagle.
What's the use? Between night-walking cats and your wisecracks, I'm all out of the notion of sleeping. And what's more, I've got a hunch that the octopus is wandering around somewheres near us, too. And believe me, if he is, then we'd all better forget sleep.
Keep your revolver ready when we step out of this secret passage, Quan Wu. We may find ourselves in the bedroom where the secret police are sleeping. I have no way of telling.
Is it wise to run such a risk, Master?
I must. We cannot stay in this passage forever. And tomorrow the search will be renewed. They may find the entrance and we would be trapped. Better to chance an escape in the dark. Take them by surprise.
I never thought that the chase would come so close.
That is because you did not know Clint Barlow. He is the only man who might possibly end my career. That is why I must end his first.
You will seek to destroy your enemy, even though you are outnumbered at present, Master?
If the opportunity arises, yes. For instance, if we come upon them asleep, I shall have my chance. Otherwise, if they are not in that room, we shall proceed to the underground hangar and fly to Tibet. Should the secret police attempt to follow me there, they will destroy themselves. I shall be spared the trouble.
Have we almost reached the end of the secret passage, Master?
I believe so, Quan Wu. You must be very, very careful. Make no more noise than necessary, and have your revolver ready. Once out of the passage, we may have to run for it, fighting every inch of the way.
Doggone. I can't sleep a wink ever since that kitten scared me. And that doggone wind ain't exactly a lullaby. Kind of scary sounding. Speed and Clint there, sleeping so peaceful. Just as if they were safe at home. Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, the wind, I guess. I mean, I hope. Gee, wished I had the kitten with me now. Kind of lonesome here in the dark with Speed and Clint sound asleep. Doggone that creaking thing. Wish somebody'd oil it, whatever it is.
Barney.
No, don't do that, Clint.
What the dickens you mumbling about, anyhow?
I thought you was asleep.
I was, until your monologue woke me up. What's the idea?
Something's up, Clint. I can't sleep. And you know when I can't sleep, something's awful wrong somewhere.
Yeah, in your head something's wrong. You're just imagining things.
No, I ain't. Hear that wind?
Yeah, and what's wrong about that? Wind can't bite you.
It ain't only the wind. It's my hunch. And I've been hearing things.
Go to sleep, and then you won't hear them. And if you can't sleep, at least keep quiet so I can.
Hey, hear that? That's what I mean.
That's nothing, you sap. Probably a loose shutter someplace around the house.
I wish that was all that's loose around this house.
Oh, well. Forget it and go to sleep.
Hey, who's walking someplace?
What?
Hear them footsteps?
Say, you're right, Barney.
There's two of them. Two guys by the sound. And they're coming this way.
Yes, but they're not out in the hall. And they're not overhead. Where the dickens are they?
Clint, they wouldn't be the Octopus and Quan Wu in the secret passage, would they? They've stopped.
It sounds like them, Barney. Get ready for action. I'm going to awaken Speed.
I knew this was going to happen. Of all places in this big house for a secret passage to come out, it'd have to be the room we're sleeping in.
Oh, Speed. Speed. Here, wake up, Speed.
Clint? What's wrong?
I think the Octopus and Quan Wu are near. The passage they hid in must end in this room.
This room?
Yeah. Listen to them. They're talking things over.
Oh, come on, quick. We haven't much time. Put the pillows under the covers so it'll look like we're still in our beds.
Like this, Clint?
Yeah, that's the idea. That's fine, Speed. Now, just a hump will do in this darkness. I don't think the Octopus will stop to investigate who's in the room.
Where are we going to be while these pillows are taking our place?
Well, you take that corner over there, Barney, and I'll take this one by the light. From the sound of those footsteps, I'd say that the entrance to the passage is somewhere in this wall. So with you there and me here, well, we'll be sure to trap them as they come out of the wall. When I switch on the lights, go to it, fellas.
A surprise party, huh? Swell. Nobody I'd like to surprise more than that Octopus guy.
Where do you want me to be, Clint?
On the floor over there by the door, Speed. This is one battle you're going to stay out of.
Oh, Clint.
Orders?
Yes, sir.
Guess they've made up their minds what they're going to do when they get out here.
Come on, hurry up, Barney. Get over there to your corner.
I never thought I'd play Octopus in the corner.
Will you get over there?
All right, all right.
And Speed, now you stay there by the door on the floor.
Yeah, Clint.
Now, quiet now. Quiet. Don't move or make a sound until I switch on the lights. They're almost Here now. Check.
Double check.
Come, Quan Wu, and quietly. Someone is sleeping in here.
Yes, master.
Wait here while I see who sleeps here. If it is the secret police, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yes,
Now the move, Octopus. We've got you covered.
So I see, Barlow. You were waiting for us, huh?
Waiting a long time. Well, this is the end for you.
Possibly.
Oh, Speed.
Yeah, Clint?
Go get Li Ying and his men.
We don't need them yet, Clint. Let me tie these guys up myself. I'd love it.
Keep away from them, Barney. They're tricky. You've done enough as it is with that sneeze.
I couldn't help it. That corner was drafty.
Hey, Clint, look out. The octopus has something in his hand.
Keep your hands up, Octopus. Not a move.
I wouldn't dare, Barlow, with the ace of secret police covering me so carefully.
Master.
Yeah, hold your tongue, Quan Wu.
Yeah, how'd you ever get loose from that staircase anyhow, Wu? How'd you ever get out of them handcuffs?
Secrets, Barney.
Oh, still trying to be mysterious, huh, Octopus? Well, after this is all over, I'm going to meet you in some nice private jail yard and knock every secret you've got out of you.
If you can.
Listen to that
Now, keep quiet, Barney. Quan Wu, keep away from the Octopus. If you think to save him by shielding him with your own body while he escapes, you're badly mistaken. In the first place, he's not worth such a sacrifice. Take care of him, Barney.
It's a pleasure, pal.
And Speed, you go call Li Ying, as I've told you, and you, Octopus, I'll trouble you for your revolver. And whatever you're holding in that other hand...
With pleasure, Clint Barlow.
Look out! They're getting away!
It's a gas bomb!
Hold them! Oh!
Hey, Barney, quick! Down on the floor! The Octopus has released a poison gas bomb! Down, fella, close to the floor! It's our only chance, I tell you!
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Though the Octopus and Quan Wu were still at large in a secret passage in Dr. Kingsley's house, Speed, Clint, and Barney, exhausted by the happening of the past few hours, snatched some sleep. Barney is restless and awakens Clint as he hears footsteps on the other side of the wall. That means that the secret passage leads into their room. Quickly awaking Speed, Clint stations Barney in one corner, himself in another, and Speed with the door, stuffing pillows in their beds so it will appear as if they are occupied. As the secret panel slides back and the Octopus and Quan Wu step out into the room, Barney sneezes. Clint switches on the lights, covering his enemies all the while, but the Octopus is ready for such an emergency. At the opportune moment, he hurls a small poison gas bomb to the floor, and Clint, realizing their predicament, calls to the others to drop to the floor while the Octopus and Wu make their escape.
Hey, Speed! Speed! Open the door, quick! Make for it, Barney! We've got to get out of here before that gas settles down.
You're telling me.
There you are, Clint! And out we go! Well, now to arouse the others. They haven't already heard all the noise.
Should I shut the door, Clint?
No. I'll leave it open. The draft between it and the window will blow the gas away.
Yeah. The Octopus didn't figure on using that cute little gas bomb idea on a windy night.
Hurry up. Come on. We may nab him yet.
Hey, sounds like somebody's seen him in the garden.
See if they can only get him before he gets away.
Well, the lights are going on all over, see? We browsed the house.
Please, what has happened?
I had the Octopus in our room, but he got away again. Through the window and over the balcony. We've got to get down into the garden. They saw him and we heard shots.
Quickly then, let us go down. I will send a detail of men up to your room in case he should double back.
No, that room is full of poison gas. The Octopus won't return there, and you better not send anyone in there until the gas has had a chance to clear up. I just had a taste of it, but that was enough.
Hey, here. This way's the quickest to the garden.
What's up, son?
Nothing for you to bother about, Sergeant. You guys stay at your posts inside. We'll tend to the outside, but you might keep a weather eye open for the Octopus.
Hurry, fellas.
Yeah, now you stay with us, Speed. Don't go so far ahead.
Hey, would you look at the east? It's getting kind of light. Must be near dawn.
Keep your eyes on the garden instead of the sky, Barney. The Octopus may be behind any bush.
Police out here are sure excited. Running around with those flashlights and lanterns, they look like a lot of lightning bugs.
This group by the wall seems to be the center of excitement. Let us see what they have to say, huh?
Mr. Ying, the most extraordinary thing has just happened.
What, Captain Dawes?
A short time ago, we saw two men leap from the balcony of Mr. Barlow's room.
The Octopus and Quan Wu.
Where did they go, Captain? That's the strange part of it. They came directly toward us on a dead run. And Mr. Barlow, you yourself told me the Octopus was up in your room and that we should surround the room carefully while you went for Mr. Ying.
I told you?
It was your voice, sir. Sure as I'm standing here. It all happened so fast that I was about to obey orders without question when I happened to flash my light in your face. By that time, you'd reached the gate there with your companion.
Yeah? Then what did Clint do?
I saw he had a mask on. I realized he was the Octopus. We fired wildly, but it was too late. The Octopus and the man with him were through the gate and lost in the darkness. I placed a dragnet of men around the neighborhood, but I'm afraid we've lost him again.
The Octopus imitated my voice so well that he fooled Captain Dawes here. Say, Barney, I used to know another man who could do that.
Yeah?
Who, Clint?
Well, it doesn't matter, Speed. That was a long time ago. But it is strange that the Octopus could imitate me so well when he speaks with a decided accent.
Must be phony.
It might. It's hard to say. With all that excitement going on, the tone would be enough to fool Captain Dawes. Well, at any rate, let's hope that dragnet catches the Octopus and Quan Wu again.
The wind has died, Master. Now we shall be better able to hear our enemies should they draw too near.
But dawn will soon break, Quan Wu. We must get away from here before then. Here.
Master, you are removing your mask?
I must. It attracts attention. I must travel to the underground hangar alone, Quan Wu. Now that they know you to be a member of my band, I can no longer be seen with you until we are safe once more. I trust you to join me at the hangar in safety.
Yes, Master. I have no fear of the Hong Kong police.
No, but the secret police may join in the search. They know you.
And you, Master, would they not know you, recognize your voice?
I shall see to it that they do not see nor hear me, Quan Wu. Now listen carefully to my instructions.
Yes, Master.
Should you reach the hangar before I do, order my aviators to have their motors warmed up and waiting. Get the mechanics to the giant hangar doors so that when I arrive, the giant doors can be rolled back and we shall take off immediately.
You will leave nothing in Hong Kong?
Nothing but a skeleton organization of spies to keep me informed and to prepare for the time when I shall return. But that must wait until Clint Barlow is no more. Meantime, we shall have plenty to do in Tibet. Now, be off with you and make haste. For should you not arrive at the hangar by the time I do, we shall not wait for you, Quan Wu.
No, master. Or then you would wait forever. But do not worry. I shall be there.
Fire. The police. Into the bushes.
I don't think we're going to have any luck here.
That booming octopus wasted no time in getting away from the Long Sea Road.
Yeah, right, sure.
Might as well return and file our report with Captain Dog.
They are tired of the chase, Quan Wu. Now's our chance to escape. You go one way, I'll go another.
But, master, you are unmasked.
I am safer when I appear as other men, Quan Wu. There's only one man who must never see my face. Others, so long as I do not speak, will not know me to be the octopus. To the rest, I am a mask, a voice, a will.
But that other man?
No need to worry about him now. We must concentrate on getting to the hangar. And then, Tibet.
So near and yet so far. We almost got our hooks on the octopus twice, and then, by golly, he slipped away.
Well, we had some bad luck in losing him, but we were lucky to come through it ourselves.
Yeah, whoever thought that guy'd have poison gas? He's a one-man ammunitions plant.
He takes advantage of everything, too.
Well, Speed, now that you've seen the octopus in action, you may have an idea of the man's genius. You know what we're really up against now.
Oh, he's smart, all right. But you can outsmart him any day of the week, Clint.
Well, I haven't done so well so far, but at least we've come close to him. So close that I think he'll be leaving Hong Kong.
And the question is, where will he go, Clint?
We all believe Tibet.
But where in Tibet?
I don't know yet. It'll take time to find out. Now, that's where Bob Gilmore is going to prove invaluable. Now, he knew Marshal Winfield's brother well. Knew where the oil surveys were being conducted. Now, I've got a hunch that the Octopus headquarters will be somewhere in that territory.
Oil in Tibet. It has never been found to my knowledge. The country is rich in gold and other minerals, but oil? No.
Maybe that's why that oil company that young Winfield was with folded, Clint.
Well, maybe, but I think there's something more than that caused them to fold, Barney. No company is going to the expense of surveying wild and little-known territory for oil unless they've had some pretty sure signs of it.
Or unless they were using the oil gag as a cover-up for something else.
Hey, the kid's got something, all right, Clint.
Possibly, but according to the records, that company was perfectly straight. Well, I wish Bob was having breakfast with us. I'd like to question him again, but he's sleeping now, and I don't want to wake him.
Dr. Kingsley said he had a tough time keeping him in bed when all the excitement was going on around here.
Well, knowing Bob, I don't wonder.
You know, it's funny. Here Bob, banged up as he is, fights to get out of bed and chase the octopus all over China, while I'd fight to stay in bed.
Doctor sure had a war in his house, hasn't he?
Yes, well, I told him to catch up on some sleep while we're having breakfast and making plans for the future.
I imagine little Jean was frightened over the shooting, was she not?
Yes, but once she knew we were safe, she quieted right down.
Is she sleeping too, Clint?
Yes, Speed.
Sure, we gotta take turns sleeping and eating, kid. You never know when or where the octopus is gonna pop up again.
Well, Bob got the worst of his last encounters. That clout he received from splinters up in his cabin on the Siang River, and then being slugged when he went out to order reinforcements didn't do him any good either.
And on top of that, he went clear into the police station to get Ying here after he came to. Boy, Bob sure has got what it takes.
Yes, he really saved our lives. I won't forget that.
Want me to sing Hearts and Flowers now?
Oh, well, now, you were lined up against the wall with the rest of us, old pal. Now, don't forget that.
Oh, I know Bob brought reinforcements to us in the nick of time, and I'm plenty grateful. But how about the times I've saved your life? And what thanks do I get?
Oh, well, you're going to start that again, huh?
Well, I don't know why not. Your hand posies to everybody except me.
Well, how about the times I've saved your life, old pal?
You saved mine?
Yes, and if you want them in alphabetical order, we'll start with that time in the Argentine.
Okay. Just forget I said anything about it.
We don't have time to go around thanking one another for favors, Barney.
I'll say not. Things happen too fast.
And right now, I should advise you all to enjoy this bountiful breakfast. Here is peace, good food, warmth. What more can we ask?
It'd be swell, Ying, if I didn't know that something's liable to pop at any minute. Kind of gives me nervous indigestion.
Well, your nerves don't interfere with your appetite, I notice.
Well, I ain't ate for days. By the way, Clint, what's the next move?
Well, I'll have to cable Chief Riley the latest developments. And then, if the dragnet catches nothing, we'll have to do some real undercover work to find out where the octopus has gone.
Listen, they've seen something.
That's the octopus.
Oh, I knew this breakfast was too good to last. And you're wrong about that next move, Clint. It'll be no undercover work, but right out in the garden to see what all the excitement's about.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney almost cornered the octopus in Dr. Kingsley's home, and the attack that the criminal had planned acted as a boomerang and almost trapped him. He did lose most of his men, excepting the aviators, who are awaiting him at his secret underground hangar. So, removing his mask, since it attracts attention, the octopus starts for his aviation headquarters. The secret police, meanwhile, are eating breakfast after a hectic night, while a dragnet is thrown around the neighborhood in the hope that the octopus and Quan Wu will be caught. Just as they are making plans for the future, shots are heard in the garden, and the boys rush outside in time to see Captain Dawes of the Hong Kong police enter the garden shaking his head angrily.
What's up, Captain Dawes? Who fired those shots?
Yeah, did you see the octopus?
No. Some of the men said they glimpsed the Chinese Quan Wu at a distance. They called him to a halt, and when he failed to do so, fired. But he escaped, for worse luck. He did drop this in his haste, though.
A paper?
Yes, Speed. It seems to be some sort of map.
A map? Let's have it, Captain.
Of course.
Ain't very big, is it?
Not in size, Barney, but it certainly is in importance. Do you know what I think this is?
No.
A map of the secret hangar that we've been looking for. If it is, then we have a darn good clue as to where the octopus is heading for right this minute. Come on, let's get inside and wake up Bob Gilmore.
Do you think he'd know what it's all about, Clint?
Yes, he knows Hong Kong well, and his knowledge of engineering will enable him to read this map quickly. And that's important. If this is the map of the underground hangar, we want to get to it before the octopus has time to fly out of it.
Well, here's Bob, everybody. But I didn't have to wake him up. He heard those shots same as we did and was on his way down as I came up.
Hi, Bob. How do you feel?
Oh, fit as a fiddle, Speed. What's up?
Captain Dawes almost caught Quan Wu when he got away again. He dropped this map, though.
And I think you'll be able to help us on this, Bob. Do you feel well enough to concentrate?
Yeah, how about that head of yours, huh?
Say, I'd concentrate on this map without a head if it'd help lead us to the octopus, fellas. Anyhow, I'm almost as good as new now.
What do you make of this map, then? You know, I think it's the plan of the underground hangar that houses all of the Octopus's planes. What do you think it is?
Yeah, and even more important, where do you think it is?
Let's see now.
Here comes Ying.
Oh, good. He's just in time.
Sorry I was delayed, Clint. I wanted to look over the ground where that map was found. I thought there might be another clue, but I found nothing.
We're lucky to get this much, I think.
We are, Barney. As a rule, the Octopus has no maps of his headquarters or anything pertaining to them.
We're not sure that this is really important yet, Ying. Bob's studying it now. Thought we'd save time by giving it to him. Meanwhile, I have something for you to do.
Yes, Clint?
The secret police have planes in Hong Kong, have they not?
Oh, yes. One in particular, a 6-passenger monoplane, flew in just a few days ago. One of our men had it out on other police business.
6-passenger, huh? Now, that's it.
What do you mean, it?
That ship that we captured from the Octopus won't do us any good on our next flight, Barney. We need a larger plane, and one that we can depend on.
You mean we're going to take to the air again?
We will if the Octopus does, and that's about all that's left for him around Hong Kong.
Well, judging by the past few days, I think the air's safer than the ground at that. It's a cinch there won't be any secret passages in that police plane for guys to come popping out of.
Gee, Clint, are we really going to fly again?
Looks like it, Speed. I'll have to check with Chief Riley first, of course. But if the Octopus takes to the air and heads into Tibet, we'll have to follow by air. It's the only way.
Well, who all's going?
I don't know yet, but there'll be more than just the three of us. I do know that. Bob will go, for one, and perhaps Gene and Dr. Kingsley.
Gene in the dark? But, Clint, why take him on a dangerous flight like that?
But dangerous as it is, I think it'll be safer than Hong Kong for them, Barney. Remember, the criminal organization of the Octopus is worldwide. He'll stop at nothing to get rid of anyone who might be the cause of his downfall. The doctor has worked with us too closely, helped us too much, to be safe until the Octopus has been captured and placed where he belongs.
But what about Gene, Clint? If we're going to Tibet after the Octopus, that's sure no place for a girl.
Well, wait until we have to decide all that before we go worrying about it, Speedy. And meanwhile, Ying, I wish you'd find out about that monoplane, if it's in condition for a long and possibly sustained flight, and how soon we can have it. We may need it right away.
Hey, where do we get gas in Tibet?
I have the refueling station spotted on an aviation map, Barney. It takes care of Tibet also.
Well, I don't care about us taking care of Tibet. Will it take care of us? That's what I want to know.
Oh, now pipe down a minute while I finish these instructions for Ying, will you?
Okay.
Now, the telephone wires haven't been repaired yet, Ying, so you'll have to go in person. And while you're out, you might drop in at the telephone company and see what's holding them up.
Yes. The police reported that the wires had been cut, but it takes a little time for the company to send repairmen out. I rather imagine that everyone is upset about the Siang dock affair, too. The British authorities particularly. They are devoting every effort to the capture of the Octopus.
They've got most of his Hong Kong gang, at least. That's something.
Yes, Bee, but as long as the Octopus is at large, he'll find men to do his bidding. Well, better go along, see about that plane, Ying.
Immediately, Clint. I shall report back here as soon as I have finished.
All right, then. We'll see you later. Well, is Dr. Kingsley upstairs still, Barney?
Yeah, staying with Gene. He was excited about the shooting until I explained what had happened. Said he'd be down pretty soon.
Oh, good.
Say, Clint, let's see, I think I've got a lead from this map.
Oh, you think so, Bob?
Yes, now look, right here. These lines here form a peculiar pattern.
I see. It looks something like a coastline.
Well, but it isn't. From the bearings, it isn't far from the center of Hong Kong.
Can't be a coastline, then. Not unless the ocean's moved up a lot since I last saw it.
Exactly, Barney. And so, as far as I know, there's only one spot in the Hong Kong topography that would conform with that line, and that's a hill on the outskirts of the city.
Well, a hill, huh? Is it with other hills, or does it rise from open ground, Bob?
Well, as I remember, it's right on the edge of a plain, Clint.
Then that's it.
There you go with that it again. What's it?
That's the underground hangar, Barney. Don't you see? Now, clever engineering could hollow out enough of such a hill and reinforce it so that it could house a large number of pursuit planes, such as the Octopus seems to favor.
And they could use the level ground outside of the hill to take off and land on.
Yes, Speed.
Yeah, but how did they get the planes outside? That's what I like to know.
And that's what we're going to find out, Barney. Get out to Captain Dawes and ask him to come along with a detail of men. Get them into the open cars and stand ready for immediate departure.
Me too, Clint?
Yes, Bob. We'll need you to show us the way, because we're going to that hill right now. We may be in time to stop the flight of the Octopus.
Master.
On who? I did not think we would arrive at the hangar at the same time.
I was almost stopped by the Hong Kong police, but I managed to escape.
Good. I should not like to lose my most able lieutenant.
And you, Master? You had no trouble in getting here?
No. Without the mask, I attracted no attention. But I took a long and involved way of getting here, just on the chance that one of the clever secret police might be tracking me.
Shall we go inside the hangar, then?
One moment. I do not want my aviators to see me without my mask. There. Now let us go in.
Very clever. This small door in the side of this hill. So well hidden by bushes is it that no one would suspect an entrance of being here.
The genius of my working men, Quan Wu. This secret hangar is the one thing I truly regret leaving in Hong Kong. Constructed in the heart of this hill as it is, with that great plain as a flying field, and no habitation near, no curious onlookers to see my planes land or take off. It is very valuable to me.
Shall I close the hidden door after us, Master?
Yes. It is enough to have the great hangar doors open without chancing exposure of this entrance, too. Hurry, Quan Wu.
Yes, Master.
I don't hear the motors.
They are awaiting your coming, Master. Do not fear. The motors have already been warmed up. Everything is in readiness.
I trust that it is. Even though the secret police have no idea of where I am, I'm still uneasy. Barlow came too close this last time, Wu. It must not happen again.
It shall not, Master. By the time he learns of our departure, we shall be far in Tibet. And see, here are the men now.
Give the signal. I have a few last orders for them.
Yes, Master.
Men of the Octopus Band, we are leaving Hong Kong temporarily and are going to my headquarters in Tibet. You understand? Good. You all know the location, should we become separated. But I order you to remain in squadron formation unless danger or accident prevents. I will fly the lead plane myself and signal you what to do in such a case. You understand that? I'm leaving a skeleton crew here to take care of the hangar while we are gone and to keep me posted on local affairs. Those whom I have selected for this crew already have their orders and will remain here until further word from me. The rest of you, to your planes.
Master, the alarm is signal of approaching danger.
Quiet! Quiet, all of you! Quiet! See what it is, Quan Wu. Here comes the sentry now.
Master, the police have been sighted. They come this way, towards the hill.
The police? Then they know of this hangar. Barlow knows where I am.
Quick, into your plane, Master.
Start your motors, all of you. Prepare for instant flight as soon as the doors are rolled back. And have your machine guns ready, too. Shoot your way out. You, sentry, give the signal to open the hangar doors as soon as I am in my plane.
Yes, Master. It shall be done.
Quick, Quan Wu. We haven't a minute to lose.
I am to fly with you, Master.
Yes, the plane I am using is a two-seater. Come, this way.
How could the secret police have guessed where the hangar was located?
Who can tell what the secret police will guess? Barlow has a brain that is equaled only by his instinct. Here, this is the plane, Wu. Get in.
Look, the hangar doors are about to open.
Yes, and we are ready for flight, Wu. Let us see how Barlow and his secret police like the taste of our machine guns as we fly over their heads.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. By means of a map that Quan Wu dropped, Speed, Clint, Barney, and a detail of police are able to locate the secret hangar of the Octopus. Before they can reach the hill which houses the planes of the criminal, however, Wu and the Octopus arrive there and prepare for an immediate takeoff for Tibet. Just before the huge doors are rolled back to allow the planes to taxi out on the landing field, a lookout announces the arrival of the secret police, and the Octopus orders his aviators to blast them with their machine guns as they zoom over their heads. Meanwhile, the boys in the police cars approach the hill that was indicated on the map.
Yeah, this is the place, all right, Clint. You can see the peculiar formation of the baseline even from a car.
Yeah, that's right, Bob. Pull up a minute, driver.
The other machines are stopping too, Clint. And Captain Dawes is getting out and heading this way.
Probably wants to know what we're going to do next. And so do I. Just what are we going to do, Clint?
We'll have to talk that over, Barney. Bob, I believe that the main entrance to that hangar is facing this way, don't you?
Oh, yes. Those mountains behind this hill certainly don't provide any sort of a landing field. This flat area is the only answer to such a problem.
I don't see how that hill could really be a hangar, Bob. It's just like any of the other hills around here.
That's what it is, Speed, according to this map.
And you should know by now how clever the Octopus is at hiding his tracks from your experience at the Siang Dock, Speed.
I'll say so.
Well, might as well cut off your motor, driver. We'll go on from here by foot.
Yes, sir.
Anything wrong, Mr. Baldo? I don't think we'd better stay in the cars now, Captain Dawes. They provide too good a target should the Octopus decide to attack. Mm-hmm. Now, what do you think about spreading the men out into a fan-shaped advance? Now, judging from this map, we're facing the entrance to the hangar now.
Very good, sir.
All right, and they better carry tear gas bombs, too. I hope that we can surprise the Octopus and his gang before they take off. Once they're in the air, we won't have a chance of stopping them.
I'll give those orders to the men now, Mr. Baldo.
What I want to know is, how are we going to surprise anybody that's sitting in the middle of a hill?
We certainly won't by sitting in this car. All right. Pile out, everybody.
Too bad it's daylight. We'd have a better chance if it was dark, wouldn't we?
No, not necessarily, Speed. It's going to be hard enough to find the entrance to the hangar in daylight, much less in the dark.
The map shows us one entrance, a small one, but I can't find any trace of a larger one, and it must exist. How else could they get the planes out?
Say, nothing bothers that Octopus guy. He probably catapults them out of the top of the hill like a volcano.
You ready, Mr. Baldo?
Golly, didn't take the captain long to station his men.
No, we'll have to work fast on this job. I'm just hoping that the Octopus has pulled in his lookouts.
Suffering whangdoodles. I never thought of them. Maybe he knows we're out here.
You'll have to chance that, Barney. There's been no sign of anything yet. He probably thinks himself completely safe and has drawn in all his outposts. Oh, Bob.
Yes, Clint?
Comparing the hill with a map, now, where would you say the entrance was located?
By that clump of bushes near the base.
I see. Then we'll make that objective. Will you take that message to Captain Dawes?
All right. Right away, Clint.
Now, let's see now. I don't think there's anything we've overlooked. We're all armed and have plenty of ammunition.
As long as the Octopus stays on the ground, we have an even chance. But if he takes to the air before we catch up with him, we should have brought anti-aircraft guns along.
Oh, don't be a sap, Barney. This isn't a war.
Tell that to the Octopus.
Look, Bob's waving his arm. They're all ready to go, Clint.
Yeah, okay. Stay beside me, Speed, and follow orders to the letter.
Yes, sir.
Advance! On the double, quick!
All right, friends,
Boy, if you ask me, we got plenty of what it takes. Going after the Octopus gang like this in broad daylight. Not many guys ought to do it.
Oh, stop bragging and save your breath. They're liable to need it if the Octopus gang spots us before we get to some sort of protection.
Yeah. We're sure out in the open now.
Hey, look. The whole side of the hill is moving back.
Flying dude. Look, Clint.
The doors of the secret hangar. Those planes will be taxiing out for a takeoff at any minute. All you men, charge!
Look at that black and silver plane leading them out.
I'll bet my bottom dollar that's the Octopus plane.
Look, Quan, the police ahead.
Too bad. Now they know where the secret hangar is hidden.
But their knowledge won't do them any good after my gunners get through with them, Wu.
Even should one escape, the hangar will no longer be safe for us. The last link with Hong Kong will be broken.
None shall escape. Strung out in a line as they are, they're entirely at my mercy. Fasten your safety belt, Quan Wu. I'm about to take off.
Yes, Master.
Down upon the police.
Is there any danger of them shooting us down?
I shall be careful to stay out of range of their gunfire. I shall signal to my gunners to open fire at the proper moment, and then the police will think only of seeking cover instead of returning fire.
Look, we are almost upon them.
Yes, and I shall give the signal to commence firing while we climb to a safer altitude.
How can you signal?
With the wings of my plane, like this.
The planes are dropping below us.
To fire upon our secret police. See, they're beginning to seek cover already.
They will be hard to hit from a plane.
Yes, but our fire will stop any notion that they may have of bringing us down. See, my gunners have begun the attack.
And the police are dropping to the earth.
They think to find safety by doing so. But I do not think they were wise to make such a move.
Look, they are returning our fire.
What?
Yes. See? Those three just below us.
Clint, Barlow, and Barney Kidnapped. I might have known. But look, there's another plane bearing down upon them.
They will never live through that hail of bullets.
No, they will not. And the rest of the police are stretched out on the plane, too. My gunners have done a good job. I shall give them the signal to rejoin me.
They have seen your signal. They are beginning to gain altitude.
And when they are in position, we shall resume our flight to Tibet without the interference of the police.
Speed, are you all right?
Yes, Clint. How about you?
Okay, but don't move. No one must move until those planes are out of sight.
Boy, oh boy. I thought we was going ashore when that one plane nosed down toward us. Them machine gun bullets was making all sorts of fancy pictures in the dust around me. Getting closer and closer until that guy's gun jammed.
Figured he'd gotten us by that time.
Yes, the aviators of the Octopus gang can fly better than their gunners can shoot. Lucky for us. I wonder how Captain Dawes' men fared.
Not so good, judging from them groans. Let's go see.
No, wait. Those planes aren't quite out of sight yet.
They will be in a minute. Then what, Clint?
And we'll go to the secret hangar. I can see a few men moving about in there now, but they're paying no attention to us. Evidently think we're done for and want to close the hangar doors before anyone else should discover it.
Think we can get the jump on them before that happens?
Sure, and we can begin right now. The planes are out of sight. Quick, on your feet, and keep your guns ready in case the gang inside the hangar should try and attack.
Just let them try it.
Look, isn't that Captain Dawes getting out?
Yes, come on, let's get over there to him.
Looks like quite a few of the police missed getting hit. Guess them flyers were more interested in getting away from here than in target practice.
Oh, Captain Dawes.
Yes, Barlow. How on earth did you ever escape that aerial attack? I saw that one plane heading right down for you. I thought you were done for.
His gun jammed, Captain.
How many of your men are left, Captain?
We'll soon see.
Pull yourself together. Come on, men. Pull yourself together. Yeah. Well, it's not as bad as I thought. Those octopus gunners are bad shots.
Yes, we have a few wounded men that should be cared for immediately, but no fatalities as far as I can see.
How about taking the wounded over to the hangar out of this sun? They probably have a phone there, too, so as we can call an ambulance and also let Ying know where we are.
Yeah, but we'll have to capture the hangar first. Remember, some more of the octopus gangsters are in there.
They'll probably try to shoot their way to freedom. Oh, Speed, you stay here and watch over the wounded men. Captain Dawes, call your men for another advance. And this time we'll be on an equal footing with the enemy.
Very well, Barlow.
Clint, please let me go into the hangar with you.
No, Speed. It's more important that you stay here with the wounded. We can take care of the few men left in the hangar.
There may be more than you think.
Orders, Speed.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hey, let's get going. Everything's quiet in the hangar so far. Let's get over there before they decide we'll make good targets.
Okay, let's go.
Say, do you think Speed will be all right back there alone, Clint?
Yes. Besides, we won't be alone long. I don't think it'll take much time to round up the bunch in the hangar.
You see what we're going to do?
They're going to try and close the hangar doors.
Surrender, or we fire.
We might give them a shot or so over their heads so as they'll know we really mean it.
Right, but aim high.
Say, running this way, I couldn't hit anything if I tried.
That convinced them?
Yeah. Look at them throwing down their guns and coming towards us with their hands in the air. Not much courage there.
They probably think if we lived through the machine gun bullets from the plane, nothing they could do could harm us.
Won't take any charge of the beggars, though. Disarm the enemy.
Now, well, they're busy with that. Let's take a look in the hangar, Barney.
Okay. Boy, look at the inside of this hill. It's a nifty of a hangar, ain't it? Everything modern.
Yeah, and so well hidden that no one would ever dream of such a thing being here.
The octopus must have some magicians working for him to build a thing like this.
Yes. Hey, Barney, look, out where we left Speed.
Hey, it's one of the octopus fellas sneaking up behind him.
A sentry that we overlooked. Quick, we've got to stop him before it's too late.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Aided by the map that Quan Wu dropped, Speed, Clint, Barney, Bob, and some of the Hong Kong police locate the underground hangar of the Octopus. They arrive just before the planes take off, and the criminal orders his gunners to fire on the police from the planes. Fortunately, in the haste of the takeoff, only a few are wounded, and after the planes are out of sight, Clint and the others capture the small band of Octopus gangsters left in the hangar, leaving Speed with the wounded. Just as they are about to inspect the hangar within the hill, however, Clint and Barney see an Octopus sentry, who evidently escaped their notice, sneaking up behind Speed with a drawn gun.
We haven't a chance of reaching the kid, Clint.
Out of the way, Barney.
You got him!
In the arm. Just where I wanted to get him. Now I won't be able to use that gun, and he'll still be able to answer some questions.
What's up, Barlow?
I just winged an Octopus sentry, Captain Dawes. He was sneaking up on Speed.
Look, the kid's bringing him in at the point of a gun.
How on earth did we ever miss him? Probably was posted on the outskirts of the landing field. But why the attempted attack on Speed? He might have known he couldn't escape.
Oh, the guy's dumb, that's all, Clint. Anybody who works for the Octopus is dumb, or he wouldn't be working for him.
Yeah, you're right there, Barney. Captain Dawes, if you've made certain of your prisoners, you'd better bring the wounded into the hangar.
I'm going to. We found a telephone, and an ambulance is already on the way here.
Now, good. Meanwhile, I want to question this man that Speed is bringing in. He may be able to throw some light on the destination of the Octopus flight.
Look, here comes Bob, tearing along, too.
I'll look after the wounded now, Barlow. Call on me if you need any help.
Oh, thank you, Captain Dawes. Hi, Speed. Are you all right?
Yeah, Clint. I was sure surprised when I heard your gun and looked up to see it pointing in my direction.
That was the sweetest shooting I've seen in a long time, kid. Quick and to the point. Another minute and that guy would have had you sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Clint.
Don't thank me, Speed. I should have known better than to leave you alone out there with the wounded. Now then, let's see what this man has to say for himself.
Oh, Chang not going to hurt boy. Chang thought he was Octopus follower. Chang flamed out police.
Don't give us that stuff or I'll knock your teeth down your throat. We saw you sneaking up behind the kid with your gun.
Oh, no. Chang, good boy. Chang hurt that.
I saw the whole thing, Clint, but I was too far away to help.
That's all right, Bob. Main thing now is to see if this man is willing to talk.
Say, I've located a small room right near here, Clint. Must have served as an office. Let's take him in there.
All right, good. Lead on then, Bob.
All right, right this way.
Yeah, and while we're going there, Chang, or whatever your name is, you might as well think up a whole list of correct answers, because we're sure going to ask you a lot of questions.
Will those wounded police be all right, Clint?
Yes, Speed. The Captain Dawes is looking after them now.
Here we are. Right through this door.
Come on, Chang. Step on it.
Chang, chop, chop.
Say, this must have been the Octopus's office, all right. Got a short wave set and everything in it.
Yeah, but no maps or papers, except that map of Asia on the wall, Speed. They made a clean sweep of anything that might give a hint as to their destination.
Well, you've searched this room already, Bob?
Well, hurriedly. As soon as I saw that the Octopus men were arrested, I happened to notice this door and wondered where it led.
You're doing all right, Bob. Sure don't waste any time.
Well, let's get to Chang now, huh?
Chang know nothing. Chang not Octopus follower. Chang poor Chinese farmer.
Who said anything about you being an Octopus gangster?
Oh, so tight.
Gotcha that time.
But regardless of what we said, we know that you are. And expect you to cooperate with us to the fullest extent by telling us where your master is going.
Chang know nothing.
Let me at him a minute, Clint.
All right, go ahead.
Look, wise guy. Do you know what this is I'm holding up in front of you?
Oh, so a fist.
Yeah, that's right, a fist. So you do know something after all. And I'll let you in on a little secret. Unless you tell us everything you know about the Octopus and where he's going, this fist is going to smack you right on the nose.
Oh, no.
Don't like it, huh? Ain't so brave when you haven't got a gun. All right, then, spill everything you know.
Me tell all I know. Not know much. Chang just out look here on hill, not know where master is going.
Oh, you're going to start that again. All right, fella, if you want it that way. But there's 4 of us in here to 1 of you. And we'll last a lot longer than you, so you might as well come.
Master, do you think that any of the police survived the aerial attack?
No, Quan. And if a few did, then the crew in the hangar could dispatch them easily.
But I was thinking...
What?
We did not stay to make sure of their destruction. If some of the police managed to survive both the machine gun fire and also the attack of the men in the hangar, would there be a risk of them learning of our destination?
Have you so little faith in me, Quan Wu?
It is not like a faith, Master. But there was so little time to remember such minor details.
I think of everything, do not worry. Suppose some of the police did survive, even Barlow and Dunlap. And I know for a certainty that they cannot be alive. But if they should happen to learn where we are going, let them follow us. Tibet is a good battleground for me.
And an important base for your smuggling and other operations, Master. Would not the presence of the secret police greatly interfere with your activities?
It is plain to be seen that you know little of the country, Quan.
You people do, Master.
And I am one of the few. Do not forget that. I could go anywhere in the world and know what sort of conditions I was up against. Political situation, the sort of protection I was to have. Remember, I have many powerful friends in high places. I shouldn't call them friends, for I know they fear and hate me. But because of the fear they bear me, they will do my bidding.
Yes, Master.
You seem doubtful, Wu. But just because we left Hong Kong is no sign that I have failed in any way. I believe that I accomplished as much as possible there, and that it was time to leave. Also, I rid myself of the one man who might have seriously interfered with my activities, Clint Barlow. And I destroyed him just when he thought he had me in his grasp.
Come on, now hurry up, Chang. Tell us what you know. We're not going to waste much more time in talking to you.
I think we wasted too much already, Clint. Let's rough him up a little. You get on that side. Bob, get on this, and I'll work on his head.
What'll I do, Barney?
You just stand by and watch him, kid. Let us know when he's ready to talk.
All right.
What you do?
Just what I said, Chang. Got his right arm, Bob?
Yep. Yeah, and I'm ready on this side.
Fine. I'll be ready just as soon as I can find something heavy enough for a club.
No, don't touch on me. Octopus touched me many times. Oh, mercy.
Will you talk then?
Oh, yes. Only don't hit me. Mercy. Oh,
and will you tell the truth?
Oh, yes. Chang tell all he know, tell everything.
All right, then. Start talking now. Where's the octopus going?
Po.
What do you mean, poo? I'll smack you for that crap.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Barney. I happen to know what he means. Tibetans call their country Po instead of Tibet. Most people think the name Tibet came from two Tibetan words, I think it's To-Po, meaning Upper Tibet.
Well, why don't he say what he means then, instead of talking foreign?
Always say Po.
Are you a Tibetan?
No. Live there for a while. I work for Octopus there.
What doing?
Come on, speak up or you get that club over your head.
Smuggle Chinese over Himalaya mountains into India.
Smuggling, huh?
Anything else, Chang? Any other sort of operation?
Oh, not no.
What do you mean you not know?
Octopus just treat Chang like coolie. Was other business, but we who smuggle not know what.
Other business? Maybe that's what the octopus is using Miss Marsh's brother for, Clint.
Did you ever see any of the others involved in this business you know nothing about, Cheng?
What? See some.
Anybody by the name of Winfield?
Oh, not no name.
Now, that's how the octopus has gotten along as far as he has. He keeps all his activities separated, so if one is discovered, the workers know little or nothing about anything else.
But Chang can tell us a lot more than he has. How many octopus gangsters are left in Hong Kong?
All here. In underground plane house.
Plane house?
He means hangar. Clint, you think he's telling the truth?
I doubt it, Speed. The octopus would have some means of keeping in touch with Hong Kong. And he certainly wouldn't concentrate them all here in the hangar. He has spies throughout the city, all right, but we can't round them up right now. That job is for Captain Dawes and his men. We've got bigger game to hunt.
And we're really going to follow the octopus into Tibet?
Yes, and we've got a lot to do before we can take off. But first of all, we'll have to check on that plane that Ying told us about.
Has the International Secret Police a branch in Tibet?
No, but we'll establish one. We have so many stations in China that heretofore it was unnecessary to branch out into Tibet. With the octopus there, however, the whole situation has changed.
Yeah, but look, Clint. Tibet is a big place. Just where in Tibet is the octopus going first?
Oh, please. I'm not say more. Octopus will bring revenge down on my head.
You tell us or you'll get a lot more than revenge down on your head. And a lot quicker.
Oh, I tell.
All right, come on, let's have it then.
Oh, first octopus go to Yen Cheng Cheng La.
Yanchen, what?
Wait a minute. I think I recognize that name. It's a big mountain range.
Gee, the octopus sure sticks close to mountains, don't he?
And it's certain he won't stay there. Probably lay over just long enough to make sure everything is safe and running smoothly at his real headquarters. Where are these mountains, Cheng?
In Southern Po, or Tibet, you call it. The mountains rise from the valley of the Sangpo River near Tangri North, Sky Lake, on the fringe of Chiangtang.
Hey, what's he talking about?
Now, wait a minute. Can you translate the name of the mountain range in our tongue?
Oh, yes. Oh, bad place. Yen Cheng Tang La means the spirit of the expanse of great fear.
Spirit of the expanse of great fear. Golly.
Sounds like the happy hunting grounds to me.
Can you show us on a map exactly where the octopus will land in these mountains, Cheng?
Oh, yes, can do.
Then let's get a map of Tibet. The spirit of the expanse of great fear may be the end of the trail for the octopus. At least it will if we have anything to do with it.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police. The Octopus and his fleet of fast planes are nearing their destination in Tibet, the criminal thinking that Clint and Barney are no more. Meanwhile, the boys have captured the crew left in the secret hangar, and from Chang, one of their number, learn that the Octopus is flying to the great mountain range Nien Cheng Tang La, otherwise known as the spirit of the expanse of great fear. Quickly, the boys lead Chang to a large map of Asia, which is hung on the wall of the room they're in, and ask him to point out the exact spot where the Octopus plans to land.
There you are, Chang. Point it out to us and make sure you show us the right spot.
Oh, yes. It is here. You would call it the Black Pass.
The Black Pass?
A good hangout for the octopus, if you ask me, Clint.
Yes. Get the latitude and longitude of the spot, Barney, while I telephone Ying. I want to know if he's getting the information on that 6-passenger monoplane that we're going to use on our Tibetan flight. I'll also let Dr. Kingsley know that we're all right.
Okay, pal. Now, you look close and make sure that spot on the map is Black Pass, Chang, and then I'll get all the dope on paper.
What can I do, Barney?
Sit down and rest while you can, Speed. And you too, Bob. This may be the last time you can do it. Now, come close to the map again, Chang, and give me the lowdown.
How does your head feel, Bob?
Oh, great, Speed. Guess I must have a tough one. scarcely know I'd ever been hit.
I sure hope you can come to Tibet with us. With what you know about engineering on top of what Marsh's brother told you about his surveying plans there, you should be a big help.
I hope I can go, too. I'm anxious to know what happened to Larry Winfield, and if he's alive at all. He'll be there, I'm certain of that.
Wonder if Miss Marsh will be there, too.
Probably.
I sure hope she's all right. She's great, Bob. You'd like her a lot.
I know I would, Speed, judging by her picture and by what Larry told me about her.
She was as brave as anything on the way over here on the China Clipper when the Octopus was doing everything possible to turn us back.
And now it's up to us to rescue her.
Yeah. You know, much as I'd heard about the Octopus and what he did, I never thought anybody could be as much of a sneaking rat as he is.
And if you'd known then as much as you know now, Speed, would you have wanted to join the secret police? Would you have wanted to walk into such danger?
Wanted to? See, I would have wanted to all the more. I've been talking a lot to the fellas back home when I was there, and we all say that gangsters like the Octopus and his gang aren't brave or colorful or anything else. The only color they have is yellow, clean through. The sooner we get rid of them, the better off everybody will be.
Attaboy, Speed. We'll certainly do our part to get rid of the Octopus.
Yeah. Makes me sore that he got away from us this last time. But maybe he'll turn out all right after all. By following him, we'll probably find Miss Marcia.
Yeah, guess I got it all straight now.
You through, Barney?
Yeah, unless Chang here can tell us any more.
Oh, no. Chang tell you all he know.
You know, he spoke about smuggling Chinese from Tibet over the Himalayan mountains into India. How about him giving us that route, too? Then we can bottle that exit up on the Octopus.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, but that'll take more time than we got right now. I think we ought to see what Clint learned from Ying and then get back to town as quick as possible. We can take Chang along with us for more questioning. While we're talking things over with Clint, we can leave him locked up in this room.
You think he'll stay in here, Barney?
Oh, sure. Only way out is that door. We can keep an eye on that all the while we're in the hangar. He wouldn't get far if he tried anything.
Oh, no, Chang, stay here. Chang want to stay with Policy now he told Octopus plan. Chang afraid.
Well, you just keep on being afraid, and don't try any funny stuff while we're gone. Do you hear?
Oh, you're so all the time, Chang.
Yeah, to make sure nobody else hears, I'm going to wreck this shortwave set. Okay. Come on then, you guys. Nobody'll talk over that set again.
Look, the ambulances from Hong Kong have arrived already. Sure didn't take them long to get here.
Now, guess that'll hold him. Only wish I had the Octopus in there, too. Believe me, if we did, I'd break every bone.
Quan Wu,
Yes, Master?
call the hangar over the shortwave set. I want to make sure that all is well there.
Yes, Master. Is this set on?
Yes, I switched it on shortly after taking off.
OC1 calling OC23. OC1 calling OC23, standing by for a two-way conversation.
Give the operator time to tune in.
OC1 calling OC23, standing by for a two-way conversation. Come in immediately, please. They do not answer, Master.
Strange. Even if the others had gone, there is always a man by the hangar shortwave set. I've given strict orders. Try them again.
OC1 calling OC23. OC1 calling OC23, standing by. Come in, please.
Still he does not answer. Quan Wu, something has gone wrong.
I fear so, Master. What shall be done?
Under other circumstances, I would send some of my planes back to the hangar to see what has happened. But now I must hold them to their course. Regardless of what has happened at the Hong Kong secret hangar, we shall continue on to the Black Pass in Tibet. Once there, or perhaps before we reach there, my men shall find a way of letting me know what has happened. Meanwhile, we shall prepare for a possible attack in the Black Pass.
Would it not be better to change your course? To go directly to your headquarters instead of to the mountain station?
No. I am taking no chances, Quan Wu. And our exit was so hurried that I had no time to make plans, to get in touch with all my Tibetan band. That I must do before setting foot in my headquarters. I want everything to be ready and running smoothly.
So that we can begin our operations immediately?
Yes. As I said, we shall prepare for a possible attack in Black Pass. But we shall not stay there any longer than necessary. And whoever may follow us, should they learn of our destination, will find the pass windy and desolate. Providing they do not find us there, they will learn too late that their lives are ended.
There's Clint now.
Yeah, what's the news from home, pal?
Well, important news, boys. Ying cabled Chief Riley as to the possibility of us following the Octopus into Tibet. And the chief cabled back to follow through to the end. So now that we have an official okay, there's nothing to stop us.
Nothing but the Octopus and his gang.
What about that monoplane, Clint?
Ying is seeing to it that it'll be ready as soon as we want it.
Is he going with us?
Well, I doubt it, Bob. He's our chief man in China. It's important that he remain in Hong Kong to back up our operations in Tibet. I can't say for certain as to that, however. Depends on what happens before we return to the city.
What about Doc Kingsley?
Well, he was very relieved to hear from us and so worried over the whole affair that I didn't dare tell him what actually occurred. You know, I wish there was some way of getting him and Jean to safety. And knowing that the Octopus couldn't reach out for them.
You really think you'll take them on our flight, Clint?
I don't know. Depends mostly on what the doctor says, Speed. The doctor himself would be a valuable addition to our party, knowing Asia as well as he does and being a physician to boot. It's Jean that I'm worried about.
Suffering wang-doodles. Seems like there should be some safe place to leave the kid. This trip ain't going to be anything for a little girl.
Yes, but I know the doctor would never consent to having her out of his sight. She faced actual death in their home. I think he'd rather risk taking her on the flight than leaving her in Hong Kong.
Maybe we could find a safe place to leave her in Tibet.
No, if she started out with us, she'd stay with us. If she did come along, however, I'm hoping we might locate Marshal Winfield. Then I could leave both Marcia and Jean in Bob's care, and we could track the Octopus down without any worry as to their safety.
By the way, Bob said we ought to ask Chang about the smuggling route between Tibet and India. Figured maybe we could nab the Octopus gang there if we fail to find them at Black Pass.
And sure enough. Oh, where is Chang, incidentally?
Back in the office. We locked him in.
You know, I don't trust him. Still, he seems so scared that he may have been telling us the truth.
You mean all those directions about the mountains called the Spirit of the Expanse of Great Fear might have been all wrong?
Yeah, but all we can do is follow one clue or another, Speed. And sooner or later, we'll catch up with the Octopus.
I see the wounded are all in the ambulances now.
Oh yes. You know those Hong Kong police are great fellas, aren't they? Wounded though they were laughing at the bad marksmanship of the Octopus gunners.
Laughing? What a sense of humor. Well, I guess you get that way if you hang around Hong Kong long enough and happen to be on the police force.
Say, Clint, have you happened to find anything to eat around here? I'm getting darned hungry.
Golly, it has been a long time since breakfast, hasn't it? I was so excited about everything that I forgot all about eating until Bob talked about it just now.
I could use a little grub myself. How's about collecting Chang and scooting back to town for a real feed, Clint? It'll take a little time before we can take off for Tibet, and we still got to eat.
Well, all right, and everything's just about cleaned up here. Captain Dawes is going to leave a few of his men here to guard the hangar, but there's no need for anyone else to stay on at present.
You don't think the Octopus might change his mind and come back here, Clint?
Well, judging by his past performances, no. Once he leaves a place, he doesn't return until the hue and cry is well over.
Well, if we were as good at catching him as we are at chasing him, I'd be satisfied. If I'm going to travel, I'd like to do it with a free mind. And I don't think I'd pick Tibet for a pleasure resort.
Oh, you want to stay in Hong Kong, Barney?
Yeah, Huh? Who, me? Are you crazy? Do you want to get rid of me?
No, but you're free to do as you wish in such a case as this. You could stay in Hong Kong, and we'd take Ying along.
Not a chance. I'm staying on until the end of this ride.
I thought your curiosity'd get the best of you.
What do you mean, curiosity? Don't you know courage when you see it?
All right. Don't get so excited. We'll take you to Tibet with us. Oh, by the way, here we are at the office door. Oh, who has the key?
Barney locked it.
Yeah, let's see now. What did I do with that key?
Nah, don't tell me you've lost it.
No, I ain't lost it. Here it is. Come on out, Chang.
Hey, the room's empty. Where's Chang?
What? Let's see. He's not in here.
Yeah, but he's got to be. You all saw me lock him in. And he couldn't have gotten out without us seeing him. He's got to be in there.
Yes, but he's not. There must be some other way out of this room. We might have known.
Secret entrance?
Yes, but we haven't time for that now. Chang will get word to the Octopus that we're on his trail just as soon as he can get to a short wave set. We've got to get back to town and start our flight to Tibet. before the Octopus is warned of our coming.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney, learning that the Octopus and his fleet of planes plan to land at a place known as Black Pass in the mountain range Nien Cheng Teng La, Tibet, plan to follow him as soon as the secret police monoplane is ready for them. The Octopus gangster Chang gave them their information, and when they return to the room where he was imprisoned to take him back to the city, they find he has disappeared. Clint, knowing that Chang will communicate with the Octopus as soon as he can get to a shortwave radio set, hastens back to Hong Kong with the others. We find them at Dr. Kingsley's, temporary headquarters of the secret police.
And so, Dr. Kingsley, you can readily see that there's no other course left for us than to fly into Tibet after the Octopus. We're going to make the flight in a 6-passenger monoplane, a secret police ship, modern in every detail, equipped with a telegraph key, and also a radio shortwave sending and receiving set.
Yes, Clint?
Now, I'm telling you all this so that you'll know what sort of plane we're flying in, should you decide to come with us.
Go with you into Tibet?
Yeah, Dr. Kingsley. Clint thinks you'll be a lot safer with us than hanging around here in Hong Kong with the Octopus gang determined to get rid of you.
Yes, but I thought the Octopus had left Hong Kong, Speed.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that all of his gang left with him. He has plenty of spies around town. And the first chance they get to get back at you for helping us, they'll sure do it.
Good heavens, then for Jean's sake, I must leave Hong Kong.
Can you get a leave of absence from your diplomatic duties, Doc?
Oh, yes, Barney. My position was never exactly an official one, anyhow. I helped the consul and the British authorities in Hong Kong whenever I could, but I'm far from necessary to them or to the government.
I'm sure that when they know the circumstances, they, too, will think it best that you leave. Well, for the time being, at least, Doctor.
But, Clint, what about Jean? I can't take her on such a dangerous flight.
Well, that's the decision you must make, Doctor. Now, she's traveled with us before, you know, and has come through some pretty narrow escapes. Now, do you think that you would want to travel with her and without the protection of the secret police now?
Well, it's a hard decision to make. How soon would you be leaving?
As soon as Ying notifies me that the plane is ready for us to board. I've sent Bob Gilmore to the Golden Lotus for our belongings, the few that we'll take along. And if you go, I advise you to pack immediately.
You have room for it?
Sure, Doc. There'll just be the three of us, Bob, and you two. That makes 6 in any language.
Li Ying's going to stay here. He's got other secret police business to look after, and we can always reach him by shortwave if we get into any trouble.
Yeah, if we're still able to use the shortwave set.
Clint, Jean and I shall go with you. It may seem a mad thing to take a child like Jean into Tibet, but with everything considered, I believe it'll be the safest place for her. And I assure you that I'll do everything in my power to help you in your search for the octopus.
I know you will, Doctor.
Judging from what's happened in the past, you'll come in mighty handy for patching us up, especially Bob.
I think it's going to be a great trip. There's only one thing that kind of worries me, though.
What's that, Speed?
I kind of wish we knew where Chang was, and just how soon he's going to tell the octopus that we're alive and coming after him.
OC9 calling OC1. OC9 calling OC1. Standing by. Emergency. Come in.
OC1 replying to OC9. Who is speaking?
It is Chang, Master. Chang, the outlook at the secret hangar.
Chang, what happened at the hangar? I tried to talk to them some time ago and no one was by the set.
Yes, Octopus. The secret police overcame us.
The police? Do you mean Barlow?
Yes, also Dunlap and the boy.
Speed Gibson. But we left them for dead. How did they live through our machine gun fire?
I know not. I saw the whole thing from my post nearby. So soon as your plane were out of sight, they arose and captured the hangar crew.
How did you escape?
I did not escape, Master.
What?
When they were all in the hangar arresting our men, I saw the boy had been left with the wounded. You have always said that to harm Clint Barlow, harm Speed Gibson.
And you succeeded?
No, Master. Just as I was upon him, Barlow and Dunlap saw me and opened fire. I am wounded in my right arm.
I have no interest in your wounds. What happened then?
I was arrested. They questioned me. They say they will beat me with fists if I do not tell them truly where you go.
Did you tell them?
Did
you?
I had to, Master. There were too many. And they knew when my tongue lied. Yes, I told them that you were to fly to the Black Pass in Yang Tang La. Oh, yes, Master. I am your slave. I would die for you, yet...
Yes, you tell the secret police my destination. You are most fortunate that hundreds of miles separate us, Chang. Else I would teach you the value of silence in the torture chamber.
No.
So my presence in Hong Kong is not necessary to bring such a thing to pass. All I need do is get in touch with the leader of my spies and he would bring you to justice.
Oh, no, please, Master. Mercy.
Did you think of mercy when you directed the secret police to the Black Pass?
But I escaped from them to warn you.
To warn me after betraying me. Treachery, Chang, can only be repaid with one coin. Dismissal. Death.
Oh.
But I might show you mercy if you finish the job you have begun.
Anything, Master. Your word is law.
The police. How do they plan to follow me?
I heard them say they will fly in special 6-passenger monoplane. A police plane.
6-passenger monoplane. Large enough for my purpose. Chang.
Yes?
You will stow away in this monoplane, somewhere near the pilot's compartment, so that when the plane is in the air, you can get to the pilot, destroy him, and eventually the other passengers, since the plane must crash with no one to guide it.
Yeah, but what about me?
You shall die as you deserve to die.
Oh, no.
Do this, or I shall order my spy captain to seek you out, no matter where you try to hide, and take you to the torture chamber, there to die in a more lingering fashion.
No. I'll go to the plane. The police will never reach the Black Pass.
See that they don't. And first, see that you are not arrested again as you enter the plane. Or mark my words, Chang. No bars the police can place around you will keep my vengeance from you. Now go. And follow my orders.
Here's the latitude and longitude of the Black Pass on this here paper, Doc. And reading from this map, it ought to be along about here.
But that's Jing now.
Oh, yes, I'd better answer that. Hello. Oh, yes, Ying, this is Clint. The plane's all ready, huh? Oh, fine, we'll be right down. I'm expecting Bob with our things any minute now. What's that, Ying? Oh, yes, the doctor and Jean are going with us. I'll give you final directions when I see you. Yes, you'll be at the plane. We'll be there within the hour. All right, goodbye. Well, that's that. You still going with us, Doctor?
Yes, Clint. The servants have packed what few things we're taking, and I've given them orders to close the house during my absence.
Might as well. With the Octopus gang using it for a target lately, it needs plenty of work on it to make it fit to live in again.
Well, I'll never live here again, Barney. Too much of this terrible has happened in this house. But I'll leave all our personal belongings here under the care of a watchman until we return.
I see Bob coming in at the gate with our things.
Oh, good. Might as well meet him then. Save time if you're ready to go, Doctor.
Yes, I'll call Jean. She's saying goodbye to the servants. Then we can leave immediately.
Oh, boy. I can hardly wait to get down to our plane and start for the Black Pass. This is going to be a great flight.
And I can hardly wait until we fly back out of Tibet. But you're young yet, kid. You'll learn.
Say, Barney, is that the place where they keep the secret police plane?
Yep, that's it, honey. The hangar of the International Secret Police.
Well, the plane is an amphibian, isn't it?
Yeah, it's both a land and water plane, Doc. They park it in the hangar to service it.
I see.
Are we to meet Ying inside, Clint?
Yes, Bob. Oh, say, I'm glad you remembered to bring my box of makeup material along. That's more important than clothes to us.
Yeah, I suppose you'll make me up to look like a goat or something when we land in Tibet.
I had quite a job convincing the hotel manager that I was okay. He probably thought I'd done away with you all and had come for your valuables, the way he looked at me.
Say, I don't see Ying anywhere in the hangar, do you?
No, the ground crew is standing by, but I can't spot Ying anywhere.
All ready to go, Mr. Barlow? The plane's warmed up.
Oh, yes, thanks. But have you seen Mr. Ying?
Why, yes, not more than 15 minutes ago. He stayed with the plane while we all went for a bite to eat.
That's funny. He ought to be here yet, then.
Maybe he's inside the plane.
Might as well go over and take a look.
I'll see that your baggage is taken care of. We'll start the motors, too, Mr. Barlow. Yeah, spin them, Mike. Mr. Barlow's here.
Okay. Gee, that plane's a beauty.
Sure is. Guess this flight ain't going to be so bad after all.
It's going to be wonderful, Barney. I'm so excited about it. I don't know what to do.
Well, you just do what I tell you, Jean, and don't get in the way.
I won't, Daddy.
Who's going to take her off, Clint?
I wish you would, Barney. I want to study this map very carefully once we're in the air. Haven't had a fair chance yet.
We have plenty of ammunition?
Yes, Bob. Ying saw to all that. He also arranged to keep us supplied with more when we run out of our present supply.
Oh, that's great. I see now why you need a dependable man in your Hong Kong base.
You bet. You'll have plenty of work to do. I want you to work on this map with me.
Clint.
What, Speed?
Who's that lying just inside the plane? See in the doorway?
Sofa and Wang Doodles. Would that be Ying?
Quick, come on, step on it.
No wonder we couldn't find him.
I hope he's all right.
Don't look all right to me.
Oh, dear.
Now, you stay back, honey, while I take a look at Ying.
I'll get him out of the plane.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, come on. All right. Easy now, boys. Yeah, there we are.
Okay, do your stuff, Doc.
Let's see now.
What happened, Doctor?
Well, he's been hit hard. Possible fracture. He must be taken to a hospital immediately.
And any delay might ruin our chances of surprising the octopus. We can't wait. Who could have done this, and why?
The ground crew can take care of Ying, Clint. We got to take off.
Yeah, with Chang loose, anything can happen.
It already has happened, kid. Our best man laid out cold just before we start the flight to Tibet. A fine beginning. But let's go. It's too late to stop or turn back now.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney have decided to take Dr. Kingsley, his daughter Jean, and Bob Gilmore with them on their flight into Tibet in pursuit of the octopus. After the necessary preparations, they all go to the secret police hangar where Li Ying awaits them with the 6-passenger monoplane that serves the secret police. Meanwhile, the escaped prisoner Chang has gotten in touch with the octopus by short wave, admitting that he told the police his master's destination. Furious, the octopus orders Chang to stow away in the police plane and cause it to crack up with his enemies. Knowing that failure to follow orders will mean terrible torture, Chang agrees to the plan. Meanwhile, the boys arrive at the airport, but Li Ying is nowhere to be seen until at last, Speed spots him lying unconscious in their plane. Pressed for time, Clint leaves Ying in charge of the ground crew, and we find the plane just about to take off on the flight to Tibet.
Everything clear?
Yes, Barney, and their nose is right in the wind. Now, let's go.
Say, Clint, this crate's a beauty to handle. Got it all over that octopus plane we've been skyriding in.
Yeah, for comfort, yes, but it's not as fast.
Oh, speed ain't everything. Every time we get in a hurry to go anyplace, what happens after we get there? We get shot at or hit, or they try to drop us in the river and sack.
Speaking of being hit, I wonder how Ying's getting along.
Don't worry. The hangar crew is going to get him to a hospital right away and let us know by shortwave just what ailed him.
Well, I certainly hope it isn't a fractured skull. Ying's too valuable right now to be on the sick list.
Yeah, I know. Seems like we're getting the bad breaks, all right. But don't forget, old pal, we did smoke the octopus out of Hong Kong. We're winning, even if we do lose once in a while.
Yeah, I wish I could be sure of that.
What do you mean?
I'd like to know who hit Li Ying and why.
Yeah, that's a thought. Hey, supposing somebody slipped in while the gang was out eating and did something to the motors after putting Ying to sleep.
Not enough time for that, Barney. These motors are too well protected to reach quickly.
Yeah, that's so. Well, guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. And then it'll be too late.
Well, I think I'll go back and see how the doctor and the rest are getting along. You need that map for a while, Barney?
No, I got my latitude and longitude. I'm flying by compass just now. And as soon as I have her set right, I'll kick on the automatic pilot.
Okay. I'll take it to them. Now, I want to ask Bob a few questions.
Yeah, so long.
Yeah, so long. If anything comes in over the short wave, let me know. Just open the door and give a yell.
Don't worry.
Oh, here's Clint now.
Yeah, that was a nice takeoff, Clint.
Yeah, Bob. As good as Barney is at secret police work, he's even better at flying. He loves it, too, particularly when he has as good a ship as this.
Well, the secret police plane has everything in it that you might need in your work, all right. Machine guns, ammunition, a lot of cargo that I can't make head or tail of.
Well, we have to be prepared for everything, Doctor. Well, how do you like flying in this plane, Jean, after the China Clipper?
Oh, I love it, Clint. The Clipper was big and wonderful, but this plane is all our own. Kind of private.
I think Jean should have been a boy, Dr. Kingsley. She thrives on adventure and danger.
Yes, I wonder how many other little girls would like to fly into Tibet
on the trail of the worst criminal the world has ever known.
Are you sorry you came, Doctor?
No. We're safest with you, boys. I realize that. Nevertheless, I can't help but wonder how it will all end.
In our favor. Don't you worry, Doctor.
That's the spirit, Speed.
Have you heard any word about Ying yet?
I haven't had time, Speed. We've barely gotten into the air, you know. We'll be hundreds of miles away from here by the time they get Ying to the hospital and have made an examination.
What route are we taking, Clint?
Well, I can show you better on the map than I can tell you, Bob.
Okay.
Now, here, I'll spread it out so we can all see. There you are. Now, here's Hong Kong.
Goodness, how small it looks compared to the rest of China.
Small but powerful, Jean. Under British rule, it has become the gateway of the East. But now we must leave British protection and take our chances along the skyways. Directly across southern China, here you see, flying over the provinces of Guangxi, Huichao, the northern tip of Yunnan, Zhejiang, Xikang, and then finally we cross over into Tibet.
Boy, I hope I don't have to pronounce any of those names. Where are we going to land for refueling, Clint?
At the secret police station, Speed. They're not shown on this map, but we can be sure of getting fuel. Well, that is, until we cross the Tibetan border. Then we'll have to take our chances, but I'm not worrying about that. I know just where in Tibet we should find gasoline.
Would the octopus interfere with that?
No, that's one thing we can be sure of, Bob. You know, Tibetans, of course, excepting the robbers that rove in the north, are very honorable. And even the brigands have a code of their own. They don't take kindly to outsiders, particularly one with a reputation such as the octopus has. He would have to import his men to work for him in Tibet. No, I don't believe a Tibetan would knowingly serve him.
Clint, we know the octopus is a criminal. He's a man who hides his face behind a black mask. Perhaps he assumes another personality in such a place as, say, Tibet. Perhaps the Tibetan government knows him as a respected and honorable man. He may even have an established business there, using it as a blind to his smuggling and similar activities.
Possibly, but if that's the case, we'll soon open the eyes of the Tibetan government.
By the way, will our passports carry us over the Tibetan border?
We'll have to stop and have them visaed, and our secret police identification will take care of any irregularities, Bob. But I want to stop at the border anyhow to notify the patrol that the octopus is active in Tibet.
Clint, do you think we'll find Marcia there?
Yes, I'm sure of it, Jim.
Maybe your brother Larry, too.
I'll certainly be glad to see Larry again. And if we do find him, Clint, he'll be able to give us plenty of information concerning the activities of the octopus.
Yeah. I bet the octopus has been making him work for him all this time.
You know, it's strange how a young fellow of Larry Winfield's background could fall in with the octopus.
Well, he must have gotten himself in a jam, Clint. That's the only explanation for it. He thought the world of his folks and Marcia, and after they died and she was left alone, he'd have done anything rather than disgrace her.
But what could he have done?
That's what's got me. Larry liked a good time like all of us, but he wasn't the sort that would lose his head.
Maybe the octopus framed him.
Well, that sounds logical. If young Winfield was making a name for himself as an engineer for that oil company, and if the octopus needed a good engineer, it's a cinch he'd stop at nothing to get him.
Well, we'll stop at nothing to get the octopus. And then he won't go around wrecking people's lives and kidnapping swell girls like Miss Marcia.
Oh, I like to hear you talk like that, Speed. You're so brave.
No, I mean, well... Oh, heck, have you got anything to eat, Clint?
You'll have to get used to admiration if you're going to be a hero, Speed.
Well, I'm not going to be any hero. I just want to be a good member of the secret police, like Clint and Barney. They do more real good than all the heroes put together.
No, wait a minute. Hold on there, Speed. You're taking in a lot of territory when you say that. The heroes and heroines of past and present well deserve that title. They're the pioneers of whatever work or profession they may be in. They gamble with the unknown, and often must pay their losses with their lives or heartbreak.
My, it's awfully sad. I don't think I'll ever be a heroine if that's what happens to them.
Well, by the time you're a young lady, Jean, perhaps everyone will be a hero or heroine. So you might as well be prepared.
You bet. Just leave it to the secret police. In a few more years, there won't be any more villains like the octopus.
Now that we have set the plane down for reloading, exactly where are we, Master? I recognize this river as a Yangtze-Kiang, but the country itself is foreign to me.
We are near a village named Hokao, Quan. We are safe here. This fueling station is well isolated.
Yes. To all who look upon it, it appears to be a wayside shrine. No one would dream that it would give us gasoline with which to continue our journey. Where are we going to meet the other planes?
Further north, near the mountains. I scattered the fleet so that they would not attract undue attention when they refueled. These stupid peasants would notice nothing. But there may be a member of the secret police in this territory, and he would wonder why so many planes were flying west.
Speaking of flying and the secret police, I wonder if Speed Gibson, Clint Barlow, and Barney Dunlap are still in the air, or if Chang has already succeeded in bringing them to Earth. Possibly.
Who can tell? But I do know that he will not dare disobey me this time.
He was a fool to have attempted an attack on the boy when in plain sight of the other police.
Yes, Chang is a fool and a traitor. That is why I made certain that he would not only destroy the secret police, but himself as well when he brought down their plane. Fools may be tolerated so long as they are useful, but a traitor, never.
Yes, Master. You are always right.
Not always. But I try never to make the same mistake twice, Quan Wu. Now that my plane is ready, let us take off again. I'm anxious to reach Tibet and know for a certainty that Chang succeeded in following my orders.
Clint, I'm still hungry.
Well, go get an apple then, Speed. You'll find it with the rest of the supplies in the compartment, just outside of the pilot's compartment.
Okay. Want an apple, Gene?
No, thank you, Speed. I don't want to spoil my dinner.
Well, I'm going to get an apple. Won't spoil my dinner any.
All right, Speed. And you might look in on Barney while you're up there and see if everything's okay.
You bet.
Let's see that map again.
Wow. The air's kind of bumpy. Wonder what our altitude is now. It's pretty high. I guess this is where the supplies are kept. Hey, the door's open a little way. That's funny. Here's my apple. Wonder if this door is warped or anything. No? Now, who in heck could have left that open? Maybe Barney knows something about it. I'll go into the pilot's compartment now.
Hey, Speed! Help me!
Barney! Who? What? Chang!
Help! He's choking me! We'll crack up!
Clint! Bob! Chang's in the pilot's compartment choking Barney. Somebody get him off and we'll go into a spin. Help! Help!
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Back? Yeah. I'm all right now, kid.
Is the automatic pilot still on, Barney?
Yeah, and believe you me, it's the only thing that saved us from going into a spin.
Come on out then and tell us what happened. And you, Chang, not a false move.
No, Chang will be good. Make big mistake.
Should I handcuff him, Clint?
You better, Bob. Don't want to take any more chances with him.
Anything I can do, Clint?
No, Doctor. You stay back there with Gene until we question this man.
Okay, Clint. Here I am, but just let me get my hands on that Chang guy for a minute, will you?
Oh, wait a minute. Take it easy, Barney. This plane isn't big enough for a fight.
Well, the pilot's compartment is even smaller, and he tried to start one in there. Might have finished it, too, if Speed hadn't come along when he did.
Yeah. I opened the door, and Chang had Barney around the neck, choking him.
It all happened so quick. I tell you, it was lucky for all of us that I'd switched to the automatic pilot. If I'd had the stick, we sure would have taken a dive.
Are you all right now, Barney?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Except I might carry some bruises around on my throat for a while. Boy, what a grip that Chang's got.
I had a socking to make him let go Barney's throat, and then he pulled a knife.
Well, Chang must be the man who knocked Ying out at the airport.
Sure he is. Must have waited until the ground crew was out of the way and then slipped in, socked Ying, and hid himself in the supply compartment. He knew no one would look in there before we took off, and it was up near the nose of the ship, too. Right handy to the pilot's compartment and my neck.
Yes. Why did you try it, Chang?
Oh, don't know. Don't remember anything until you call me.
Nah, don't try to pull that don't remember stuff. We've been forgotten by experts until we used a little force on their brains. That made them remember.
Where'd you go when you escaped from the Octopus, the secret hangar?
And how'd you escape?
Now, wait a minute. Hold on, all of you. One question at a time, boys, or we won't be able to make heads or tails out of Chang's answers. Now then, first of all, Chang, how did you escape from the room at the hangar? Come on, now, no tricks. Tell the truth.
Yes, there is secret tunnel in hangar office. Must use it to get headquarters from plane.
The Octopus headquarters? Boy, we was on the verge of finding it, and then we hop off for Tibet.
Now, the Octopus himself concerns us more than his headquarters, Barney. Particularly since I believe he'll establish a new base of operations in Tibet. Now then, Chang, have you contacted the Octopus since we last saw you?
Oh, no.
He's stalling you, Clint. Don't let him get away with it.
Ah, don't you worry, Barney. I know he's stalling. Now, come clean, Chang. Why be loyal to a man who would send you down in a plane crash to satisfy his lust for revenge? Your life is safe with us, even though you are our prisoner. Now, that's more than it'll be if the Octopus ever gets his hands on you again.
No, please. Chang cannot tell more.
Looks like you're wasting your breath, Clint.
Yes, and maybe time, too. Because if Chang did get in touch with the Octopus, maybe he's altered his course. Maybe he and his planes won't land at Black Pass after all, but somewhere else in Tibet.
Yeah, but there's one thing the Octopus forgot when he told Chang to stow away aboard this ship, Clint. And that was the automatic pilot. That's the thing that saved our lives.
Yes, you're right, Speed. Just another illustration that every criminal, no matter how smart or careful he is apt to overlook some small but important detail that may end his life or save the lives of his enemies.
You just said you thought the Octopus ordered Chang to stow away aboard this crate, kid. How'd you figure that? Chang says he ain't contacted him.
Do you believe that, Barney?
No, but why don't you?
I was kind of put myself in his shoes, trying to figure out what I'd do if I was working for a criminal like the Octopus. And I finally decided that I'd try to reach him and let him know what's happening, even though it meant admitting that I had a hand in telling on him.
Well, that's good work, Speed, but we haven't time for the finer points of police work now. Oh, Barney, take care of Chang while I get my bearings and head for a landing.
Landing? What for?
Well, we should be near Chungking now. That's another base of the International Secret Police. It's a little off our course, but I want to deliver Chang over to the captain there, with orders to continue questioning him until he confesses everything. And meantime, we can continue on to the Black Pass on the bare chance that Chang may have been telling the truth, that he hasn't gotten word of our pursuit to the Octopus.
Chang can say no more. Believe Chang.
Believe you? After skipping out on us once and then trying to choke me while I'm flying a plane? What a sense of humor.
Chungking is a funny place, isn't it, Speed? So very different from Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's kind of different anyhow, Gene. For one thing, Hong Kong's under the British government. Chungking is under Chinese.
Well, yes. This place is typically Chinese, while Hong Kong is more cosmopolitan. People of every country and race rub shoulders there, but Chungking, being in the interior, is more isolated.
It looks like they're having some sort of parade in the street over there.
Looks like a dragon festival to me. See the dragon, Gene? with one fella under his head, moving his eyes and making smoke come out of his nose and mouth, and the other fella's under the canvas that's supposed to be his body.
Yes. That dragon's face sort of scary.
He shouldn't. He's a good dragon. Supposed to scare away evil spirits.
How is it that you know so much about the dragon dance, Speed?
I've seen a lot of them in San Francisco, Dr. Kingsley. At least I guess it's the same dance. Dragons all look alike to me.
As bad as that dragon is, he's beautiful compared to the octopus.
I'll say so. Golly, I wish Clint, Barney, and Bob had come back.
Well, it takes time to deliver a prisoner, Speed. You'll have to tell the local representative of the secret police something of what's happened during the past few weeks.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like to get started for Tibet again. The longer we're aground, the more of a chance the octopus will have of getting away from us.
Oh, dear. After seeing what the octopus does to try and get rid of you and Clint and Barney, I'm not sure that you ought to ever catch up with him, Speed.
You mean you think we ought to give up the search, Gene, and let a criminal like that do what he pleases just because we're afraid we might get hurt?
No, not that exactly. But I'm so afraid for you all, Speed.
You needn't be, Gene. Why, look at all the adventures we've had since we first met you in Honolulu. And you've even been in some of the tight corners with us. Well, we've always managed to come out all right, haven't we?
Yes.
And besides that, if we gave up the search now, we never would find Miss Marcia.
Oh, we must rescue her from the octopus.
Of course. So don't you worry about Clint, Barney, and me anymore. We'll make out all right. Only I wish they'd come back. The plane's refueled and everything's ready for a takeoff.
Speed, do you think we could get in touch with Hong Kong to see how Li Ying is getting along? I'm worried about him.
I'd like to try and get the hospital on the shortwave set, Dr. Kingsley. But Clint told me not to touch anything while he was gone. You know, orders are orders.
Yes, I can well understand his precaution. That plane is so complicated that the least thing gone wrong might endanger their lives.
It really isn't so complicated after you understand it. But Clint doesn't want me to go inside the pilot's compartment unless something really important happens. He's kind of edgy after what almost happened to Barney.
Oh, Chang would only tell what he knows. Make everything so much easier.
Yeah, but I'm afraid he won't talk. The octopus sure scares his men. They're all afraid to talk, even though they know we won't torture him like the octopus does. That's why we've got to get rid of him, because he won't have such power over fellas that don't know any better.
Look, Speed. That dragon is coming toward us. Do you think they'll come near enough to the plane so we can see them close?
Maybe. Guess our monoplane is as funny looking to them as their dragon is to us.
I don't like it, though. I wish they wouldn't come any nearer.
Oh, that dragon can't hurt anybody, Gene. Except the fellas under it. They must be awful hot.
Perhaps you'd better get inside the plane, Speed. As long as we're alone, I'd rather not take any chances. Some of these natives might be unfriendly.
All right, if you want to, Doctor. We can sit down and watch anyhow. I'm getting kind of tired standing on one foot and then the other, waiting for Clint to come back. Here, Gene. You get in first.
All right.
And now you, Dr. Kingsley.
Thank you.
And here I come. I'll leave the door open so it won't be so hot.
Very well.
The door to the pilot's compartment is open too, Speed.
Yeah, I know. Clint didn't bother to lock it as long as we were here to watch the ship.
Yeah.
Boy, look at that dragon. It's different from any I ever saw in San Francisco, Chinatown. Worse looking.
And all those gongs and things. It sounds like a bad dream I had once.
Well, it isn't exactly a pleasant sight. We can't very well order them to go away, so I guess we'll just have to put up with it until Clint returns.
Yeah. What in heck is keeping those fellas?
Speed! Look at that little light winking beside your short wave set.
Say, somebody's trying to raise us.
What? Perhaps it's the hospital.
I'll open up the set and see. Come along. I'll shut the plane door. We'll never be able to hear anything.
Oh, dear. I hope Ying is all right.
Might be Ying himself, wishing to reassure us of his recovery.
Here we are. I'll turn it on now. Lucky we came inside the plane, otherwise we never would have seen the signal.
Listen! The octopus signal.
Yeah, but how did he know?
I know everything, Speed Gibson.
Well, what do you want?
It is for me to ask that question. Do you want to see your uncle and the others again?
Oh, Daddy.
Clint, what have you done to him? Where is he?
If you wish to find out,
Follow the dragon.
The dragon?
Outside your plane. Follow the dragon, Speed Gibson. If you ever want to see your uncle, Clint Barlow, alive.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney land their plane at Chongqing in the interior of China in order to leave Chang, the octopus gangster, there at the secret police post for further questioning. Leaving Speed in charge of the plane with Dr. Kingsley and little Jean, Clint, Barney, and Bob go to deliver their prisoner. Meanwhile, a dragon dance begins within sight of the plane and gradually draws nearer. As time passes and Speed begins wondering what has become of his uncle, the voice of the octopus is heard over the plane's short-wave set saying that if he ever wants to see Clint again, Speed should follow the dragon.
Hello, Octopus.
He doesn't answer. He signed off, Speed.
Something's happened to Clint. I gotta find out what.
But you can't follow that dragon parade, Speed. We don't know anything about this town of Chongqing. You might disappear, never to be found again.
But Dr. Kingsley, we've got to find out what's happened to Clint and the others.
The dragon is starting to leave, Speed.
And if I don't follow it, maybe I'll be making an awful mistake. Maybe letting Clint down.
Now listen, we've got to keep our heads in a case like this, Speed. Think carefully. Clint left orders for you to watch the plane, didn't he?
Yes, sir. But he didn't know what might happen to him.
Well, he's got Barney and Bob Gilmore along with him. That trio could more than hold their own against any attack that the Octopus Band might make.
Yeah. It's daytime, too. The Octopus gang couldn't pull anything too rough or the Chinese would see it and wonder what was up.
Exactly. Furthermore, do you think that if the Octopus really had Clint and the others in his power, that he would let you know about it until they were well out of the way?
Of course he wouldn't. I think the whole thing is a trick to get Speed away from the rest of us.
I do too, Gene. The Octopus knows that the only thing that would make Clint give up the pursuit would be to hold Speed as hostage.
Golly, it all makes sense, Dr. Kingsley. But I wish I had some way of making sure that Clint and Barney were safe.
Doesn't the Chongqing branch of the secret police have a shortwave radio set, Speed?
Huh?
Why don't you call them and see if Clint is there?
What? Why, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. I'm afraid I was as confused as you were when that message came over from the Octopus, Speed, and that's exactly what that criminal hoped for. That we'd be so excited that we'd act before thinking.
Sure, that's it. Golly, Gene, you ought to be in the secret police instead of me.
Oh, no, Speed. Just think of all the things you've done for the police. This is the first time I've ever helped, even the least bit.
Well, it's sure been a big help this time. Let's see. Here's the book that has all the call letters of the secret police stations. Here we are. Chungking, IS-14. I'll call him right now. Flight station IS-27 calling IS-14. Emergency. Standing by for two-way. Come in, please.
Will they know you're calling if they're not tuned in for you, Speed?
Yeah, Gene. The secret police have perfected lights for calls like this. Like the one this set has. Remember? You saw it flash on and off when the octopus was calling me. IS-27 calling IS-14. Standing by for two-way. Come in.
IS-14 to IS-27. IS-14 to IS-27. Standing by.
This is Speed Gibson. Is Clint Barlow there, IS-14?
Barlow? One moment, please.
Oh, I hope he's there.
Yeah. If he isn't, I won't know exactly what to do.
IS-27?
Yeah?
Mr. Barlow is here. He will speak to you in 1 moment.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
That's a relief.
Oh, yes, I'm so glad.
Oh, Speed. Is that you?
Yeah, Clint. Are you all right?
Oh, sure. Why?
I just had a call from the octopus over this set, saying that if I ever wanted to see you or Barney again, I should follow the dragon.
You should what?
Follow a phony dragon that was in a parade outside here. He said it'd lead me to you.
Ah, so he's up to his old tricks again, is he? We must be getting close, or he wouldn't have tried such an old trap.
But he almost caught me, Clint.
What do you mean?
I was going to follow the dragon until Dr. Kingsley showed me that the octopus was probably bluffing, and Gene here thought of me trying to get you at the secret police station.
Well, thank heaven someone was there to hold you back. Otherwise, we probably would have had to stay in Chungking looking for you. Now, Speed, you stay right there at the plane until I get there. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've delivered Chang to the captain here and explained everything, so we'll be returning shortly. And remember, don't leave the plane.
I won't, Clint. I promise. But hurry back so we can get started for Tibet again before anything else happens.
Before anything else happens, turn off that shortwave set, Quan Wu. I've heard enough.
Yes, master.
So I failed again, thanks to Dr. Kingsley and his small daughter.
Do you not think it would be best for us to leave this black pass in the Nian Tang Tangla mountain range, master?
That is something I must consider most carefully, Quan Wu. Perhaps it would be best to stay here and await the secret police.
But we are in a bad place for a raid, master. There is only one escape for our planes. Should they be blocked, we would be helpless.
True, but I know this black pass well. I could hide my aviator so that when the police arrived, they would see no one. Then, possibly, they might attempt a landing, in which case they would be captured and entirely at my mercy.
I fear that you think too much of the secret police. Would it not be better to continue on to our headquarters and begin activities there? Let the police come if they will. They can be dealt with when their hour is upon them.
It is for me to make the decision, Quan Wu.
Yes, master. It was merely a suggestion.
To save your own skin, perhaps.
If that were the case, I would have saved it long ago.
But you would not have gotten far, Wu. Once a man serves me, there is only one way to freedom for him.
I know. Ascension to the dragon. Death.
And do not forget that.
I never forget, master. But the path is a hard one. This hut, crouched in a windy pass, is uncomfortable, unsafe. I will feel better when we are firmly established in our Tibetan headquarters.
Why are you so uneasy lately, Wu? Do you doubt my ability?
No, master, but a shadow came over me when I lost my lucky piece of jade. It was my stone of good fortune. Since then, things have gone wrong.
Ah, superstition.
Perhaps. But my ancestors believe in luck. And so do I. Master, do you not think we should have landed at Shanlu and shown our papers so that our presence in Tibet will not be questioned at any time?
What? Land at the gateway between China and Tibet and declare ourselves so that the border police can tell Clint Barlow and the others that we have arrived?
But our assumed names.
Anyone traveling in a plane arouses curiosity, and in Tibet, a certain amount of suspicion. They would tell Barlow all about us.
Do you think he will land there?
Of course. Barlow is always correct. He does everything in the right way.
But would it not be wise to notify our men at Dashanlu that we have landed?
I have already done that by shortwave radio. Do not fear, Quan Wu. When Barlow and his friends land at the gateway to Tibet, they will find that even there the octopus has planned the most Unusual welcome for them.
So, the octopus sent a dragon after you, kid. What next?
Yeah, Barney. I almost fell for it.
Wish I'd been here. I'd have wrapped that dragon around their necks.
Oh, he was terrible looking, Barney, with rolling eyes and smoke coming out of his mouth and nose.
And with the usual horrible noises accompanying such a dance. Weird music and gongs.
Well, you were lucky, Doctor. Those dragon men must have been members of the Octopus Band, or in his pay at least. Anything might have happened, but I guess they couldn't pull anything too rough, or someone might have noticed and come to your aid.
Well, that's all over anyhow. How did you come out with Chang, Clint?
Well, the captain is going to continue questioning him. And if they learn anything that might prove valuable to us, they'll let us know.
Swell. Then we can get started on our flight again, huh?
I don't think there's anything to stop us now. Do you, Bob?
No, I'm all for taking off, Clint.
All right. And I'll fly her this time, Barney. After your experience with Chang, you'd better take it easy for a while.
Okay, fella. Where do we set down next?
At Dashenlu.
Huh. Sounds like something to eat.
I think even you would have trouble downing a valley with tremendous mountains rising on either side of it, Barney.
Yeah. What do you mean, even me?
Dashenlu. That name's familiar, Clint. Don't they call that the gateway to Tibet?
From China, yes, Doctor. It's under nominal Chinese rule, but is Tibetan in many things. 5 main routes meet Dashenlu, and its population averages around, 10,000, and consists of Chinese officials, Tibetan priests, and nomads of every race. Soldiers, traders, tribesmen. But at night, they say you can always hear the Tibetan prayer drums beating in the distance.
Ooh, sounds like a spooky place, Clint. Will we stay there long?
No, Jean, and Dashenlu isn't nearly as bad as it sounds. In fact, I think you'll find the place very interesting. While you, Speed, and your father are investigating its shops, I'll see that our papers are in order and also see if anyone has seen the Octopus plane or any of the planes in his fleet.
Have the secret police a station in Dashenlu?
Well, there's one man, Bob. It's a small station and sees little action from all reports. The main reason we keep it there is because 5 main routes do enter Dashenlu. And if that valley is blocked, anyone would have to do a lot of mountain climbing to enter either Tibet or China in that area.
Well, let's stop talking about the place and fly there, huh?
All right. Well, Speed, climb in, start the motors, while I see that everything else is set.
Okay, Clint. Right away.
That's it. And now, Dr. Kingsley, you and the rest will climb in.
Certainly, Clint.
That's it. Now, watch your step there.
My, but I'm glad Clint said we could come along on this flight.
I thought you were a little afraid, Jean.
Well, I am sort of, Mr. Gilmore. But it's so exciting that sometimes I'm more excited than I am scared.
I guess that's the real definition of courage, Jean.
The blocks are out from the wheels, Clint.
Okay. Refuel, took on more water, and have plenty of provisions. Guess that's all, Barney. So, shut the door after you.
Yeah.
I'll go up to the pilot's compartment and take over the controls now. If there's anything you want to tell me, just send word up.
Okay, Clint, I'll do that.
Well, you look as if you're all set to take us off, Speed.
Gee, I'd like you, Clint. Can I?
Well, you're pretty well loaded. I don't know.
Well, I've phone-loaded ships before. Oh, please, Clint. I'll make the prettiest takeoff you ever saw.
All right, okay, shoot.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Well, we're in the air. Wasn't that a swell takeoff, Clint?
Yes, Steve. I only hope you make as good a landing at Dashenlu.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
Speed, Clint, Barney, Bob Gilmore, and Dr. Kingsley and his little daughter are flying to Tibet to capture the octopus and his gang and to rescue Marcia Winfield. The criminal has been warned of their pursuit and seeks to stop them in Chungking when they land to deliver a stowaway, Chang, an octopus gangster, and also to refuel their plane. Failing in this, he plans to destroy his enemies when they land at Da Shen Lu, gateway to Tibet. The boys know nothing of this, however, and we find them nearing Da Shen Lu and looking for a possible landing field.
Suffering wang doodles. Look at them mountains rising up on either side of that valley. Looks like there ain't enough room to fly between them, much less land on the floor of the valley.
Well, that's because they're so high, Barney. There's plenty of good landing fields around Da Shen Lu.
Yeah, just show me where. All I see is roofs of houses, and they go smack dab up against them mountains.
Now, listen, pal, as long as I'm flying this plane, let me worry about where I'm going to set her down, will you? If it makes you nervous, go back to Speed and the others. Oh, and while you're back there, tell them to fasten their safety belts for the landing.
Okay, but if we crack up, don't say I didn't warn you.
Maybe you'd like to make the landing.
No, thanks. I won't say another word. So long.
So long, you smart.
Are we going to land soon?
Practically immediately, Speed. Clint's just looking for a level spot now.
He's losing altitude fast.
Yeah, Bob, but I think he'll drag the valley before setting her down.
Drag the valley?
That means flying low and slow, Gene, so as to see what kind of ground is below. Lucky it's light. I'd hate to land at Da Shen Lu at night. Something tells me they ain't got landing lights in this neck of the woods.
Well, there's no actual danger, is there, Barney?
Oh, no, Doc. But you all had better fasten your landing belts just in case we hit a bump or two.
Okay. Gee, look at those mountains. Biggest things I ever saw.
Yes. I feel like they'll tumble over on us any minute.
If you think these mountains are high, Gene, wait till you see Nyencheng Tangla in Tibet. Maybe you'll have a chance to see the Himalayas, too. Then you'll really see something in mountains.
I should think you'd have a great many avalanches in such a country as this, Bob. What with such high mountains and so much snow on their peaks.
Well, they do in Tibet proper, Doctor, but I believe we're safe from such things in Da Shen Lu. You'll notice that most of the town is built just out of reach of slides, should one occur.
Sounds like we're going to land soon.
Yeah, everybody got their safety belt fastened?
Looks like we're landing pretty close to those mountains.
Guess this is the only level spot Clint could find, Gene.
Hold everything now. He's going to set her down. There we are. Down without a bump. Well, I don't know how you all feel, but I'll be glad to get out and stretch my legs. I'm kind of curious about this berg anyhow. You can unfasten your safety belts now.
Okay. Is everybody all right?
Yeah.
Well, I see we have a welcoming committee on hand. We'll have to go into the town to get our passports visited and identify ourselves. But someone should stay here with the plane. What about you, Barney?
Me? Say, did I just come along for the ride? When do I get to see the world anyhow?
Well, perhaps the officials could leave us a guard of some sort, Clint.
Oh, maybe. Let's pile out and see what we can do anyhow.
Okay.
Come on, Gene. That's the girl. There.
Ooh, it's cold, isn't it?
A lot higher than we were in Hong Kong, Gene. I think Clint said this valley was 8,500 feet high.
Goodness, just think how cold it must be on top of those mountains then. Oh, look at all that snow up there.
You'll see plenty of snow in Tibet, Gene. especially if we have to hang around the mountains or up in northern Tibet. Now I know why Clint told us to bring plenty of warm clothes along.
Look, here comes a car. Wonder who's in it.
We'll soon find out, Barney. And they'll know all about us, too. Da Shen Lu is highly interested in any strangers that may come to her.
Do you think the octopus landed here, Clint?
That's what I'm going to find out, Bob. But I doubt if he did. Probably he didn't come near the pass, but flew over the mountains, so as to be completely unobserved.
I was taking an awful chance.
Yeah, that's the way of the octopus. He doesn't know the meaning of fear. Once he makes up his mind to do a thing, he'll stop at nothing to gain his end. That's why he's become so powerful. A man without fear, conscience, or heart is bound to succeed. Well, that is for a time.
Well, here comes the welcome committee. But I don't see him holding any key to the city.
Oh, quiet, Barney.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to Da Shen Lu. My name's Martin, attaché of the consul's office.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Martin. I'm Barlow of the International Secret Police. This is Barney Dunlap, Speed Gibson, Dr. Kingsley, his daughter, Jean. Oh, and Bob Gilmore, also of the Secret Police.
The police? Oh, my word. Don't tell me you've tracked someone to Da Shen Lu.
I'd rather tell you what we've come here for in private.
Oh, rather. We can drive back to the office now.
What about our plane? We don't want to leave it alone.
Oh, I can leave these fellows I brought along to watch it for you, Mr. Dunlap. They're Tibetans, very trustworthy, I'm sure.
What do you think, Clint?
I'd feel better if a member of our party stayed here too, Barney.
I'm afraid that's quite impossible, Mr. Barlow. You see, the authorities of Da Shen Lu request that all who pass through the valley should present themselves before them and show their credentials, passports, and so forth. Naturally, this must be done in person.
I see. Very well, let's go then, huh? I'm anxious to get the formalities over with and then continue on to Tibet.
Mr. Ming, these are members of the International Secret Police. Two more of the party, a doctor and his little girl, are in the next room.
It will not be necessary for them to submit to questioning, Mr. Martin. It is enough that I meet Clint Barlow at last.
At last?
I am an admirer of yours, Mr. Barlow. While the secret police organization does not give out anything concerning its members, everyone in government circles knows of you and your extraordinary work in the cause of law and order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ming.
Naturally, your papers and passports are all in order. But I am curious as to why you are passing through Da Shen Lu.
Have you ever heard of the octopus?
The octopus.
And he don't mean a fish.
I realize that, Mr. Dunlap. The octopus is a criminal leader, a master criminal.
Then you have heard of him?
Oh, yes, Speed, but only the merest whispers. His organization has never reached as far as Da Shen Lu. At least, we have no record of his activities.
And yet the octopus and a fleet of planes has entered Tibet.
What?
Yes. We have information that he's heading for the mountain range, Nien Chen Tang La.
But he cannot cross the border without our consent.
He can't, but he has, Mr. Ming. The octopus is like that.
He will not get far. The Tibetan government will discover the irregularity.
I don't know about that, Mr. Ming. Forged passports are a handy tool for such a criminal as the octopus. Perhaps he has an established identity in Tibet.
Then, if that were the case, why would he not go through the formalities at Da Shen Lu?
No, because then if he stopped to show his papers, he'd have to explain his fleet of fighting planes. And then, too, the octopus is in a hurry. You see, we drove him from Hong Kong. He is anxious to establish his headquarters in Tibet before we can reach him.
Mr. Barlow, I will cooperate with you in whatever way I can. I shall also notify the Tibetan government that the octopus has entered their territory.
Good. And also notify them of our coming. The time is past when we can work in secret.
How soon do you plan to take off again?
Well, it's getting too dark to risk a takeoff now. Anyhow, I have a little business to attend to before leaving Da Shen Lu. We shall leave at dawn, Mr. Ming.
Until then, Mr. Barlow, Da Shen Lu is yours.
Boy, what a place. What do you think of this town, Jane?
It's like something out of the Arabian Nights, Barney. All these funny little shops, There's new sights and smells.
Gosh, and Lou has some big buildings, too.
Yeah, but not enough to make it a close second to New York, kid.
The only big things I can keep my eyes on are those mountains looming above us, Barney. Look at that moon shining on the snow up there.
You look at it, Bob. Me, I'm going to keep my eyes on what I see in the street. Hey, what's that funny-looking animal with the horns?
Yeah, Mr. Dunlap.
Yeah, I know. Huh?
Yeah.
Look, Mr. Martin, I asked what that animal was called. You don't have to yes me all the time.
And I said, yeah.
Somebody's gonna get their face slapped.
Do you mean yak, Mr. Martin?
Yes, Speed. But Tibetans dropped the vinyl K. It's spelled yak and pronounced yak.
Well, Barney thought you were kidding him, Mr. Martin.
I don't see nothing funny about it. If you ask me, it's silly. Why don't they pronounce it the way it's spelled, or vice versa and stuff?
Well, you'd better get used to words that are pronounced differently than they're spelled, Barney. You'll find plenty of them in Tibet.
Yeah, well, I'll stick to English. And that thing that looks like an overgrown steer is still yak to me.
Say, we're getting kind of out of the town, aren't we?
We better turn back or we'll run into a herd of Barney's yaks.
That's right. And we'll need plenty of sleep if we're going to take off at dawn.
Well, you all better go back to the hotel, then. I have some business to attend to first.
What, Clint?
I want a last word with our Dashin Lu operator, Barney. You want to come with me?
Yeah, I think I will. It won't take long. I want to make sure about our refueling stations in Tibet. I don't want to get stuck on a mountaintop without gas.
Well, do you think we ought to take a last look at our plane, fellas, just to make sure everything is all right? It isn't far from here now.
There's no need of that, Speed. One of the guards came in a while ago and said that everything was top hole.
Well, then we might as well get on back to the hotel, Gene. It's time little girls should be in bed.
I can certainly use some sleep.
Hey, what's that noise?
Noise?
Yeah, listen.
Look above us, the mountain!
An avalanche! Back, everyone! Run for your lives!
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero, ceiling zero.
When Speed, Clint, and Barney land their plane at Dashin Lu, gateway to Tibet, they are met by Martin, who introduces himself as a government attaché and who takes the party into the town, leaving some of his own men to guard their plane. After having their passports visaed and warning the authorities that the Octopus and some of his band have flown into Tibet, the boys and Bob Gilmore, Dr. Kingsley, and little Jean explore the town with Martin as a guide. Approaching the outskirts of Dashin Lu, Clint wonders if they should take a last look at their plane preparatory to the takeoff at dawn. But As they discuss the question, an avalanche roars down from the mountains above, and everything is confusion.
Hey, Barney! Speed! Where are you?
I don't know where Barney is.
He's under all that snow. I saw him go down.
Oh, quick, help me dig him out. Everybody pitch in. Use your hands. Sticks, anything. But get Barney out before he suffocates.
Give me the stick. I thought they never had landslides in Dutch and Lou.
There's more to this than appears, Bob. Hurry, now dig faster.
Oh, poor Barney.
Now, you stay back, Gene. More snow may come down at any time.
Look, there's Barney's foot.
But grab hold. Everyone, pull him out.
All right, let's go.
Here he comes.
Barney, are you all right?
Well, give him a chance to get his breath, Speed. Come on, let's carry him over there.
Okay.
Yeah, take your speed, Bob. Okay. There you go. Boy.
Lucky he wasn't in direct line with that avalanche, or we never would have gotten to him in time.
Well, just the edge of it caught him.
Yeah, just the edge. But that was enough to bury me in 6 feet of snow. They never have avalanches in Dashenlu, but let Barney Dunlap arrive in town and the whole mountain slides down on his neck.
Well, I told you to run.
Run where? How was I to know where the darn thing had landed? Hey, help me get some of this snow out of my neck, Speed.
Okay, Barney. You were sure lucky.
Lucky? Suffering wang doodles. If that's what you call luck, I'd hate to have a streak of bad luck.
But look at all those poor people whose houses were wrecked by that avalanche, Barney.
They would have been buried, too, if Clint hadn't given the alarm.
Hey, by the way, where's Martin?
Martin? Oh, he was right here when the avalanche struck. Right beside me.
He sure ain't there now. Do you think he might have been buried, too?
Why, no, he was way out of danger.
That's funny. Wonder where he could have gone.
Maybe he went to get help.
Then why didn't he tell us what he was going to do?
There's something mighty funny about the whole thing.
Oh, you mean Martin's disappearance, Clint?
Well, not exactly, but the way everything has happened, Dr. Kingsley. The way Martin brought men along to guard our plane, while he drove us into town, for instance.
Clint, he's a government attaché.
Yes, but how did he know we would want our plane guarded, Speed? He shouldn't have known we were on official business until I had introduced ourselves. I had made no contact with Dashenlu by shortwave radio.
That's right.
Do you think Li Ying might have radioed ahead before he was hurt?
Not to anyone here but our operator, Barney. And he would have no reason to reveal our coming until he had talked to me.
Then, do you think Mr. Martin is a member of the Octopus Band, Clint?
And I won't think anything until I see him again, Jean. But one thing is certain. We'd better get to our plane right away and see if the avalanche buried that, too.
You mean you think the Octopus planned this avalanche to do away with us, Clint? That it wasn't an accident?
Well, doesn't it strike you as a little strange that an avalanche should descend just at the time we're on the outskirts of Dashenlu and near our plane bomb? On the surface, it appears a good way to kill several birds with one stone.
Stone? An avalanche, you mean? Come on, let's get to that plane and ask them guys guarding it some questions.
Quan Wu,
Yes, master, you sent for me.
you and I are leaving the Black Pass. We will fly to Lhasa.
Lhasa, the holy city of Tibet.
You are surprised? I thought you did not like this windy pass.
I do not, master. But Lhasa, it is so carefully guarded. It is so carefully guarded. Whoever enters or leaves is closely questioned. Is it not dangerous for you to seek entrance, master?
Oh, sometimes I think you have been with me too long.
Master.
You remember the days when first we started? Well, since then we have grown. I have grown in power until now I can accomplish anything I desire.
It is not that I doubt your power or abilities, master. But sometimes even the sun is hidden by clouds. Cannot disaster sweep across your path as quickly, as unexpectedly?
Disaster, as you call it, has made me the power that I am, Quan Mu, because I have learned to override disaster. A pity that you have not learned the same.
I am merely your humble servant.
Then prepare to leave for Lhasa with me immediately. I have just had word from our man at Dashenlu. The first welcome that I had planned for the secret police, the avalanche, has failed.
Failed?
I know, it seems incredible. But Clint Barlow and all who travel with him seem protected by some mysterious luck that saves them from destruction. But such luck cannot last forever. Someday it will fail. And in that hour, Clint Barlow shall be at my mercy.
Someday, perhaps, in the future. But, master, what about the present?
Do not fear, Wu.
The Avalanche failed to accomplish what I had hoped, but the secret police and their friends have not left Dutch and Lou yet. I am informed that they plan to take off at dawn. Then the octopus will strike again.
You still hope to stop the pursuit?
Yes, but I am taking no chances. Should they escape, we will be in Lhasa by the time they reach the Black Pass, and I think my aviators there will accomplish what my men at Dutch and Lou thus far have failed in, the destruction of the secret police. However, we shall first see if Clint Barlow and the others succeed in taking off at dawn.
There's our plane, all right. Looms up in the moonlight, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The Avalanche missed it, all right. Luckily.
Lucky is right. It might have taken us weeks to repair the plane if it had been disabled in any way.
Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, Bob. If the octopus went to all the trouble of bringing an avalanche down on my neck, he might have wrecked the motors or the controls.
Good heavens, do you think so?
I doubt it, Doctor. It was a miracle that we escaped from that avalanche. The octopus never thought we would, I'm sure of that. And probably gave his men no further orders other than to say that there'd been a terrible accident.
Just wait till I get my mitts on that Martin guy. Him doing that disappearing act looks mighty suspicious to me. That's what always happens to the octopus gangsters. Just when you want 'em, they ain't.
And when you don't want 'em, there they are, huh, Barney?
That's right, kid.
Hey, boys. Looks as if the men guarding our plane have disappeared, too.
What?
Yeah, see for yourself. There's no sign of them.
Maybe the avalanche scared them away, Bob.
Well, guards aren't supposed to desert their post, Gene. Besides that, they could easily see that they weren't in line with it.
You're right, Bob. Let's get inside the plane and see if it's been damaged. Oh, Doctor, you'd better wait here with Gene until we see if everything's okay.
Very well, Clint.
We'll wait right here for you.
Well, the plane looks just about like we left it.
Yeah, but I've learned that looks don't mean a thing. I'll climb in first and switch on the lights.
All right, go ahead.
Everything's clear. Come on.
All right, let's go.
All right.
That's the boy. All right, now, Barney, go up front and try out the motors. Then go over the controls carefully to see if anything's been touched.
Okay, Clint.
And, Bob, you look at our supplies, will you?
You bet, Clint.
What should I do?
Well, Speed, you might take a look at our ammunition. Meanwhile, I'll see if our fuel tanks have been tampered with. Oh, yes, and look at the drinking water, too, Speed.
Okay. Let's see now. Machine gun bullets? Yep, they're in order. And here are the tear gas bombs. Nobody's touched them. I don't think the plane's been hurt any, because it was all locked up and the octopus never thought we'd be able to use it again. Well, I'm through here. Guess I'll go up and see how Barney's making out. Hey, Bob, how are the supplies?
Everything seems to be all right, Speed, but I'm making a thorough examination just to make sure. These supplies are darn important to us on this flight.
I'll say so. Barney!
Oh! Hey, what do you mean sneaking up behind me like that and grabbing my shoulder? Trying to scare me to death?
No, I thought you heard me coming, Barney.
How can I hear you when I'm listening to these motors?
Sound all right, don't they?
Smooth as silk, kid. Ain't nothing wrong with these babies. They'd carry us to Timbuktu if we was to take off right now. But as long as we ain't, I might as well save gas.
Well, ammunition is okay, too, and Bob's checking on the supplies. Guess those octopus gangsters didn't hurt our plane any.
Not yet, but I'd like to get away from here before the octopus gives him any new ideas.
We're going to leave at dawn, Barney.
Yeah, but a lot can happen between now and dawn, kid. Don't forget that the octopus loves to work in the dark.
Listen. What's that?
Sounds like drums.
Let's go find Clint. Maybe he'll know what they mean.
Yeah, but it better not be another parade.
Hi, fellas. What's up?
Hear those drums, Bob? We're going to find out what they mean.
Oh, I'll come along with you. The supplies are all in good shape.
Swell. Clint's checking the gasoline and stuff. He's outside now.
What's stopping us then? Pile out.
Okay.
Here we go.
Now down.
Oh, Speed, what are those drums?
That's just what we want to know, Gene.
Here's Clint now.
I think those are Tibetan prayer drums. I told you we'd hear them at Dashin Lu.
Tibetan prayer drums? They sound more like signal drums to me.
They are weird.
Oh, dear. I wish we were leaving this place right now. I don't like it.
Well, Jean, I think you've hit on our next move.
Huh?
What do you mean, Clint?
The octopus has failed in one attack on us.
Yeah, but it sure made an impression on me.
But he may not be through with us.
Just like I said, kid, remember?
Listen, Echo, will you pipe down a minute and let me talk?
Sure, go ahead. I ain't stopping you.
Oh, Dr. Kingsley, you took nothing from the plane, did you? I mean, you took no belongings?
Why, no, Clint. Everything is here.
Yeah, don't you remember, Clint? We left everything in the plane except our identification papers because we only thought we'd be gone a few hours.
And there's no reason for us to return to town.
Yeah, huh?
Well, Mr. Ming wonder over our sudden departure. The last he heard, we were sightseeing and weren't going to take off until dawn.
Well, by now, all of Dashenlu probably knows about the avalanche bomb. And Martin, playing his part to the end, will probably report to Ming that we escaped.
And he'll also report it to the octopus.
Exactly. And before the octopus gang has time to plan another trap, we're going to leave Dashenlu. Climb into the plane, everybody. We're not going to wait until dawn. We're taking off for the Black Pass immediately.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Convinced that the Octopus gangsters caused the avalanche from which they barely escaped at Dashenlu, Speed, Clint, and Barney decide to take off that very night instead of at dawn as originally planned. Meanwhile, the Octopus and Quan Wu start a flight for Lhasa, the sacred city of Tibet, leaving the fleet of planes and the aviators stationed at Black Pass to stop the secret police in case they escape their planned fate at Dashenlu. The boys know nothing of this latest development, however, and we find them flying at a very high altitude as they approach the treacherous mountain range of Tibet, Nien Cheng Tang La.
Ooh, it's getting cold. It's even colder than it was at Dashenlu.
Well, that's because we're flying at a much higher altitude, Jean. And don't forget that Tibet is the highest country in the world. 3/4 of it is well over 10,000 feet above sea level.
Well, this high altitude certainly affects one's breathing.
Oh, do you want the oxygen tank, Dr. Kingsley?
No, thank you. I'll be all right if we don't go any higher. Clint, I was wondering about Jean and Speed.
Oh, I'm all right, Daddy. I like being high like this. It makes me feel sort of breathless and excited.
Well, just so it doesn't make you feel too breathless, Jean. Now, be sure and let us know if you have any real difficulty in breathing, won't you? We have plenty of oxygen along for just such emergencies.
But I guess we won't have to use it now, Clint. Guess we'll fly at a lot higher altitude than this before we catch up with the octopus, so we'd better save the oxygen until then.
Has Barney got the automatic pilot on, Clint?
Oh, no, Bob. Not with these mountains around us. Often he flies between them instead of over them. Use of the automatic pilot would be fatal under such flying conditions.
Clint, What was the other name of this mountain range?
Oh, you mean the English name, Jean?
Yes.
The Spirit of the Expanse of Great Fear.
That name frightens me. Why do they call it that?
Well, I imagine the Tibetans are superstitious, honey. Such high mountains are always dangerous, so rather than admit physical fear, the Tibetans probably people Nien Chen Tang La with evil spirit. It is creatures of their own imagination.
I'm not afraid of things like that, Daddy. But the octopus and his men are waiting there at Black Pass. They're more terrible than these mountains, even evil spirits or anything else.
Well, you needn't worry your little head about the octopus, Gene. Clint, Speed, Barney, and Bob will take care of him.
How are you planning the attack, Clint?
Well, frankly, I don't know yet. First, we'll have to see what conditions we have to face before planning how we're going to face them.
Are you going to capture the octopus and his gang alive, Clint?
I'd like to, Speed, but if worst comes to worst, we can bomb Black Pass from the air. That would save the secret police and the world a lot of trouble. And it's the way the octopus would take if our positions were reversed. But I have orders to bring him in alive if possible, and I intend following those orders.
Clint! Oh, Clint, come here.
Coming, Barney. Oh, what's up, fella?
I just talked to the hospital again over the shortwave set, and Li Ying is still out cold. Looks like concussion of the brain, all right.
Well, that isn't so good. I'm convinced that Ying had something important to tell me before we took off from Hong Kong. He told me as much. Chang prevented that, and now there's no telling how long he'll be unable to talk.
Yeah, that's bad luck. Our Hong Kong operator in the hospital not knowing what's going on. Who's taking his place meantime?
Wong. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. But he didn't have all the inside dope on the job we're working on like Ying did.
No, and Ying certainly didn't have a chance to tell him about it either before his accident. I guess we can only depend on the Hong Kong office for emergency supplies or reinforcements, Barney. We'll have to do all the undercover work on our own.
That's right, pal. We can keep in touch with our stations, but once we crack up or our radio goes on the blink, we're entirely on our own.
Yes, and so are Dr. Kingsley and little Jean.
Yeah, that ain't so good. If we run into an ambush at Black Pass, we're just as liable to get shot out of the sky as not. That'll be tough on the doc and the kid.
Say, Barney, I've changed my mind.
Huh?
Head the ship for Nagchuka instead of the Black Pass.
Nagchuk? What is that?
It's one of the main gateways to the holy city of Lhasa, and one of the safest places in Tibet, since everyone is under the strictest surveillance, and no one can pass through to Lhasa without authorized permission.
Then why go there? It's a cinch the octopus won't be there.
Well, naturally. But I want to leave the doctor and Jean at Nagchuka. I know there will be no danger there, and we can then continue on to the Black Pass with free mind.
Free my foot? Flying into the den of the octopus ain't my idea of freedom.
No, you know what I mean. We, accustomed to danger, expect it. But we're apt to be over-careful when the lives of two innocent people are involved.
Hey, if that's true, then let's take on more passengers. When you're near the octopus, it's impossible to be over-careful.
All right, wise guy. Say, are you going to head for Nagchuka?
If you hadn't been so busy talking, you would have noticed that I turned her nose in that direction. Leastways, this map says it's in that direction.
Well, of course, it's always a good idea to follow a map.
Yeah, but one thing maps don't show is what's waiting for you when you come to the place you're looking for.
Quan Wu, why do you continually look behind us? Do you expect to see someone following our plane?
Yes, Master. I must admit that I do. Suppose Clint Barlow should not go to the Black Pass first, but to Lhasa instead.
Let him. I expect to reach Lhasa before he could. There's but one chance in a million that he would see us.
But Barlow is known for making good on his one chance.
Enough. The secret police will go to the Black Pass first, that I am sure of. There is no reason for them to change their plans. They cannot possibly know that I am no longer there.
I sincerely hope that you are right, Master, now that we are flying alone.
We shall not be alone long. I have already arranged for our men to prepare for our arrival in Lhasa. I wish to resume our smuggling activities over the most profitable route we have, the one between Tibet and India over the Himalayas. We have a big program ahead of us, Quan Wu. There is no time for fear and imagination.
Yes, Master, I shall remember. From this time on, I shall give no voice to my fears.
Good.
Are we stopping at Nagchuka or flying directly to Lhasa?
We shall stop at Nagchuka. Remember, Wu, I have established a character for myself here in Tibet. I am Paul Meunier, scientist carrying on experiments in the comparative quiet of Tibet that will revolutionize the world. Little does the Tibetan government realize how much they will revolutionize the world.
And all our activities can be safely carried on under the cloak of science?
Yes, easily. Without my mask, I am Paul Meunier. With it, I am the Octopus. And no one must ever know that both are the same man.
You plan to remove your mask before landing at Nagchuka, then?
Of course. But I shall change my appearance by following Barlow's example. I shall use makeup as a disguise.
But this plane, it will be noticed, of course. Not many pass this way. Will it not be reported to the secret police should they reach as far as Nagchuka?
No. Because of my reputation as Paul Meunier, the scientist, I can forbid the officials to say anything of my goings and comings. I shall say that I must have absolute privacy surrounding my experiments. Otherwise, I shall seek seclusion somewhere else in the world. The Tibetan government will not do anything to lose the fat fee I am paying them for such privacy.
You make it all seem so easy, Master.
Anything is easy, Wu, if one has courage. But if one hesitates, then all is lost. Remember that.
I shall.
And now I see Nagchuka ahead of us. You are to say nothing when others are around us. I shall introduce you as my mute colleague, whose brain is all the more keen because of enforced silence. Remember, never utter a sound when there is anyone near to listen.
I shall remember.
I shall still call you Wu, since it is a fairly common name. And now, make ready for our landing.
Seems like we should have reached Nagchuka long ago, Barney.
Hold your horses, pal. After all, I was almost at Black Pass when you changed your mind about where to land. We could have reached Nagchuka a lot quicker if I'd pointed for it in the beginning.
I know. How do you like Tibetan flying?
It's plenty tricky. Them mountains create some terrific downdrafts, and you never know what sort of wind you're going to find at the different altitudes. Suffering whang-doodles, but the winds do blow in Tibet.
Yeah, I heard that it started around 11 in the morning and sometimes blew all night.
That's a comforting thought to carry when you try to make a landing. Feel this crate. It's bucking like a bronco.
You want me to fly her for a while?
No, thanks. I'll finish the job. How are the folks in the cabin?
As well as could be expected. Jean didn't like the idea of being left behind while we went adventuring, as she put it. But I think the doctor was relieved.
I don't blame him. Poor Duck. For a long time, he was getting along just fine in Hong Kong, carrying on his practice as a doctor, dabbling enough in government to make it interesting. Then, boom, along comes us and the Octopus, and everything goes haywire with him.
You never know what's going to happen, I guess. Just about the time you get things figured out and running smoothly, somebody throws a wrench in the works.
Yeah, and you land in Tibet. Don't tell me I know all the answers.
Yeah, but they're generally the wrong answers.
Oh, yeah?
See, I think that's Nagchuka ahead.
I sure hope so. And after this, if we always get wind in the afternoon in Tibet, I'll do all my flying in the morning.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, kid.
We're almost there, aren't we?
How'd you know?
Oh, I was figuring our mileage and how much the wind probably cut our speed down. Comparing all that to the distance shown on the map, I figured we ought to be about there.
Listen to him. Maybe he should be flying this crate.
You taught your pupil too well, Barney. Speed will be flying rings around you before you know it.
Oh, no. One thing I do know, and that's flying. The kid might fly as good as me someday, but he'll have to reach my age before he can.
We'll let him keep his illusions for the time being, Speed, because we'll land soon.
Oh, boy, am I excited. There's not a whole lot known about Tibet. We'll almost be like explorers.
That's no lie. We'll probably have to go places where no one else would go before we're out of this mess.
Quit singing the blues. Look sharp for a landing field, Barney.
I am. Ain't I been losing altitude all the time?
Yeah, but that can mean anything, including a crack-up.
You just keep your feathers smoothed and let me fly this ship, old pal.
Say, look below us, fellas. On the port side. Another ship. It's grounded.
Why, yes. Boys, that's the Octopus plane.
What?
Sure, don't you recognize it? We've caught up with him at last.
Yeah, but now that we've caught up with him, just what are we going to do with him?
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
As the plane of the secret police nears Black Pass, where the octopus is supposedly awaiting them, Clint orders Barney to turn off his course and head for Nagchuka, main gateway to the Tibetan capital, Lhasa. He plans to leave Dr. Kingsley and little Jean there for safety's sake, not knowing that the octopus and Quan Wu have also flown there. As the boys fly over Nagchuka, however, they see a plane below which they recognize as belonging to their enemy, the octopus, and Barney hastens to land beside it.
Be careful, Barney. You're going to land at too fast a speed. You'll crack us up.
No, I won't, Clint. Just hold on a minute, and I'll have you down, and we'll have the octopus.
I sure hope you know what you're doing, Barney. Look, people are running out from that building and looking at us.
Well, I don't wonder. They probably think a lunatic is flying this plane.
Hold tight. I'm setting her down. There, we're down. Didn't I tell you I'd do it?
Yes, you needn't have bounced just like a rubber ball. Pull up right beside that octopus plane, then cut your motors. Speed and I'll go back and get the others ready to climb out.
Okay. Better keep your guns handy in case the octopus saw us coming.
Gee, Clint, you really think we've got him cornered at last?
Well, I don't know, Speed. You know how he is. Furthermore, the octopus may not be flying this plane himself. Perhaps it's just one of his band.
Maybe. We'll soon find out.
Hey, that really was a landing, fellas. What happened? Did Barney hit a bump?
No, Bob, but we spotted an octopus plane, and we're taxiing up to it right now.
An octopus plane?
Oh, dear. I hope he isn't here.
Golly, Gene. You ought to hope he is. He couldn't do anybody any harm here in Nagchuka. They're awful strict here and watch everyone. You have to know all about him before they let him go on through into Lhasa.
All right. Everybody out now. But Dr. Kingsley, you and Jean stay in back of us. Can't tell what might be awaiting us.
Well, whatever you say, Clint.
I'll go first. You follow me, Bob, and keep your eyes and ears open.
You bet.
Here we go. Oh, here comes someone to meet us. Looks like some sort of an official.
Well, we can save time, I guess, by asking him what he knows about this plane.
Who are those fellas with him? Look like policemen.
You take care of Jean the doctor, Speed, and let us do the talking.
Oh, okay.
Say, this fellow doesn't look any too friendly, Clint.
Don't worry about that, Bob. They're very careful here. Besides, he doesn't know who we are.
Which of you is Clint Barlow?
What? Well, I am, but how did you know?
This is your plane?
Well, it's the property of the International Secret Police. We came here...
Is this all of your party?
No, my aide, Barney Dunlap, is still inside the plane.
Not anymore, pal. Who's this guy, the mayor? My name is Moo. Moo? You find it funny? Very funny, pal. It sounds like a cow. You know, moo, moo.
Oh, here, now take it easy, Barney.
Yeah. Oh, he knows I'm only kidding. Have you told him about the octopus?
Well, I was just about
Enough
to.
of this talk. Clint Barlow. You and your party are under arrest. You... What?
What do you mean?
Why, there must be some mistake, Mr. Moo. Why, we're the secret police.
Yeah, and we came here to arrest somebody, not to be arrested. Nevertheless, you are under arrest. Any pleas of innocence you wish to make must be made at headquarters. Come with me.
I can imagine how Clint Barlow feels at this moment, Quan Wu.
Careful, Master. The chief of police is apt to return at any moment.
It will take him a little time to see that our friends are safe in their cell. Meanwhile, we can talk freely.
I shall feel better when we have left Nagchuka and are safe in our headquarters at Lhasa. Barlow may convince the authorities of the truth, and then we are lost.
Before he can do that, we shall be in Lhasa, Quan Wu.
Do not forget that the Tibetan government thinks me to be a noted scientist, Paul Munier. I am going to carry on important scientific investigations here in Tibet. And for privacy, I pay the Tibetan government a very large sum of money.
But what if Barlow tells them that you are the octopus?
I do not doubt that he will, but they will not believe him. For you heard me tell the chief of police that instead of Barlow and the others being secret police as they claim, they are instead agents of a rival government, which seeks to discover my scientific experiments and carry them back to their own country. Enemy spies will use my inventions to destroy the civilization of the world.
Yes, but clever as you are, Master, I am surprised that they believe you.
Believed me? Quan Wu, with wars and rumors of wars thundering over the world, governments will believe anything. That is why crime thrives on war. The world is playing into my hand, Quan Wu, and someday I will be its absolute master.
Yes, of course, Master.
You look at me strangely. Do you think me insane?
No, of course not.
That is very wise of you, Quan Wu. And do not forget that you are supposed to be mute. Never utter a word when others than our own men are around to hear.
I shall remember.
I have found the right place at last to work from, Wu. Little is known about Tibet. Here I can enlarge my organization at will. I could build an empire here with no one to stop me. For always I have the excuse of science. Yes. The world will someday soon hear a great deal about the octopus.
But what about the secret police? They will get word to the Hong Kong base and thus establish their identities and their innocence.
Enough so to allow them to leave Tibet, Wu. But they can never enter Lhasa. I have told my story too well. We are protected by Tibet.
Oh, Barney, would you mind stopping that eternal whistling of yours? Things are bad enough in this jail without listening to that.
I'm trying to be cheerful, Clint. This cell they stuck us in ain't no pleasure resort, so I'm doing my good deed to try and cheer you all up.
You do a better deed by shutting up.
All right, but you never did appreciate me.
If we could only get to see the chief of police, he'd let us out of here right away.
We did see him when they threw us in here, Speed.
Yeah, but not to talk to. He just looked at us.
They jailed us without giving us a chance to talk to anyone. We have no idea as to the charges against us, the reason for our arrest.
Don't worry about the reason, old pal. It's the octopus. That rat framed us somehow.
Oh, but how? How can he land here without giving himself away?
If I knew all that, I wouldn't be in here.
It really isn't so bad, Barney. I think it's kind of fun. We're sure to get out of this all right. And it isn't everybody who can be in a Tibetan jail.
That's what makes me angriest of all, to think that they put a little girl like Jean in jail, too.
I guess you look like a criminal character, Jean.
Oh, this is terrible. Seems like some horrible dream, Clint.
We're in a bad spot, all right, Doctor. They'll have to let us talk to someone eventually. Then I can cable Hong Kong and prove our identity. They can't keep us in this cell forever.
Why can't they?
What?
Why can't they? Who's going to know what happened to us? Maybe that's what they do to people when they come to Tibet. Put them in dungeons so they're never heard of again. You said yourself nobody knew much about the place.
Oh, for the love of Mike, pipe down.
Huh?
You heard me. Why, Tibet is more civilized in many respects than a lot of other countries. Whatever jam we're in now is bound to be only temporary. So don't talk just to hear yourself talk and frighten Jean.
I was only
We
saying...
heard you the first time. Don't repeat it.
There's only a way we could escape from this jail before the octopus has a chance to leave Nokchuka.
Yes, that's what we're probably in here for, Speed. To give him time to take off.
Sure it is. He probably spotted our plane long before we saw his and cut our throats so nicely with the officials that we'll be here as long as it suits him.
Yes, but if he talked to the Tibetan officials, he couldn't have had his mask on.
Say, Dr. Kingsley's right.
Yes, the octopus must be traveling under an assumed name here in Tibet, and a very powerful name. He never could have had us thrown in here without a chance of talking for our rights.
Say, Clint, if he can talk them into things like that, what's going to stop him from talking them into shooting us?
Yeah, there you go again.
Well, it's possible. Or maybe this is one of them jails where the floor drops away and you fall into a well, or the walls close in on you.
Oh, yes, or the ceiling, studded with long spikes, descends on you.
Yeah, how did you know?
Oh, I used to read the same kind of detective stories when I was 6 years old.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you, I've learned a lot from them detective stories.
Oh, now I know what's wrong with you lately, huh? Well, stop reading them for the good of the International Secret Police.
Clint, what'll we do after we do get out of here?
It all depends, Speed. Only hope that we can get some clue as to the destination of the octopus. But I'm afraid he won't leave a trace.
And all the time we thought he was going to be at the Black Pass.
We just took a chance on finding him there. After Chang told him over the shortwave radio that we were following him there.
Well, personally, I think it's just as well that you didn't follow him to Black Pass, Clint. Those planes of his were all equipped with machine guns, weren't they?
Judging by the one we captured from Splitters, yes.
Well, we would have been fighting against terrible odds. One plane against the fleet of the Octopus.
We could have done some damage with them bombs, though. But speaking of Splinters, I wonder if we'll see him again soon.
Well, I hope so, because when we find Splinters, I think we'll find Marcia Winfield.
Oh, Clint, you really think so?
Oh, absolutely, honey. She's somewhere in Tibet. And sooner or later, we'll find her.
We will if we ever get out of this joint.
Well, you haven't helped matters any, you know. Mooing at Mr. Moo.
Listen, it wasn't on account of that they threw us in here. Anyhow, that guy's name was funny.
Well, you'll hear a lot more strange names in Tibet, Barney, so you better get used to hearing them with a straight face for all our sake.
Hey, is everybody against me?
No, Barney. But when you go to a new country, you gotta be kind of careful how you act at first. And careful of what you say.
Listen to who's talking. Listen, kid, I've laughed my way in and out of dozens of foreign countries.
Listen, a plane.
The octopus plane, I bet. Quick, let me get to the window.
Call that crack in the wall a window.
Can you see anything yet, Clint?
No, just the sentry walking back and forth. Yes. Wait a minute. Yes, it is the octopus plane. We've got to get out of here.
Hey, now,
wait a minute, fellas. Somebody's coming.
What is all this noise about? The octopus, you let him fly away. I do not know what you talk about, Mr. Dunlap, but my chief is ready to see you all. Prove your innocence of the charge against you to him, if you can.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed, Clint, and Barney see an octopus plane at Nagchuka, they hurriedly land, thinking that at last they may have cornered their deadly enemy. No sooner do they climb out of their plane, however, when they are arrested by a Tibetan officer and, along with Dr. Kingsley, Little Jean, and Bob Gilmore, are placed in jail without any explanation. While they're trying to figure out the reason for this turn of events, the octopus plane takes off. At the same moment, the boys are informed that the chief of police will see them, and we find them in his office now.
This is a fine mess. What's the idea of throwing us in jail and letting the octopus fly away?
Before I answer any of your questions, you must answer mine. Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I? Clint, tell him who we are.
Well, I will, Barn, if you'll calm down long enough to let someone else talk. Now, Chief Tipo.
Yes?
This is Barney Dunlap. This, Speed Gibson, and I am Clint Barlow. All of the International Secret Police.
There were more in your party. 3 more, I believe.
Yes, sir. Bob Gilmore and the doctor and his little girl. They're waiting for us now outside.
Well, they are more or less the innocent parties, Chief Tipo.
According to my information, not one of you is innocent.
What information?
It is from a very reliable source. From Paul Mounier, to be exact.
Paul Mounier?
A scientist who has come to Tibet to carry on certain experiments. And I assure you that I shall not allow secret agents from any country to interfere with these experiments or steal them so that their country can use them selfishly, perhaps for destruction.
Clint, what's he talking about?
Well, I don't know, Speed, but we'll soon find out. Chief Tipo, a terrible mistake has been made somewhere. We're not spies, enemy agents. We're the secret police, and have come to Tibet to arrest the criminal known as the Octopus.
The Octopus?
You've heard of him?
Of course. But he is not in Tibet.
That's what you think, Chief Tipo. We drove him out of Hong Kong after a long fight and followed him here. We know he's in Tibet because we saw his plane here at Nagchuka when we landed. But now because you arrested us, we might lose his trail because he's escaped. Took off just a few minutes ago.
Who is this boy?
Oh, Speed is my nephew, and the youngest member of the secret police. Do you know where this Mounier is?
I am still asking all questions, Barrow. Remember, you are my prisoners.
Well, here are our identification papers, Chief. And if you want further proof of our identities, cable Hong Kong. Or Chief Riley in New York.
You speak strangely for spies. But Mounier said you were clever.
Clint, this Mounier fellow must be the Octopus.
Speed, that's exactly what I've been thinking. No one else would go to the trouble of framing us so well.
Framed us so well, we're ready to be hung, if you ask me.
But while holding us here, Chief Tipo, you're allowing the most dangerous criminal in the world to establish himself somewhere in Tibet.
You mean you accuse Mr. Mounier of being the Octopus?
Absolutely.
What proof have you?
Well, no visible proof. But on the other hand, what proof have you that we're spies?
The word of a man I have known for quite a while. Paul Mounier has come to Tibet before this. He pays the Tibetan government well for the privacy in which to carry on his experiments.
Ah, money, is it? Well, we'll give you plenty if you'll just let us go so as we can take out after that devilfish.
Money has nothing to do with it, Dunlap. The Tibetan government respects the wishes of its citizens.
You mean Mr. Mounier is a citizen of Tibet?
Yes. He took out naturalization papers 5 years ago.
Don't mean a thing. That octopus guy has citizenship papers in every country in the world. I tell you, Tipo, he's a bad egg, believe me.
Well, if you don't believe our story, at least give us a chance to prove our innocence of the charges against us. Cable Chief Riley in New York and ask him about us.
We'd better send a code word along, too, Clint, so the chief will know it's really us.
Yes, and tell Chief Riley that our password is Mademoiselle Fifi.
Fifi?
Yeah, that was his code name in the beginning of this mess. Riley was Fifi at a hat shop in New York.
Will you cable New York, Chief Tipo?
Very well. I think you are merely playing for time, but I will give you the chance you ask for.
Oh, swell. I know Chief Riley will clear us.
If he does not, Speed Gibson, you know what happens to spies when they are caught.
There is Lhasa below us, Quan.
A strange and wonderful city, Master. Where are we going to land?
Do you see that jagged mountain just ahead?
Yes.
There is a large house clinging to its side, overlooking Chakpurla, the pass of the Iron Dagger. That will be our headquarters. And the level plateau near the house, you cannot see it as yet. will be our landing field.
An isolated spot indeed.
Isolated, yet easily reached by those who know its secret trails and underground passages, Quan. It is the perfect location for our purposes.
But if the landing field is visible, will it not attract attention should anyone fly over it?
Not many will fly near that mountain, Wu. And if strangers should land, they will find nothing suspicious. Scientists at work, that is all. Everything else will be hidden. You'd better fasten your safety belt while I land.
Very well. That pass of the Iron Dragon looks forbidding indeed. Will there be anyone at the house to meet us?
Not yet. I do not expect my local captain until tomorrow. We left Nagchuka rather sooner than I thought we would, but it is well. I want to go over the house thoroughly before the others come. You and I must have exits, plenty of places of safety that no one else should know about.
We have made a safe landing.
Yes, it would have been more difficult had the wind been blowing. It whistles down the pass and creates treacherous down currents. The route that we took to this field is the only safe one. And when the wind is blowing, it is best not to attempt a landing at all. And now to inspect our new headquarters.
And that is the house?
You do not like the looks of it?
It is most desolate, Master. It looks haunted.
Come, we shall go inside where it's warmer. This house has everything that we need. From food to bullets. I can turn this into a fort at a moment's notice.
But how did all this come about?
I have a clever agent here in Tibet. I knew that someday I would come here. This would be my last stand, because I could go no higher. From this place, I shall dictate to the world. Here we are.
Oh, this door has not been open for some time.
I told you the place was full of secret passages and underground exits and entrances. This door is only for inquisitive strangers.
Master, why, this house is a palace.
Why should we not live in luxury, Wu? I'm tired of plain surroundings. Everything in this palace is rich, beautiful, excepting the arsenal and the laboratory, where I shall carry on my experiments. But no one shall see these places save you and I.
Careful. Those cobwebs.
Leave them alone for the time being. I have something in common with the spider. We both spin our webs and wait for the unsuspecting victim to become entangled. Then we devour him.
Are we to always have the spiders with us then?
No. All this shall be cleared away when my agent comes tomorrow. He brings workers with him. It was more important to start our activities here than to sweep away spider webs, Quan Wu.
I understand, Master.
And now let us proceed to the laboratory. There I shall call Black Pass on the short wave set and also listen in to any conversations that may be coming from Nagchuka. I am curious to know how my friends, the secret police, are enjoying the jail.
So that's the whole story of the octopus, Chief Tipo. Now you know why we're so anxious to capture him. Why, he's a menace to the whole world.
Yeah, and we've chased him all the way from Alameda, California, Chief. He even tried to stop us during the China Clipper flight.
And what happened to us in Hong Kong because of that mug ain't fit to tell.
And you say he kidnapped this young woman, Masha Winfield, and you believe her to be here in Tibet?
Yes, and perhaps her brother, Lawrence.
He is not in Lhasa. Everyone who goes there must first pass through Nagchuka.
She was brought here by Splendors, a renegade aviator. He wouldn't set down here, that's a cinch. But I've got a hunch Marsha's somewhere near Lhasa if the octopus is around here. Why, the headquarters of the gang must be in or near Lhasa.
A criminal den in the holy city. Never.
Yes, but it might be nearer, Chief Tipo. The octopus is clever enough to seek such a place, knowing that close proximity to Lhasa will give him plenty of protection.
I'll say so. Nobody'd think of looking for him there.
Your story sounds very convincing, Mr. Barlow. But I must wait for the reply from Chief Riley in New York before I can free you.
And then you'll believe that Paul Mounier is really the octopus?
No, Speed. I still think that Mr. Mounier was mistaken as to who you were. That is all.
Now listen. If Chief Riley's cable proves that we've been telling the truth, that means we've got a good case of false arrest against the Nagchuka police force, doesn't it?
Well, yes.
And the International Secret Police are a darn sight more powerful than you or any other country's police force. You know that, too, don't you?
Explain.
And Chief Riley will be awful mad when he finds out that you stopped us. Why, Clint is his ace operator.
I had no alternative. Mounier himself said you were spies. And after all, I have no proof yet that you are not.
But if you get that proof, will you take a chance with us that Mounier and the octopus are one and the same man? Will you tell us where he's gone? Join forces with us and aid us in capturing him?
Well, yes, I will. If that proof comes.
Chief Depot?
Yes.
A cablegram from America.
It's
from
Chief
Riley.
Yeah, give it to me. Just a minute until I see what it says.
Read it out loud, Chief.
Chief Depot, Nagchuka, Tibet. This will verify identities of Barlow, Dunlap, and Gibson. Tell them the lid is off. Fifi will back them to the limit. Expect all Tibetan police and officials to do likewise. Chief Riley, International Secret Police.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed, Clint, Barney, and the others were arrested at Nagchuka, the main gateway to Lhasa, charged with being spies. The boys are on the trail of Paul Mounier, whom everyone thinks is a scientist who has brought his valuable inventions and experiments to Tibet. In reality, Mounier is the octopus. He has framed the secret police so that they will be unable to follow him to his new headquarters, but Clint clears his party of the alleged guilt by having the Tibetan police chief cable Chief Riley in New York. Riley's reply proves their innocence, and we now find the boys and Chief Depot talking over the next move.
I cannot tell you how perturbed I am over your past treatment, Mr. Barlow, but you must understand the word of such a noted man as Paul Mounier makes...
Yes, of course, Chief Depot. Let's forget the whole thing. But this Mounier, tell me more about him.
As I have already said, he has come to Tibet often, but never to stay. This time, however, he plans staying here.
Not if we can help it. We're going to take that guy back to the good old USA as our prisoner.
I'll say so, Barney.
You still insist that Mounier is the octopus?
Yes. And don't forget that you promised to tell us his whereabouts and also aid in his capture if proof came that we were the secret police. Well, that proof has come.
I know, Mr. Barlow, but you must appreciate my position, my responsibility. Should you be wrong about Mounier, my government would be placed in a most embarrassing position.
Yes, I realize that. And for that reason, we must work in absolute secrecy. But work we must. Now, first, where is Mounier headed for?
He has taken the house overlooking the pass of the Iron Dagger. It is a little to the north of Lhasa.
Is it the only house there?
Yes, Speed. My countrymen have no love for the pass. It is wild and desolate. This house was built some years ago by an exiled prince. In fact, he went mad in it. And since that time, no one has lived in the house.
No?
It is well built, richly furnished, but the shepherds have brought down strange tales about it. They say it is haunted.
Well, I feel sorry for any spook that's haunting that house now that the octopus has moved in. He'll de-ghost it soon enough.
Is the place easy to reach, Chief Tipo?
No, to my knowledge, there is only one route to the house. A narrow, winding trail that is slippery and treacherous, particularly when the hour of the wind is at hand.
Wind? I've gotten more wind in my face since coming to Tibet than I have any other place in the world. Don't you get sick of it, Chief Tipo?
We hardly notice it, Mr. Dunlap. Tibetans are accustomed to wind and snow.
Yeah, I guess the beach at Waikiki would bore you to tears, but not me, boy.
No, come back from Hawaii, Barney. We're still on the trail of the octopus.
Don't I know it? My neck's still stiff from that avalanche he sent down on us at our last stop.
Avalanche?
Sure. The octopus uses avalanches and typhoons for calling cards.
You'll help us capture him, won't you, Chief Tipo? Give us the men and ammunition we need.
I'll help the secret police any way I can, Speed. But we must work in secrecy until we are sure that Mounier and the octopus are the same man.
Sure, we can do that all right. In fact, that'd be all the better. If the octopus knew we were coming, he'd have a chance to clear out again or hide what he was doing.
The pass of the Iron Dagger is not very far from here, is it?
No, it is at the head of the valley near Lhasa.
Good. You send out the call for your best men, Chief Tipo, and we shall advance on the pass as soon as possible.
You ain't gonna fly there, Clint.
Oh, let the octopus know we're around, Don't be foolish.
Just the same, I'd like that plane handy for a quick getaway.
There won't be a getaway this time, Barney.
What do you mean, Clint?
We'll stay until we capture the octopus, or he destroys us. But I've got a hunch that the pass of the Iron Dagger is going to be the end of the trail for him.
And Clint Barlow thought that he could end my activities. Instead, I stopped him. He will be forced to return empty-handed. He will be the laughingstock of the service.
But there is the barest chance, Master, that he convinced Chief Tipo that you really were the octopus instead of Paul Mounier.
No chance of that, Quan Wu. I know Chief Tipo too well. And speaking of Mounier, how do I look now since applying this makeup? Would you recognize me?
No. But what if Tipo sees you? He will notice the change in your appearance.
Tipo will not see me. He remains safe in Nagchuka. There is little chance of his even coming to Lhasa, much less to my lonely house.
True. But other government officials know you, and remember you took out citizenship papers here in Tibet.
Some years ago, yes. But the changes I have made in my face will not be noticed by those who have only seen me a few times. The gray hairs and glasses I have added, they might be the product of years, too.
They indeed give you the appearance of a man of science.
Quite. But now let me put away this makeup. I have other things to do. The workers will soon arrive with my Tibetan agent.
How will they come?
By the hidden ways, the underground passages. Do you know, Wu, I could bring an army into this house without anyone outside knowing about it?
Excellent. We may need an army.
We are well protected. My aviators are standing by at Black Pass. They can fly here on a moment's notice should the need arise.
Do you intend bringing Marshal Winfield here?
Not right away. First, I wish to get the slave route started between here and India, over the Himalayas. There is time enough for the girl.
What are you going to do with her?
I am not sure yet. With Barlow out of the way, there is no need for me to hold her as hostage.
You are sure that he and the others no longer pursue us, Master?
Yes, but do not worry. I shall make doubly sure before I destroy the girl and splinters along with her. I must silence both their tongues forever. Meanwhile, they wait in Lhasa under the eye of my Tibetan agent.
The wind is starting again.
Let it blow.
Master, in spite of all your plans, in spite of our seeming safety, I have the feeling of disaster. I do not like this place. We should never have come here.
Quan Wu, I would advise you to keep such feelings to yourself. I have not told you everything about this house.
What do you mean?
It was built by a madman and has dungeons, torture rooms such as you have never seen. If you anger me too much...
Master, you would not destroy your faithful servant.
You can serve me only as long as you are fearless. When a man becomes a coward, he is useless to me, and I destroy useless things.
But I do not deserve such a fate.
You shall bring about your own fate by your future actions, Quan Wu. I advise you to lose your cowardice instead of losing your courage. If you do not want to lose your life.
Speed now.
Thank heaven now we can get the whole story.
What's up, Speed? They told us we were cleared of the spy charges, but wouldn't tell us anything more.
Gee, I'm sorry, Bob.
And you and Clint and Barney have been in the chief of police's office for so long. We'd about given up hope of ever getting out of here.
Don't worry about that, Gene. You'll get out of jail all right. But you're going to stay in Nagchuka while we go up to a place called the Pass of the Iron Dagger.
Pass of the Iron Dagger? But why, Speed?
Because we think that's where the octopus is.
The octopus? Then you've convinced Chief Tipo that the octopus is really in Tibet?
Well, not quite. You see, he thinks the octopus is a scientist, Paul Mounier. But he's willing to help us in attacking his hideout.
Where is it?
A house overlooking this Iron Dagger Pass. Worst of it is, though, we've got to do the whole thing in secret, because they won't get Tipo and bad if Mounier isn't the octopus.
I don't quite understand.
The whole story is awful mixed up, Dr. Kingsley. But it'd take too long for me to tell you everything that's happened while we've been in there. We want to start to the octopus hangout as soon as Chief Tipo gets his men together.
Oh, Speed, please don't go to that Pass of the Iron Dagger. I'm afraid.
Nothing for you to be afraid of. You'll be safe here in Nagchuka.
Oh, it isn't me I'm afraid for, but you.
Golly, I wouldn't miss this for anything, Gene. We've tracked the octopus halfway across the world, and now we've just about got him. It's going to be great.
I'll say so. Just let me get to that octopus, and I'll make him tell me where Marcia and Larry Winfield are if I have to choke it out of him.
Well, I don't think you're going with us on this trip, Bob.
What?
No. Clint thought you ought to be here in case anything goes wrong.
In case anything goes wrong? Well, then I should be with you. Where's Clint? Just let me talk to him.
Here he comes now with Barney.
Oh, hello there, Bob. What's all the excitement about?
Well, Speed just told me I wasn't going with you on the octopus raid.
Well, that's right. You'll be more valuable here. I must have someone that I can depend on to keep me in touch with what's going on here. And then, too, you can keep an eye on Dr. Kingsley and Jean.
Well, I'm afraid we're causing you a great deal of trouble, Clint.
No, not at all, Doctor. But we all need a little more patience. Now, once the octopus is captured, well, then we can relax.
And I'll see Marcia again.
You bet you will, honey. Well, Clint, when do we start disguising ourselves as yaks or yaws, as you want to call it?
What are you talking about, Barney?
Well, because we must work in secrecy, Bob, we're disguising ourselves as Tibetan shepherds. Tipo's men won't have to change their appearance since they are native Tibetans.
Yeah. All they have to do is put on shepherd clothes. But we've got to make up to look like Tibetans.
Well, do you think such a disguise will avert suspicion, Clint?
Yes, I do, Doctor. Should any of us be discovered before I give the signal for attack, we can say that we're looking for some lost animals. It'll be logical enough.
It's sure going to be exciting. It'll be night by the time we reach the pass and the windows come up. It'll be just like something you read in books.
Well, believe me, kid, I wish I was reading all this in a book. Octopus hunting on Iron Dagger Pass on a windy night ain't my idea of a pleasant evening.
Oh, don't talk so much, Barney. We barely have time to get our makeup on. Chief Tipo is getting his men ready fast.
Well, go ahead. Make me up. I ain't stopping you. But I'd a lot rather go on a raid for once with my eyes wide open instead of being taped up to look Chinese or Tibetan. I want to see where I'm going.
Maybe you had the right idea first. I'll make you up as a yak. As long as we have to drive you, might as well make it look realistic.
Hey, you'll be wanting me to bleat next or moo. What does a yak do?
Search me, Barney. The ones you've seen so far haven't made any noise.
Barney gave him too much competition.
Everyone seems mighty gay, considering that we're about to go after the #1 criminal of the world.
Why not, Barney? Isn't Clint the #1 secret policeman of the world?
I wonder what will happen when you really stand face to face.
I'd like to see that meeting.
Yeah, I hope we'll be able to, Doc.
Exactly. And that's why we might as well laugh now. Because something tells me the meeting at the Pass of the Iron Dagger will be no laughing matter.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Leaving Bob Gilmore, Dr. Kingsley, and Little Jean at Nagchuka, Speed, Clint, and Barney prepare for their advance on the Octopus headquarters, a house overlooking the wild and windy pass of the Iron Dagger. Disguising themselves as Tibetan shepherds, the boys join Police Chief Tipo and his men, and moving in utmost secrecy, at last find themselves in the pass which holds their enemy.
So this is the Pass of the Iron Dagger.
Yes, Speed, and look above you. You can just make it out in the moonlight. The house that Mr. Monnier has taken.
House? Golly, looks more like a castle.
And what's more, a haunted castle.
Oh, you wouldn't be happy if there wasn't a ghost or two in the neighborhood, Barney. And don't talk so loud. You don't hear any of Chief Tipo's men advertising that we're here.
If the octopus is way up there, how can he hear us way down here with all this wind and stuff, Clint?
Never mind that. We're not taking any chances, see? He may have guards planted around already.
Not a chance. He thinks we're still back in the Nagchuka jailhouse, and he'll... Oh, doggone this fur hat. It keeps falling down over my eyes.
Oh, pipe down or I'll stuff it in your mouth.
Oh, yeah? Oh, it's funny to hear you fellas talk. Sure don't sound like you look.
Neither do you, Speed. What with that makeup and them Tibetan clothes, I wouldn't know you from any other native around here.
Yeah, that's good, because we're apt to need this disguise before the night is over. Chief Tipo.
Yes, Mr. Barlow?
Is this the path to that house up there?
Yes, you will observe it is very narrow, very slippery.
I'll say so. It's lucky that wind is dying down or it might blow us off the trail.
Guess we'll have to go single file, huh?
Yes. Do you know this trail very well, Chief Tipo?
Yes, I have climbed to the house several times.
Well, then you'd better lead the way. I'll follow you. And then you, Speed, and Barney after you.
And my men will bring up in the rear.
Say, Chief, does this here trail always stay on the outside of this mountain? Don't it ever go in between crags, so to speak?
What is it, Mr. Dunlap? You fear high places?
No, I fear what happens at the bottom of high places after you fall off.
Don't pay any attention to him, Chief. We better get started.
Yeah, the wind is gone, but it looks like it blew some clouds into the sky. Every now and then one hides the moon, and then everything is sure black.
And cold, too. Glad we have these fur shoes on. My feet are the only part of me that's warm.
Very well, let us go.
These fur shoes don't make any noise either. The octopus won't hear anything unless somebody happens to loosen a pebble or bump up against something.
No! Hey, help! Help! Somebody help me! I'm falling!
It's all right, Barney. I've got hold of your arm.
Oh, what's the matter with you, you big ox? You're trying to bring the whole octopus gang on our heads?
Is that all you can think of after I almost fell off the trail? Fine thing.
You are all right, Barney. A rock just worked loose, that's all.
Yeah, and what's to stop the whole trail from working loose, I'd like to know. If it wasn't for the whole police force of Nagchuka being on my coattail, I'd turn around and go back to Lhasa.
Oh, yes, you would. You wouldn't miss being in on this for anything.
Well, don't try me too far.
Oh, come on. Let's get started again. And everybody keep their eyes and ears open for octopus gangsters.
A very interesting experiment. One that should prove to any curious inquirer that I really am a scientist engaged in my laboratory working on inventions that will benefit the world.
Master?
Yes, Quan Wu? Come in. Well, what is it?
The workers are assembled in the pit awaiting further orders from you. Tai, your Tibetan agent, is with them.
Well, let them wait for a moment. They've done enough for today. Put the house in order. Prepare for possible attack.
Then you are not going to start the slave route to India tonight? You do not intend sending advance men?
No. My short-wave set has prepared the way. All that remains is to capture the slaves, Quan Wu. Time enough for that tomorrow or the next day. Tonight, I want to explain some of the workings of this laboratory to you in case of sudden need.
What do you mean, Master? Is this not purely what you might call a mask? A background for your character of Paul Mounier?
Not entirely, no. For instance, observe this long wooden box. It is shaped somewhat like a coffin.
Yes, but it has wires running into it.
This is supposed to restore vitality, youth, to whoever lies in it for, shall we say, an hour. As Paul Mounier, I have so harnessed electricity and energy that this wooden box is in reality a fountain of youth.
Has it really such worth, Master?
For harmless individuals, it holds nothing more than a few volts of electricity, Quan Wu. That and their imagination will rejuvenate them. But for my enemies...
Yes?
20,000 volts of electricity can be shot through a body by merely throwing this switch like this.
Horrible. Horrible.
You turn pale, Wu. Have you any reason to fear my fountain of youth?
No. No, of course not. But one would have no chance in that wooden box. With the lid down, one could not escape.
Of course not. When I have determined to destroy a person, there is never any escape. And there shall be none for Clint Barlow. Someday I shall meet him. And when I do...
Ah, so that is better. For a moment, while that switch was on, I could smell electricity, even taste it.
Tremendous voltage, Wu. But see, over here is another invention of mine.
It appears to be an operating table.
So it would appear. Lie down on it, Wu.
No, Master. I am afraid.
Lie down, I say.
Very well.
Now, for a friend, I would turn on this light. Draw this curtain so that none of its beneficial rays would be lost.
That curtain also hides us from others in the room?
Yes. Then I could press this button, and immediately clamps would rise out of the table, gripping your wrists and ankles like this.
Master, I cannot move.
And were you my enemy, I would place a gag over your mouth so that you could not shout for help either.
Why? Why are you doing this to me?
Merely to acquaint you with my laboratory experiments. But now to get on with it. I have you helpless, completely at my mercy, so I draw this lever.
We are sinking to the floor.
In a manner of speaking. This table is on a platform which can be raised or lowered at my will, and as we sink, you will see that a false floor closes over us, so that no one can interfere with the work that goes on in this room.
torture chamber. A medieval torture chamber.
Yes, Quan Wu. I was saving this as my last surprise for you. You know that a madman built this house, an insane prince in exile. Here my enemies shall be attended to.
Master, you too are insane.
What?
Mercy, I am your humble servant. Have pity on me. Do not let hatred so cloud your brain that you resort to this fantastic revenge on your enemies, on Clint Barlow, should he trace you here.
Clint Barlow will never trace me here. This torture room is just in case, Quan Wu.
Then release me, please. Have pity. Please release me.
Very well. But first, let us rise to the laboratory again. And now, the clamp. You are free once more. And do not let your tongue speak such thoughts of madness again, Quan Wu, unless you wish to undergo in reality what you just experienced.
Master, I am your slave. I will never betray you.
Well, here we are at last.
Yes, and a stiff climb it was, too. This is the front of the house, eh, Chief Tipo?
Yes, Mr. Barlow. And here my knowledge ends. I have never gone any further.
And I think we'd better make a tour of inspection and leave a cordon of armed men around the house by the time we finish our tour.
Right.
Well, let's get started then. But remember, everyone, no noise, no light of any kind. And in case of trouble, make sure the other fella doesn't make any noise either.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Suffering wang doodles, but this is a big joint. The octopus sure knows how to pick his spots.
I'll say so. Got your gun handy, Barney?
And how. I've had it ready ever since we started up the trail.
Well, I hope we don't have to use it before the actual attack. I don't want to give who's ever inside that house any warning whatsoever.
But if it should not be the octopus?
I'll take full responsibility, Chief Tipo. Start stationing your men now.
Very well. And
don't get too far ahead of us, Speed.
I won't, but... Hey, Clint.
What?
Look over there. A landing field. And there's the octopus plane.
I knew it. I knew we had him.
Didn't we tell you, Chief Tipo?
You mean that is really an octopus plane?
Yes. Is that the one Paul Meunier was flying?
As near as I can identify it, yes.
Wow, it won't be long now.
Pipe down, you mug. We'll be finished before we begin. Remember, we're surrounding a desperate man.
Look, Clint, there's a light in that window.
Quick, let's get to it. You other men, surround the house silently. When I whistle, attack.
Can you see anything yet?
No, but we soon will.
I see a man, Clint. But it can't be the octopus. He hasn't got a mask on.
Chief Tipo, is that Paul Meunier?
Yes and no. He has changed in appearance. He's older.
Then that is the octopus. Barney, old pal, we've got him at last.
I don't get you.
Well, he couldn't use a mask if he was a scientist, so he's using makeup as a disguise. But he didn't use it soon enough. He applied it after arriving here, never thinking that Chief Tipo would see him again.
Gee, Clint, then the search is over. We've really got the octopus at last?
Yes, Speed. All we've got to do now is go in and get him, and that won't take long. I'll give the signal for the attack.
the International Secret Police.
Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero. Stealing zero.
Speed, Clint, and Barney, disguised as Tibetan shepherds, go to the pass of the Iron Dagger with Chief Tipo and his men in similar disguise and silently surround the house on the cliff which they believe shelters the octopus. Tipo is still uncertain as to whether the newcomer is Paul Mounier, the scientist, or the octopus. But when the scientist is seen through a window, Chief Tipo is shocked to see that he has altered in appearance since he last saw him. This appears to be definite proof that the octopus, unable to hide his features with a mask, has resorted to makeup as a disguise. Instantly, the signal for attack is given, and the boys break into the mysterious house.
Keep those windows covered while we go through this door, men.
I will see that no one escapes by the windows, Mr. Barlow. Stand ready, men. No one must leave this house.
Can't get through this door, Clint. Must be barred from the other side. Open the door!
We'll have to break it down, Speed. Barney.
Yeah, Clint?
Take 5 of these men and go look for a heavy log or something that might make a good battering ram.
Why don't you just shoot the latch off?
That won't help if the door is barred.
If you ask me, a battering ram won't help either. That door looks like it's 10 feet thick.
Hey, fellas, listen. Sounds like somebody's going to open the door from the inside.
Huh?
Yes, you're right, Speed. But stand back, everyone, and keep your guns ready. Now, Speed, get out of range.
Okay, Clint.
Gentlemen, what is the meaning of all this?
It's Mounier himself.
Mounier? You mean the octopus?
Now, quiet, everyone.
Why, some of you are Americans, and yet you appear to be Tibetans. I do not understand.
You'll understand soon enough. Keep them covered, Barney. We'll go inside.
Me too, Clint?
Yes, Speed, but take no chances. You're looking at the most dangerous criminal alive.
Are you all insane?
You others wait outside. But one of you get Chief Tipo and bring him to us immediately.
Yes, I go get him now.
No. Inside, Speed and Barney. But keep him covered every second and don't let him get near you.
Please, just one moment. I demand to know what you are doing here. Why you are treating me as a criminal.
Because you are one, Octopus.
Octopus? Is the boy mad? What does he mean, Octopus?
Let me muss that guy up a little, Clint. What are you letting him get away with this act for? We've been trailing this devilfish halfway around the world. And then when we catch him, we stand here arguing.
Now, hold on, Barney. It's because we've been trailing the octopus for so long that we don't want to make a mistake now.
And it is a serious mistake you are making, gentlemen, whoever or whatever you are. If you have come here to rob me, you will find little to interest you. I am a scientist. My inventions would be of no value to you.
You're not a scientist. You're the octopus, world criminal number 1.
Criminal? It is a crime to work on experiments which will benefit the world.
Don't give us that stuff. Why don't you let me put the handcuffs on him, Clint, and stop all this chattering?
Much as I'd like to, Barney, we can't make an official move until Chief Tipo returns.
Why not?
Because he's our star witness, Speed. He saw this man in Nag Chukar. He saw him again through the window a few minutes ago and remarked at the change in his appearance. Now, if Tipo notices a more marked change when he faces the octopus, we have definite proof that we have our man. And until we have that proof, we can't make an arrest.
Arrest? You mean to arrest me? What for? What crime have I committed? How dare you break into my house and accuse me of such things? The Tibetan government shall hear of this. The officials guaranteed me complete privacy in my experiments here.
Yeah, you thought you had a nice soft spot here, didn't you, Octopus? Tibet, the forbidden land. Not many people come into this country, so you figured you could do whatever you wanted to here, and nobody'd know anything about it until it was too late. But you didn't figure on the International Secret Police catching up with you. even after you tried to stall us in Nagchuka.
You are secret police?
You bet we are. And don't try to tell us you didn't know it all along.
But I do not understand. Why should the secret police follow me to Tibet? Unless you are acting as agents for some country and wish to take my plans and specifications and use my inventions to conquer the world.
Why don't you drop this pretense, Octopus? You've had us backed up against the wall many a time. Why don't you admit defeat now? We're old enemies, you and I, and you've never fought me fair. But now, why can't you at least admit that I've beaten you?
Who are you?
Oh, you won't admit it, eh?
I'll tell you who he is, Octopus. He's Clint Barlow, ace operator of the secret police.
Oh, yes. Clint Barlow, I've heard of you. The man of mystery. The man who has solved more secret police cases than any other operator in the service.
You said it, and this'll be his biggest case. We'll wrap your tentacles around your neck, Octopus, and take you home to Chief Riley for a present.
I think you will find you've made a bad mistake, gentlemen, when Chief Tipo arrives.
We'll find out soon enough, because here's Chief Tipo now.
What has happened, Mr. Barlow? Has your prisoner confessed yet?
No, he still insists that he's Paul Mounier.
Chief Tipo, I still cannot understand what is in back of all this, but I do know that these operators of the secret police believe me to be a notorious criminal, the Octopus. Will you kindly correct their mistaken belief?
Don't pay any attention to him, Chief Tipo. Just tell us how different he looks now from the last time you saw him in Nagchuka.
Think well, Tipo, think well. It will go hard with you if you accuse me falsely. What possible change can there be in my appearance?
But your hair is gray now.
Attaboy, Tipo. Don't let this guy scare you. He's the Octopus, all right. We just need the word from you to slap the cuffs on him.
You say my hair is gray. Do you remember it at, what was that place? Nagchuka?
Well, I had the impression...
Impression? But do you actually remember it?
No. Now that you speak of it...
Because you had a flying helmet on, Octopus. I saw that from our jail window as you took off. But why were you wearing a helmet? You didn't need it? You're in a closed plane.
He was wearing it as part of his disguise, I bet.
I remember now. You had aviation goggles on as well, Mr. Mounier.
Yeah, and why? So he could listen to the shortwave information that came in over the earphones concealed in his helmet. And them goggles were a darn good disguise. We've got you, Octopus.
Since this man was so well disguised, Chief Tipo, can you actually describe his appearance to these gentlemen who seem to be so desirous of arresting me? Beyond the general impression, as you call it, are you able to put your finger on any real change in my appearance?
Well,
Don't let him frighten you, Tipo. Whatever you say means everything to us.
And whatever he says means a good deal to Tipo as well. What is your answer, Tipo? Am I, or am I not, Paul Mounier?
I cannot say you are not, Mr. Mounier.
What?
You realize what you're saying, Chief Tipo? Without your testimony, our whole case against this criminal collapses.
I know, Barlow, but I cannot be sure. I only saw Mr. Mounier at Nagchuka for a short time, outside, glimpsing him through the window. I thought I saw a change in him, but now, pinned down to the bare facts, I am not sure whether there is a change at all.
Well, I'll be... Oh, what's the use? I think I'll go someplace and start cutting paper dolls.
A very wise decision, my friend. Well, you have intruded on my privacy long enough. Ordinarily, I would not tolerate all this, but would report the whole matter to the Tibetan officials. However, since your interest seemed most sincere and worthy, I shall overlook the whole thing, providing such a stupid mistake does not occur again.
Oh, very well, Mr. Mounier. I assure you that we shall never make another mistake like this.
Clint, you mean you're going to let him get away with this? You're not going to arrest the Octopus even though Chief Tipo let you down?
We have no definite proof of the arrest, Speed.
But you don't need any. We've got enough circumstantial evidence to send this fella up for 1,000 years.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough in Tibet. Besides that, Speed, I'm satisfied now that we've been trailing the wrong man. We've done Mr. Mounier a great injustice in thinking him the Octopus.
What?
Yes, and we'll go now, before causing him any further inconvenience.
But, Clint...
Order, Speed.
Yes, sir.
I feel the same way you do, kid, but we can't do nothing about it, I guess.
Stop mumbling, Barney, and get going.
I will see you gentlemen through the door.
I am sorry about this, Mr. Monnier. I would be the last person in the world to interfere with your work.
I know that, Chief Tipo. And I shall rely on you to see that this does not happen again. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Mr. Mounier.
Say, you lug. What's the idea of crawling out like a whipped poodle?
Why, Clint, we know he's the octopus.
Yes, Speed. But we've got to catch him red-handed. And right now, we've got to play dumb until we do catch him.
Mr. Barlow, you mean you still believe Mr. Monnier to be that criminal you were after?
I know he is, Tipo. And furthermore, we're going to stay in Tibet until we prove it.
You completely fooled them, Master.
Did you hear everything that was said, Quan?
Yes. And our men had their guns trained on them every instant, in case the secret police should not believe your acting.
It is well that they at least pretended to believe it, Wu. The entire house was surrounded by Tibetan police.
Pretended? Then you think they were not fooled?
Barlow was not fooled, I'm sure of that, nor the boy, Speed Gibson. But whatever they may believe, they will receive no further help from Chief Tipo. I frightened that stupid fool so that he will not dare move a finger to aid our friends in any way. From now on, they must work alone.
But from what Barlow said at the last, I thought he was satisfied that you were not the man he was looking for.
Then you are almost as stupid as Tipo. I know Barlow too well to think that I fooled him even for a second. He knows who I am, all right. Now he's going to wait until he can prove it.
Then what is the next move, Master?
We must not make the mistake of waiting. I want Barlow and the others followed tonight, Quan Wu. Learn where they are going to stay, whether they are going to return to Nagchuka or will stay in Lhasa, closer to the pass of the Iron Dagger.
Yes, Master. I shall send a man after them at once.
Once I know their destination, then I can plan their destruction. But we must be careful. It must appear an accident. Paul Meunier must appear entirely innocent of whatever fate may overtake his tormentors.
It will be a pleasant pastime, Master. Planning that fate.
Yes. Barlow thinks he has beaten me, does he? But the game is far from over. I have not yet played my trump card.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. When Chief Tipo, a Tibetan official, cannot positively say that Paul Meunier is the same man he talked with at Nagchuka, Speed, Clint, and Barney are unable to arrest the scientist, even though they know he is the octopus in disguise. Lacking Chief Tipo's valuable testimony, Clint tells Mounier that they will not bother him again. But once outside his mysterious castle, he decides that they will go to Lhasa, the holy city of Tibet, and there watch the movements of the scientist. The octopus, suspecting that he has not fooled Clint, sends one of his gang to follow them to their destination. We find the boys and Chief Tipo in a hotel room.
Well, I'd call this night's work a complete fizzle, Clint. There we was, face to face with the octopus, and we couldn't do a thing about it.
Yeah, I bet he was laughing at us all the time.
Don't feel too badly about it, Speed. I didn't think we'd be able to walk right into the lair of the octopus and capture him without any trouble.
Trouble or no trouble, we didn't capture him, and that's what's burning me. What did we come to Tibet for, anyhow? The ride?
Haven't you learned from past experience that it's better to let the other fellow walk into a trap, Barney, than to jump at him and maybe scare him away?
Scare the octopus? Don't make me laugh. Anyhow, didn't we have a trap all set for that guy? And didn't Chief Tipo give him a nice loophole to get out of by not saying what he should have said?
But, Mr. Dunlap, I couldn't say what you expected me to say. When I saw Mounier at Nekchuka, he had on a flying helmet and goggles.
Yeah, I know, and tonight he didn't have them on. So you couldn't say he wasn't Mounier, and we couldn't say he was the octopus.
I still think we should have grabbed off his glasses and his wig. That must be a gray wig he's wearing. From all I've heard about him, he can't be awful old.
That don't make no difference. If we worried him half as much as he's worried us, he ought to be white-headed. Well, what's so funny?
Well, you mostly.
This is no time for fun. Don't you realize we've just failed to do what we came to Tibet to do? Capture the octopus?
Yes, I realize it, Barney. That and something more. Ever since we left Alameda, California on the China Clipper, we've been going at a terrific speed. So fast that it's blinded us to the progress we've made.
What do you mean, Clint?
Well, Barney thinks we've failed, Speed, but we haven't. Far from it. We drove the octopus from one of his largest headquarters, Hong Kong. Yes, he's strong here in Tibet, but not as strong as he was in China.
But you have other things against you here in Tibet, Mr. Barlow. This is the forbidden land. Our customs, even our weather, is not kind to outsiders.
Yes, I realize that, Chief Tipo. And I also realize that the octopus has, in some way, won the favor of the Tibetan government. It's protection, we might say.
For a good reason. He is a great scientist. He has an excellent background, years of scientific research and experiment.
He has papers to prove that?
Oh, yes, and more than papers. His fame has spread throughout Europe and Asia.
Now, how did he do that? You can't manufacture a reputation out of thin air.
No, but he might have forged the papers Chief Tipo spoke about.
Yes, that's the logical answer. But he couldn't get away with an impersonation for very long. The real Paul Mounier would have something to say about that, or his many friends in Asia and Europe.
Unless
what, Speed?
Unless the octopus killed the real Mounier.
Say, I think the kid's got something there.
No, he would not dare. Mounier is too well known.
The octopus dares anything, Chief Tipo. Strikes at the most famous people. Does his crimes in broad daylight, though he himself has never been seen. Except by us tonight.
You still believe Mounier to be the octopus?
I do.
It is almost too fantastic to believe. If the octopus has really come to Tibet, then I must do everything in my power. And yet I have not seen anything to prove his presence here. I don't know what to do.
Well, I understand your position, Tipo, but you must also understand ours. Now, we're on the verge of capturing the most dangerous man in the world, but we must have help. Now, can we count on you for men and supplies and, in fact, almost anything that we may ask of you?
I'll help you any way I can personally, Barlow, but officially I can do nothing. That is, nothing until you have proved Mounier a criminal.
And with the present setup, that's going to be hard to do.
But we'll do it, Barney. We've come too far to turn back now.
That's the spirit, Speed.
Spirit? It'll take more than words to pep me up. I'm disgusted and I'm sleepy. Think I'll go to bed and forget my troubles.
Oh, I think we can all stand a little rest. What about you, Chief Tipo? You're staying in Lhasa tonight, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Barlow, and as much longer as I possibly can.
Yeah, don't you remember, Clint? Chief Tipo took a room when we did.
Lucky for us. The way that guy at the desk looked at us, I don't think he would have let us in if it hadn't been for Tipo here. Disguised like Tibetan shepherds as we was, I guess he thought we had a herd of yaks hiding around somewhere.
Yas.
Yeah, I know.
Yaks or yas, the octopus is Paul Mounier, and I'm going crazy. Good night.
I hope it'll be a good night, Barney. If the octopus lives up to his reputation, he won't let us alone in Tibet any more than he would in Hong Kong.
Listen to the kid, Clint. He'll give me nightmares. I'll be dreaming of the octopus.
Well, dreams won't hurt you. What's the matter anyhow, Barney? You're as jumpy as a grasshopper. You better get to bed right away. You certainly need the rest.
Okay. Want me to take the little room next to this one?
Yeah, Speed and I'll bunk in this one, Barney. None of them are any too big.
Gentlemen, I will say good night now. I will see you all at breakfast.
You bet, Chief Tipo. Good night.
Good night, Chief.
All right. So much for Tipo, and I thought he was all for us.
Well, he is, Barney. But remember, Tibet is different from any other country. And as long as we're here, we'll have to play the game according to its rules.
Until we can really get our hands on the octopus. And then if we have to get him without any outside help, we'll do it, huh, Clint?
Yes, Speed. Sometimes we have to be lone wolves in the secret police. And it doesn't matter just so we get our man.
Yeah, if he don't get us first. Oh, well, good night, all.
Master?
Yes, Quan Wu?
I have just heard from our spy in Lhasa. He has followed the secret police and Chief Tipo to a hotel there. Barlow and the boy are sleeping in one room, Dunlap in a smaller one next to it, and Tipo is next to that one.
Ah, so they did go to Lhasa after all.
And from what our man overheard, they plan to stay there until they trap you, Master.
What about Tipo?
He will help them unofficially.
Well, there's no need to worry about him. We can easily put him out of the way. But as to the others...
Yes, Master. What is your plan?
As I said before, we must tread carefully here in Tibet. We cannot make the bold moves we did in Hong Kong. The Tibetan authorities trust me completely. But they have also been told by Barlow that the octopus has come here. One false move from me, and the guilt would be laid at my door.
But still, we must destroy the secret police before they destroy us.
Yes, Quan Wu, and one of their own number shall be the means of their destruction.
What do you mean?
You say that Dunlap is not with Barlow and Speed Gibson? That he is sleeping in an adjoining room?
Yes, Master.
Wu, I know most of the secrets of the secret police, but there is one important thing I do not know, the key to their code. With knowledge of this key, I could read every message they send to Riley in America, balk their every attempt at communication with the outside world. Dunlap can give me the key to the code. He knows it.
But he will never tell you.
Not willingly. But my inventions, Quan Wu, have you forgotten them? They are not false. They will work for me.
You mean your torture room?
That and other inventions of mine that you have not yet seen? Mine and Paul Mounier's.
But you dare not bring Dunlap here and admit your identity? What if he should escape? Then everyone would know you are truly the octopus masquerading as a scientist.
I shall admit nothing to Dunlap.
You would do that by asking him for the key to his code.
He would give it to me, yet he would have no remembrance of the telling.
Master, you talk in riddles.
Since you cannot understand, I shall waste no more time in words, Quan Wu. When Dunlap is here, then you shall see for yourself how I shall question him.
Barney Dunlap? Here?
Yes. Send word to our men to bring him here immediately.
What's the matter, Speed?
Are you awake too, Clint?
Yes, you're tossing awake in me. What's wrong?
I don't know. I woke up a few minutes ago and can't get back to sleep. I feel like something's wrong.
Oh, nonsense. You're just overly tired. Well, forget everything that's happened. Try to get some sleep. That's more important than anything else right now. Got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
I know, and I was plenty tired when I went to bed. But now I'm wide awake.
Try counting sheep.
Clint, do you think I ought to get up and see if Barney's all right?
Barney? Of course he's all right.
But he's sleeping in there all alone.
Now, listen, Speed. Barney slept alone in many more dangerous spots than this one. Say, if this secret police work is going to affect you like this, I'm going to ship you back to the States.
No, it isn't the work, Clint. My nerves aren't jumpy. But I've just got an uneasy feeling.
Well, you forget it. And try to get a sleepy feeling instead. Don't you worry about Barney, fella. If I know him, the building could cave in and he wouldn't even know it. The way he snores, you should be glad he's in another room.
Come on. Let's go to sleep.
Octopus. How you doing, Octopus? You can't touch me. Secret police. All right, you. All right. Who's that? Who's that? I know somebody's here, and whoever you are, I got you covered. Huh. Oh, I must have had a nightmare. I knew Speed had given to me with all this talk about the octopus. Well, now that I'm awake, I might as well get a glass of water. Hey, who are you in the shadow? So there is somebody here.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed, Clint, and Barney, unable to accuse Paul Mounier of being the octopus because Chief Tipo cannot testify against the scientist, go to Lhasa and a well-earned night's sleep. Barney sleeps alone in a room adjoining Speed's and Clint's, and the octopus, learning of this, orders that he be kidnapped from the hotel and brought to his mysterious castle in the Pass of the Iron Dagger. While all this is going on, Speed tosses restlessly on his pillow and awakens the following morning feeling as if he has had little sleep.
Oh, gosh. I'm almost as tired as I was when I went to bed last night.
Well, I don't wonder, Speed. The way you were tossing last night, I thought you were running a race with yourself.
Gee, Clint, I hope I didn't keep you awake.
No, aside from the one time I spoke to you, I slept through your gymnastics very peacefully.
But you got up before I did.
Yes, I had so much to do today. I wanted to get an early start. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up.
It won't take me long to get dressed.
Good. I'll wake Barney meanwhile.
All right.
Barney? Barney? Oh, he's not here.
What?
Must have awakened before I did, but Darn funny if he did. I generally have to drag him out of bed.
Maybe he was restless like I was, Clint. Let's see if his clothes are still here.
Yeah, very well. Hey, Speed. Look, there are his clothes.
Yeah, and he hasn't unpacked the rest of his stuff yet. See, only that one case is open. His pajamas were in that one.
Oh, wonder where they are now.
Clint, do you think Barney might have walked in his sleep?
Not that one. He may snore, Speed, but he wouldn't walk. If he didn't have to, he's too lazy.
Well, I'll look outside and see if I can spot him anywhere.
No, wait a minute, Speed. Don't touch that doorknob leading out into the hall. I want to examine it for fingerprints.
Fingerprints? Clint, you mean you think something's happened to Barney?
It looks mighty suspicious. It isn't like Barney to disappear without leaving word or a note of some sort. I haven't seen a trace of any note.
Me either, and I've been looking for one.
Since we're so close to the octopus, he may waste no time in trying to get rid of us.
You mean he might have kidnapped Barney?
Yes.
But why? If his gang could do that, why couldn't they get rid of all of us while we were asleep?
That would be too bold a stroke, Speed. Since I am convinced that Paul Meunier is in reality the octopus, he could naturally be more subtle in his methods than he has been in the past. You see, in Tibet, people can't disappear without a trace, without a very thorough investigation as to the cause of their disappearance. Meunier can't stand an official investigation.
Gee, but poor Barney.
Poor Barney is right. Now, to one who doesn't know him very well, Barney appears a little stupid. The octopus must think that he can get information from Barney that he might not be able to get from you or me.
Golly, then what'll we do?
Well, first, we must make a thorough examination of this room. Now, if Barney has been spirited away, there are bound to be traces of whoever came for him. Examine that window over there, Speed, while I look over this door. Might take a look at the bed, too. See if there are any signs of a struggle.
All right. But gee, Clint, nothing can happen to Barney, can it?
No, of course not. We're imagining the worst. But if it should be true, and Barney is in the hands of the octopus, I'll wager dollars to donuts that he'll find a way to outwit him.
Master, here is Barney Dunlap.
So I see. He does not seem to be aware of his surroundings.
No. Our operator struck him forcibly over the head when he abducted him. It was necessary.
Yes, these secret police are always so eager to fight. Well, Quan Wu, take him to the dungeon of darkness before he regains consciousness. I do not want Dunlap to know that the octopus lives in Paul Meunier's castle.
Yes, Master. Immediately.
You call me?
Take the prisoner to the dungeon of darkness.
And switch on the speaker system in there as well. I shall talk with the prisoner when he is himself again. Meanwhile, I should like to hear what he has to say as well.
Your word is law, Master.
Careful. Do not harm the prisoner.
Yes,
Yes.
Master. Yes.
I am a little uneasy over this thing that you have done, Master. I fear that Dunlap will learn your secret, discover where he really is.
How can he if I keep him in eternal darkness?
You cannot keep him there forever. He must come from the dungeon if you are to use him in one of your experiments.
Yes, Quan Wu, but I will render him unconscious before he is brought into my laboratory and placed in the thought recording machine.
Thought recording machine?
You do not know about that one? It was one of Paul Meunier's most successful inventions. Next to this machine, the ordinary lie detector machines are but playthings. My machine actually records the subject's thoughts on film, as sound waves are now recorded.
You mean they appear as lines?
Yes, in a fashion. But these lines are meaningless unless one has the formula for reading them. I have that formula.
A wonderful machine, Master.
Yes, Meunier was about to present it to the world when I interrupted his plans. Now I shall keep it for my own use. A man must be careful what is in his mind when he is in this house.
Yes. With that machine here, thoughts can be most dangerous.
It cannot only read your conscious mind, but your subconscious mind as well, Quan. It will record things that even you have forgotten about. I shall switch on the set so we may hear everything. Would you like to be before the all-seeing eye of my machine, Quan Wu?
I have nothing to hide from you. My mind holds no treacherous thoughts.
Yet you are uneasy when I mention you as a possible subject.
No,
no matter. It sounds as if Dunlap is recovering consciousness. Let us listen for a moment.
Hey, where am I? It's all black. Can't see a thing. I'll strike a match. Hey, I got my pajamas on. Oh, my head. I remember now. That fight at the hotel. Then somebody slugged me. Just let me get my hands on that guy.
Even when he is helpless, our friend wants to fight.
Can he hear us as clearly as we hear him, Master?
No. He can hear nothing from this room until I open this microphone.
Where in the heck am I now? Maybe if I feel around in the dark, I can find out. Wherever this is, it's got rocks sticking out from it. Oh, here's a door. Maybe I can get somebody to open it if I yell loud enough. Let me out of here! Open the door! Let me out, I say!
You may as well end Dunlap's suspense as to where he is. Barney Dunlap.
Huh? Oh, so it's you, Octopus. I might have known it. Where are you? Or better yet, where am I?
You are completely in my power.
That's nothing new. I've been in your power so much since we started this sprint that I wouldn't feel natural if I was out of it. But is this a castle on the cliff?
Castle? No, my friend. For once, the secret police are very wrong. Last night you went to Paul Meunier's home accusing him of being me.
Well, ain't you?
Of course not.
But I know you are. We followed you here. All the evidence leads right to your door.
You police work like bloodhounds and show just about as much intelligence. You can only follow a scent. When you lose that, you are unable to move.
That's what you think. And anyhow, you can't insult me by calling me a bloodhound. I like dogs. But where am I here? What trick have you got up your sleeve now? Are Speed and Clint here, too?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I'd like to know.
I have caused you to be brought here to answer questions, Dunlap, not to ask them.
Oh, yeah? Just try to make me talk.
Words will not be necessary.
Huh? What do you mean by that, you big devil bit?
You wish to hear no more?
No, I did not wish to hear him in the first place. I merely desired to confuse his mind. I have accomplished that. Now I shall proceed with the next step.
And that is?
To make the thought recording machine ready for Dunlap. It will take a little time since its workings are very intricate. Dunlap is my first subject, so I must be doubly careful. Should I make one mistake, he would be killed instantly, electrocuted.
Then he would be worth nothing to us.
No. First, I must record his thoughts. Whatever happens after is of little interest to me.
You mean you will destroy him, Master?
No, not yet. Nothing so crude as that. I have a better plan, Quan Hu. A much better plan.
And so we called you in, Chief Depot, to tell you all this. We've definitely decided that Barney has been kidnapped by members of the Octopus gang. We have fingerprints taken from the doorknob there.
And you can see by the bed that there's been some kind of fight.
But Speed, Mr. Barlow, we should report this to the officials at Lhasa. They would search every house in the city.
It isn't the houses of Lhasa that hold Barney, Chief Depot. It's the lonely castle of the Pass of the Iron Dagger.
You think he is at Meunier's?
Yes.
That's why I couldn't sleep, Clint. I bet they were getting Barney just when I woke up.
Probably, Speed. Your instinct was a lot keener than mine that time. You wanted to get up and see if Barney was all right, but I discouraged you.
Yeah, if I'd only gone.
No, not you. I should have gone. I've had enough experiences with hunches to know that I should follow them.
But what are we going to do now, Mr. Barlow?
Well, first, I want you to send Chief Riley a cable, Speed. Send it in code, of course. And tell him of Barney's disappearance. And then come right back here to the hotel.
Yes, sir. Anything else I can get while I'm out?
Oh, yes. Well, Chief Depot, is there any place in Lhasa that sells face powder?
Face powder? Yes, there is a small shop. I believe it's at the corner of this very street that the hotel is on.
Oh, good. Take a sample of this along, Speed, and get another box of the same shade if you can.
Get a little makeup, Clint?
Yes, and we're going to need plenty of it. If we stalk the octopus in his lair, he must never see me as I really look.
Mr. Barlow, do you mean to tell me that you are wearing a disguise at this very moment?
Yes, Chief Depot.
But it cannot be. There is nothing about your appearance that suggests a disguise.
That's one of the reasons why Clint is the ace operator of the service, Chief Depot. He can disguise himself to look like anybody you can think of.
Yes, and it saved my skin many a time, believe me. Now run along now, Speed. Send that cable and, you remember the code key.
You bet. I have it perfect.
Good. Pick up the powder on the way back, and most important of all, keep your eyes and ears open. I don't want you disappearing, too.
Don't worry. I'll be back as soon as I can. Then what do we do, Clint?
Well, then, whether he likes it or not, Speed, we're going to pay the mysterious Mr. Mounier a friendly visit. I'd like to see some of those inventions he's been talking so much about.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police. The Octopus kidnaps Barney and places him in the Dungeon of Darkness until he can use the thought recording machine on him and, by means of it, learn the code key of the secret police. Meanwhile, Chief Tipo is anxious to notify the Tibetan officials of Barney's disappearance, but Speed and Clint, knowing that Barney's life will be worth nothing if a search is ordered, decide to attempt to rescue their pal by more subtle methods. We find them preparing for their call on Paul Mounier. In reality, the Octopus.
Are you sure you don't want me to put on some kind of disguise, Clint?
No, Speed. There's no need of it. The Octopus knows how you really look by this time. I'm the only one he's not sure of.
I see you're using the same makeup you used for Monsieur Dorsey.
Mm-hmm. It's very simple and still is completely unlike my real appearance. Now then, if you just hand me that bit of crepe hair, I'll put on my mustache. Then I'll be all ready to leave.
Here you are. Even Chief Tipo has never seen you as you really look, has he?
Yeah, but we've been lucky so far. It'll be a relief when this job's finished. I give my face a rest again.
Sure hope we can finish it the way we want. Looks kind of bad now with Barney gone.
Oh, we'll have him back in no time, Speed.
Well, I'd feel a lot better if we could take a lot of Tipo's men and search the whole place until we find Barney.
Ah, the rashness of youth, fella. After all, we're not absolutely sure that Barney is in that castle on the cliff.
Why, we're sure as anything.
Until we actually see Barney, we'll have to watch our steps, Speed. Now, promise me one thing. Let me do the talking. Most of it, at least.
Yes, sir.
And call Chief Tipo now, will you? We can start for the pass of the Iron Dagger right away if he's ready.
Swell. Boy, I can hardly wait until I see Barney again.
Doggone it anyhow. If there's going to be anything happen, it always happens to me. Why couldn't Clint be kidnapped by the Octopus instead of me once in a while? Let me out of here, you big devil fish! That's funny. Why am I I getting sleepy all of a sudden? Sure don't want to get sleepy in the spot I'm in. Hey, I smell something funny. They're gassing me. Gonna put me to sleep. I won't give in. You can't do that to me. I won't sleep, huh? I won't sleep, I tell you. Doggone it. I won't sleep. I won't give in. Won't sleep. You can't do this to me. Oh, sir.
Vapors of sleep have conquered Dunlap, Master.
So soon? Good. Have him brought here to the laboratory immediately.
Yes, Master.
What is it you wish, O Master?
Bring the one who sleeps from the dungeon of darkness. Wait. Master, do you wish him bound?
There is no need of that. The vapors of sleep bind him more securely than any rope could.
Very well. Bring him here immediately.
It shall be done.
You shall be a witness to a most important experiment, Quan Wu. And be assured that we shall not be disturbed as we were last night.
How can you be sure of that? Barlow and the boy must suspect that you caused Dunlap's disappearance. May they not come here to see if they can discover anything?
Perhaps. But while you slept last night, I ordered that a series of alarm bells be stationed at various points throughout my headquarters. These alarms are connected to various locations outside this house. Wu, remember the machine that held you prisoner a short while ago? The one that sank beneath the floor into the torture chamber when I moved the lever, while a false piece of flooring slid into place to hide the opening above us? Well, the thought recording machine is on that platform now. If anyone disturbs me, I need only move the lever again, and the machine with Dunlap in it will sink beneath the floor and continue to record his thoughts while our visitors walk over his head.
It is uncanny, too fantastic. I fear, Master, if you desert the real for the unreal.
Fear for yourself, if you will, Quan Wu, but not for me. By means of the real and the unreal, I shall conquer the world. Then and then only. When I am complete master, I will be satisfied.
Ah, here is your subject, Master.
Yes. Place Dunlap on the table.
Yes, Master.
He sleeps soundly.
Yes, the vapors of sleep are powerful. You may go, Soot.
Yes, Master.
Now, Wu, I shall begin my experiment. First, I shall make Dunlap fast to the table to make sure he cannot escape should the effect of vapors of sleep wear off before I have the complete recording of his thought waves.
Now that I have a chance to study him closely, he seems harmless enough.
He is the most stupid of the secret police, Wu, but he is strong, fearless, a good partner for Clint Barlow, whose brain is as cool and sharp as a steel blade.
And he is the only man alive you fear.
Fear? I fear no one, but I respect the capabilities of my enemy. Now, let us proceed with the experiment. First, I slide this cylinder over Dunlap's head.
It looks somewhat like a diving helmet, such as deep-sea divers use.
Yes, but instead of an air hose leading into it, there are wires and a very small but powerful device which clamps over the subject's forehead. Look, you can see it on Dunlap's forehead by looking through the glass over his face.
And that device reads his mind?
In a manner of speaking. Here, just behind the helmet, is the reception compartment which holds the film on which the thought waves are recorded.
But I do not understand. How can they be recorded on film?
The process is too complicated to explain at this time, Quan Wu. Suffice to say that when I snap on the black light or thought ray which is inside the helmet, it will project the thought waves and vibrations coming from the subject's head onto the film in the reception compartment. That film is then developed, I read it, and know all that I wish to know.
A wonderful device. Too wonderful almost to believe.
Seeing is believing, Quan Wu. Behold.
I can see nothing definite, and yet I feel as if I were witnessing a miracle.
You are. A miracle of science.
At this moment, Dunlap's thoughts are being reproduced on the film in this compartment.
How long shall he remain under the machine?
Half an hour for the first time. I believe I can learn everything that I wish to know from Dunlap in that time.
Will he suffer any ill effects?
Not unless I decide to move this indicator up a notch. Then I could end Mr. Dunlap's promising career by his own mind, aided by several thousand volts of electricity.
The alarm. Someone is coming.
Then I shall send the table and all through the floor to the torture chamber below us.
That will not interfere with the performance of the thought recording machine?
No, not in the least. Stand back, Quan Wu, unless you wish to descend with the table.
No, that one time was enough. Perhaps I can see from this window who is coming.
Take care that you are not seen. The secret police would recognize you in an instant.
I shall be careful. Master, it is the secret police. Barlow, Speed Gibson, and that Tibetan police chief.
Then hide yourself, Quan Wu, and send the men to their stations behind the walls of this room. If I give the alarm, I want them to fire without ceasing.
There is no danger of them hitting you?
No, I shall not give the alarm until I am well out of range. Now go. The police must be near the door by now.
Yes, Master, immediately.
And now to assume the walk and stoop of Paul Meunier. Coming, gentlemen. I am coming. Chief Depot, I'm surprised to see you here again.
Yes, Mr. Meunier, but our visit is far different from our last one.
But this gentleman and this boy have never visited me before.
Oh, yes, but we were disguised as Tibetan shepherds, Mr. Meunier. I'm Clint Barlow.
And I'm Speed Gibson.
Oh, no wonder I didn't recognize you. Why have you returned? To search my house this time?
No, this is curiosity, Mr. Meunier. We've heard so much about your inventions and your wonderful laboratory, we'd like to see it if you don't mind.
I see. Well, since your visit is friendly, there is no reason why you should not visit my laboratory. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
This house looks kind of haunted even in the daytime.
But I assure you, my boy, the only thing that haunts it are the winds that rise in the afternoon. Come. Please follow me this way.
Do you think we fooled him, Clint? Do you really think he believes we're here just to see his inventions?
We'll soon find out, fella. Don't let him see you whispering to me. Come along.
Here we are. This is my workshop.
Boy, oh boy, what a lab. I bet you even I could invent something with all this equipment and stuff around.
I shouldn't wonder, Speed. Is this not one of the most complete scientific laboratories in the world, Mr. Meunier?
Yes, it is, Chief Tipo. Now perhaps you can understand why I'm so irritated over your raid last night, Mr. Barlow. My work is my life. To have it so unceremoniously interrupted was a great shock.
Well, I understand, sir, and I'm truly sorry. We secret police sometimes forget manners in the line of duty. And let me repeat that such a mistake shall not happen again.
Good. Now let me show you some of my interesting inventions. I have also some rare collections that may appeal to you.
Swell. Gee, I like collections.
Yes, but I'm more interested in your inventions, Mr. Meunier. May we see them first?
But of course. Let us go to that one over there.
Oops. Hey, watch where you're going, Speed. We don't want to trip over anything here.
But I didn't trip over anything, Clint. It was just plain floor I was walking on. Or was it?
What do you mean? What are you looking at, Speed? Get up from your hands and knees.
Look, Clint. I tripped over a ridge in this floor. Looks like it's a false floor or a trap door.
Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
When Speed, Clint, and Chief Tipo go to the mysterious house of Paul Mounier on a supposedly friendly visit, they are really searching for Barney, who they feel sure the octopus has kidnapped. Their arrival interrupts an experiment the criminal was just about to perform on the helpless Barney, and he lowers the table that holds the man to a dungeon beneath the floor. Later, as Speed and Clint are looking at the inventions, Speed stumbles over something and, on closer inspection, discovers a false floor or trap door beneath his feet.
Look, Clint, it's a trap door, I tell you.
It looks like it, all right.
So it does.
What does it lead to, Mr. Mounier?
Why, I haven't the slightest idea, Speed.
Huh?
No, you see, I've been far too busy with my work to investigate all the trap doors in this house. In fact, I haven't seen all the rooms. I confine my movements to this laboratory and to my living quarters that adjoin.
Well, do you mind if I see what's under it, then?
I'm afraid I do, my boy. That trap door probably hasn't been moved for years. There will be dirt and cobwebs beneath it. I don't care for such a litter in my laboratory.
But I only...
Speed?
But, Clint, what if that hides Barney?
Speed.
Oh, all right.
You must forgive my nephew, Mr. Mounier. He has the ardent curiosity that all boys have when they discover a trap door, or, for that matter, any sort of a closed door. They always want to know what's on the other side of it.
I can understand that, Mr. Barlow. Scientists have somewhat the same desire. In fact, had it not been for my curiosity as to what was on the other side of certain electrical vibrations, I never could have created this machine you see before you.
Machine that appears more like a box.
Yeah, it looks sort of like a coffin.
That is because it is made to hold a human being, my boy. If a person is ill or run down, they would be completely revitalized by remaining in this machine for half an hour or so.
Well, how is that?
Electrical impulses are shot through the subject, increasing his circulation and restoring his exhausted supply of energy. I know that it is successful, for I have often taken the treatment when I have been overworked, and I come out of it completely rested.
Why, that is wonderful.
Well, I should say so, Chief Tipo. There have been times when I could have used this energizing invention of Mr. Munier's very nicely.
Say, Clint, look at this shortwave setup. Looks like you could reach Mars with this outfit.
It is powerful, Speed, but not as powerful as it will be someday. I'm in the midst of an ultra-shortwave experiment that should revolutionize shortwave radio.
Ultra-shortwave? Well, strange that you should be particularly interested in that.
Strange? Why, may I ask?
The octopus was experimenting in ultra-shortwave, too.
The octopus? Oh, yes, that criminal you accused me of being.
Yes, you're right.
Strange, perhaps, yet not so strange. Even though our interests are diversified, we could still use the same medium, this criminal and I. One for evil, one for good.
Mm-hmm, true.
Huh. Wonder what Barney would say to that.
I wish the secret police would leave the master's house. I fear that they may discover what lies beneath them. Still, if they should, the master will give the signal and our men will fire upon them. Dunlap, he is recovering. The effects of the vapors of sleep are wearing off. I must remove the helmet.
Suffering wang doodles, what a headache I've got. Wow. Hey, where am I? Why are my arms and legs fastened down to this table? Why? Quan Wu.
Yes, Dunlap. You are my prisoner.
Where are we? What are you going to do with me?
That is up to the master.
Oh, the octopus. Well, you let me off of this table, do you hear? You let me off.
It will do you no good to shout. These walls are soundproof. And to spare me the necessity of gagging you, let me tell you that your friends, Speed Gibson and Clint Barlow, are in the room above us. And one noise from you to arouse their suspicions will bring a hail of bullets upon them. They are surrounded by our men hidden on every side. Will you remain quiet?
Uh-huh.
That is better.
You're telling me. I don't like your hand over my mouth the least little bit.
It matters little what you like or dislike, Dunlap.
Yeah, and let me tell you now, I think you're the lowest double-crossing...
Spare me your opinion of my humble self as well. Now, it is you that most concerns me.
Not me. What are you going to do with Speed and Clint?
Nothing, if they leave peaceably.
Leave? You mean they're not prisoners? Then this must be Mounier's house. Clint wouldn't...
What were you about to say?
Nothing. But don't try to tell me this room is soundproof. Else why are we hearing their footsteps above us? And why did you slap your paw over my face when I started to yell? Oh, so now you won't talk. Suits me. Don't like to talk to snakes much anyhow. Look, would it be straining a point for you to release my hands at least? My nose itches.
I cannot release even your hands without the master's permission.
Can you breathe without his permission? Boy, maybe you're holding the winning hand right this minute, Quan Wu. But just let me get out of here and I'll have all of Tibet down on your neck, to say nothing of the octopus. You think Tibetan winds are strong? Wait till they get word you're who you are instead of who you pretend to be. They'll blow you higher than any wind you ever saw.
And what makes you so sure that you are going to get out of here?
Yeah, Huh? Well, that is a thought.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, guess I've reached the end of the trail. And it'd have to be in Tibet, fastened down to a table.
You should have guessed where the trail, as you call it, would end when you attempted to track down my master.
Don't worry. I knew my chances. But a guy can't live forever, and I'd rather go out fighting that big devilfish and sit around and let him get away with murder and everything else on the calendar. But don't think he's going to get away with it much longer. Speed and Clint will see to that. Rubbing me out ain't going to stop him.
Do not raise your voice as you speak, Dunlap. Remember, the lives of your friends depend on your silence.
Yeah. But, boy, do I wish Clint or Speed knew how to read my mind.
Well, this has all been highly interesting, Mr. Mounier, and thank you for showing us your laboratory.
You are more than welcome, Mr. Barlow. But I don't think your nephew was so interested in my inventions as he was in that trap door he chanced upon.
Sure I was, Mr. Mounier. But I'd give anything to explore this house of yours. But it has all sorts of secret passages and underground tunnels.
Oh, Speed, I am afraid your imagination is running away with you.
Most real old houses have such things, Chief Tipo. I used them in the old days to hide their treasures in, or escape from their enemies.
Yes, but those days are past, Speed, and if this old castle has such things, they've probably caved in or fallen apart for lack of use.
Yes, and I for one shall leave them alone. I'm getting too old to risk my neck for the sake of idle curiosity.
Mr. Barlow, I think we had better start down the trail now. The wind is rising.
Well, so it is. That trail is bad enough in the best of weather. I don't want to risk it in a high wind.
No one likes to be abroad in the pass of the Iron Dagger at the hour of the winds.
By the way, Mr. Mounier, why do they call it the Pass of the Iron Dagger?
Why, I believe the name came from an old legend, Speed. Somewhere in this pass is an ancient iron dagger such as the first pioneers from Mongolia and China used when they came to this part of Asia. It was plunged into the face of a cliff, supposedly near this very house. But no one has seen it for many, many years.
What's the story about the dagger?
I'm afraid you will have to learn that from some superstitious Tibetan, Speed. I have no more time for their legends than I have for secret trapdoors.
Oh. Well, we must go now, Speed. And thank you again, Miss Meunier, for allowing us to see your laboratory.
You are most welcome. And now that a more friendly relation has been established between us, Mr. Barlow, Let us see that nothing disrupts it, huh?
Why, of course. Are you ready, Chief Tipo? And Speed?
Yes.
You bet, Clint.
I shall see you to the door, since none of my servants seem to be about.
We've never seen any servants here. Seems funny not to in such a big house.
Yes. They have orders to keep out of my way, Speed. As you must know by now, I am a little eccentric. I cannot stand having eyes watching me when I am working on my experiment.
Why, of course. Well, here we are at the door. Button up your coat, Speed, or the wind will take it off of you.
Okay.
Well, goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye, Mr. Mounier.
Goodbye,
Mr.
Mounier.
Go ahead.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Gosh, Clint, we had our big chance there for a minute and you passed it up.
What do you mean, Speed?
That trap door. I bet you anything that led to someplace where Barney was.
Yes, you bet, but you don't know, Speed.
Huh?
I've told you before that we've got to watch every step this time, Speed. We can't afford to make any more mistakes.
Very true. I agree with you entirely, Mr. Barlow.
But golly, Clint, we won't get anywhere just visiting the octopus. We'll never find Barney at that
I
rate.
know that. And that's why you and Chief Tipo are going down the trail without me.
Huh?
What? You mean you're going back inside the castle?
Yes, but the octopus won't know about it this time. I've spotted an entrance that looks like it leads into a basement or something. I'm going in through that.
But it is broad daylight, Mr. Barlow. What if someone should see you?
I don't think they will. If the octopus has guards posted, they'll be further on down the trail. They have no reason to keep a close guard on the house itself if all the approaches are watched.
That sounds logical.
But what about inside, Clint? The octopus must have plenty of his men hiding around in that house.
Let me worry about them when I'm inside, Speed.
Well, you're not going alone.
Oh, now, Speed, if you think you're coming with me, you're badly mistaken.
Please, Clint. I've been in the secret police long enough to take the same chances that you and Barney take. And with Barney gone, it's up to me to fill his place until we find him again. I sure can't do that by going down the trail with Chief Tipo. You will? Gosh, thanks, Clint.
Oh, all right, but on the old condition, Speed, that you obey every order without question.
Yes, sir.
And you, Chief Tipo, return to Lhasa and hold your men ready. If we haven't returned by midnight tonight, attack this windy castle and search it until you find us.
Yes, Clint, you can depend on me.
Thank you. And now, Speed, let's see how good we are at housebreaking.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. Speed and Clint can learn nothing about the missing Barney when they pay a supposedly friendly visit on Paul Mounier. Neither do they reveal to him that they know he is the octopus.
Speed discovers a trap door in the floor of the scientist's laboratory, however, and after leaving the mysterious house, Clint orders Chief Tipo to return to Lhasa and hold his men ready for an attack should he and Speed not return before midnight. Meanwhile, the two plan to enter the house through a door Clint has spotted leading into the basement. We find them before the door now with the Tibetan winds swirling around them.
Golly, this wind is cold, Clint.
Yes, it's right off the snow, Speed. Comes whistling down the pass from these high mountains all around us.
Well, let's hurry and get inside then. Maybe it's not as safe, but it'll be warmer than it is out here.
The door's locked. Now keep watch, Speed, while I try these pass keys of mine. There ought to be one to fit this lock.
All right, Clint. Go ahead.
I can't risk discovery now. You know, I had a feeling that we were being watched by unseen eyes all the time we were in that laboratory.
You did, Clint?
Yes. I'm sure we were surrounded by octopus gangsters. That room is probably full of secret panels. One wrong move from us, and it would have been our last.
I wanted to open that trap door.
Now you know why I insisted that you forget the whole thing. Oh, here we are. This key fits. Now follow me, Speed.
Okay. Hey, that's funny. We can't hear the wind at all now.
Yes. That means these rooms are soundproof. Get out your flashlight, Speed. There's not a window in this place.
Okay, I've got it. Looks just like any other empty room.
But why is it soundproof?
Hey, that's right. The octopus told us he hadn't investigated any of this house outside of the laboratory and his living quarters, and yet this room is as soundproof as a modern radio station. That proves he wasn't telling the truth.
But we didn't need that proof, Speed. So Chief Tipo might have learned something from this. Let's see what else we can find. Now stay close behind me.
All right. I think I'll put my light out to save the battery. If we're going to start moving, it'll be better to just have one in case we run into somebody.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, come on now. Let's see what's on the other side of that door over there. And whatever you do, Speed, don't stumble over anything. Don't make any noise whatsoever.
I won't, Clint.
Oh, well. Snap my light off before we open this door, just to be on the safe side. Oh, you open it, Speed. I've got my flashlight in one hand and my gun in the other.
Okay. It's all dark in there, too.
Throw your light around then.
There goes. Another empty room.
Well, let's go in and investigate. I think I'll leave this door open, though, in case we want to make a hasty exit.
Clint, what do you think these rooms are for?
That's just what I was wondering about, Speed. Judging from the past activities of the octopus, I'd say these were storerooms.
Storerooms?
Yes, to hide contraband of every sort, from dope to men.
Gee, then the octopus is going to do his smuggling from here.
It looks like a perfect setup to me. Tibetans are a trusting and honorable race. Now, their police are more like peace officers, working to help Tibetans in every possible way, rather than be on the lookout for criminals.
But they have criminals here, don't they? I mean, criminals of their own?
To the north, yes. Brigands that roam the wild and windy stretches of the Shangtang or the Great Plateau. But since these plains are only inhabited by a few shepherds, well, no one bothers the brigands, because they rob to eat, rather than because they like crime.
Then the octopus could smuggle almost anything out of Tibet, and protected by his disguise of Paul Mounier, could get away with it.
Unless we stop him, Speed. Oh, but let's not stand here talking. We have a lot to do.
Listen, someone's coming.
Quick, back into the first room. Douse your light.
Somebody's in that room we just left. They have a light.
Shh. Don't move. All right. We're safe now for the time being.
Ooh, that was a narrow escape.
Yeah, but at least we didn't get caught. Now, let's go back into the next room again, but be careful.
You bet. Can I use my light now?
Yes.
There's the door we must have come through and...
Clint.
What?
Where did he go?
Well, what do you mean?
We heard him come in one door and close it after him. Then he went out through another. Where is it? Flash your light around like I did. I only saw one door besides the one we just came through.
You're right, Speed. That means that there's a secret door or panel in this room.
Yeah, I remember now. It sounded like a sliding door instead of a plain one.
Yes, and we've got to be more careful than ever, fella. These walls may have ears. And Speed, try to remember these rooms, their location. I'm going to do the same thing, and between the two of us, I think we can work out a sort of ground plan of this place when we return to Lhasa.
All right. Maybe we could even find out where the secret panels are.
No, we better not try that while there's just the two of us here.
Listen, what's that?
What? Sounds like it's coming from the other side of that door.
Let's go in there, Clint.
No, wait a minute. Let's see what happens next.
Well, whatever it is has happened.
Well, let's take a look now, but be careful.
I will.
Well, here we are. I'll open this door. Now put your light out, but hold it ready, Speed.
Okay. I can't see a thing. It's black as pitch.
Quick, step inside. Now, your light.
Gee, look at all the stuff in this room.
Speed, you're looking at something that most people have never seen.
What's that?
A medieval torture chamber.
Huh?
Well, you read about it in your history books. Rooms where every conceivable torture is inflicted. Well, look, here is a rack. In here, you see, the thumb screws.
Gosh, but what are they doing here now, in the 20th century?
Probably placed here by whoever first built this castle, Speed. But what interests me more is that they're all in workable condition. You see, the thumb screws have recently been oiled, and all the other torches bear signs of recent repair.
Then you think the octopus is planning to use this torture room, Clint?
Knowing what he's done in the past, yes.
Clint, listen.
I am. See, Speed? I believe we're under the laboratory.
Do you think so?
Yes, as near as I can compare our movements down here with its location. And if that's the case, we should see what's under that trap door you tripped over.
Sure thing if we're in the lab. I'll throw my light up there and see. Look, it is a trap door or something, Clint.
Yes. And that humming sound we heard from the other room must have been something that was being raised through that floor.
Clint, do you think it was Barney?
I don't know, Speed, but seeing this torture dungeon makes me more anxious than ever to find that big ox.
Just let me off in this table and I'll tear you apart, Octopus. What's the idea of strapping me down and then raising me up like I was on an elevator?
Quan Wu, how is it that Dunlap regained consciousness?
The vapors of sleep did not hold him long, Master.
But if you saw him recovering, you fool, why did you not prevent it? There are other ways of keeping a man unconscious aside from the vapors of sleep.
I lost my head for a moment. Knowledge that the secret police were above confused me.
Confused? Scared you mean? You were afraid to touch me even though I was tied fast to this darn table. You're just a bunch of yellow rats.
Remember, Dunlap, it is your misfortune that you awakened.
Don't give me that, Octopus. Awake or asleep, my goose is cooked. Your pal Quan Wu told me that much.
So? And what else did Quan Wu tell you?
Nothing, Master, I swear it.
I shall attend to you later. Meanwhile, I must continue my experiment on Dunlap now that his friends have gone.
So they've gone. I knew it. Clint and Speed are too smart to let you catch them.
I did not try to catch them, as you say. They believe me to be Paul Mounier, the scientist.
And could I tell them different?
Oh, no, Dunlap. You will never tell anyone anything. I have other plans for you. Quan Wu, hand me that cone connected with the tank of the vapors of sleep.
Yes, Master. Here it is.
This time Dunlap shall not awaken so soon.
So that's what put me to sleep before. Well, you're not going to get away with it again, do you hear me? Get away from me. No, you can't do this to me. Help! Boo!
Quick, turn on the vapors, Quan Wu.
Yes, Master. He is asleep now.
Yes, but I'm giving him a larger dose. This time he must not awaken before I have learned all that I wish from him.
You really think the thought recorder machine will work, Master?
If I were as sure of you as I am of these machines, Quan Wu, I would have nothing to worry about.
But you can trust me. I told Dunlap nothing.
I can trust no one who loses his head in emergencies.
It is the first time. It shall not happen again.
See that it doesn't, Quan Wu, because if it does, I promise you, you will not have another chance.
I shall remember.
And now, take this cone away. Dunlap has had enough. After all, I do not want to destroy him. Yet.
Yes, Master.
Now, to continue with the record of his thoughts. But where's the helmet?
Helmet?
Yes, the one that fits over his head.
Oh, I remember. I disconnected it when he began to regain consciousness. I feared his cries for help would arouse the suspicions of the secret police, so I removed the helmet the better to muffle his cries.
Well, where is it?
It must be still in the torture chamber below us. I set it aside, I remember now.
You fool! Go below and get it immediately.
At once. I only removed it because...
Enough! Bring me the helmet immediately. Go below to the torture chamber before I really lose my temper.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police. Convinced that the Octopus is holding Barney prisoner in his great house overlooking the pass of the Iron Dagger, Clint and Speed force an entrance into the place unknown to the criminal or any of his gang. Chief Tipo has returned to Lhasa with orders to attack the house if the boys have not returned by 12 o'clock that night. Meanwhile, Barney is again under the influence of the vapors of sleep, and the Octopus is about to begin recording his thoughts when the important helmet is found to be missing. Quan Wu remembers he left it in the torture chamber, and the Octopus orders him to get it. Speed and Clint, knowing nothing of this, are inspecting the torture chamber thoroughly.
Golly, Clint, this place sure gives me the creeps.
Well, I can't say that I'm exactly glad to be here, Speed, but we've got to carry on. We may find some valuable clue that will lead us to Barney.
Yeah. We're in a tough spot, all right. Trying to rescue Barney without letting the Octopus know we're wise to him.
And also not letting him know that we're in his house at this moment. Now, I don't have to tell you, Speed, that if we're found here now, we'll never get out alive. I suppose you knew that when you insisted on coming in with me.
Sure, I knew it. What's the use of me being in the secret police if I don't really help you wherever I can?
Oh, I still think it was a mistake. Hello. What's this?
Let's see. Say, it looks a little like a diving helmet.
Yes, but it isn't that. I wonder what a thing like this is doing down here. Doesn't seem to be a part of any of those torture machines.
No. Do you think that belonged up in the laboratory? Listen. Lights out. Someone's coming.
Yes, and coming in here.
Quick, Speed. Step inside this closet. We'll be hidden here and still be able to see who it is.
Okay.
The helmet. Where did I leave it? Let me put the light on. The master is very impatient. I must not risk rousing his anger further. He already mistrusts me. But where is the helmet? I am sure I placed it on this stand, but it is not here. Then I must have put it back on the operating table before the master raised it up into the laboratory again. I must have done that. He must have overlooked it.
I sure thought we were goners when Quan Wu started looking for that helmet, Clint, and me holding it in my hand.
Yes, we should have put it back where we found it.
Why? Quan Wu getting bad for not finding it, and that doesn't make me a bit sorry.
Yes, but there's something else that may make you sorry, Speed.
What?
That missing helmet may arouse the octopus' suspicions. He'll know that something's wrong someplace. I'd give a lot to know just what he's saying.
You fool. The helmet must be where you left it.
But it is not, Master. It must be up here in the laboratory. Perhaps it rolled to the floor.
Of course it didn't. Are you sure you know just what you did with the helmet, Quan Wu?
Yes, Master. I have already told you that when I removed it from Dunlap's head, I placed it on a stand near the table. I do not remember touching it again.
You do not remember. Your fear of the secret police has so paralyzed your brain that you are of no use to me, Quan Wu. In fact, perhaps it would be better if I did away with you, to make sure you would not betray me by some stupid blunder.
No, Master. Mercy. Mercy, I beg of you. I swear that the helmet was below the last time I saw it.
There can be only one other explanation for its disappearance, then. Someone must be in the house. Someone that should not be in here.
Master, the secret police?
Perhaps.
But we saw them leave.
That does not mean that they cannot return. And if they discover Dunlap here on the table, everything is ended. All my plans, all my activities.
If you will forgive my saying so, I do not think any enemy is in this house, Master. I was just downstairs in the torture dungeon, remember?
And you saw nothing?
Nothing. And I was quick. They would not have had time to hide themselves.
If I could only be sure of that.
Barney Dunlap calling the octopus. Barney Dunlap calling the octopus.
Listen, Dunlap is talking. Is he waking up?
No. Victims of the vapors of sleep react to its influence exactly as they would to normal slumber. Dunlap is merely talking in his sleep. Let us listen. He may tell us something important.
Who's afraid of you, you big devilfish? You're just a big bluff. And yellow. Yellow clear down to your toes. If you have toes instead of tentacles.
If I didn't need him to experiment on, I would...
Fifi, oh, Fifi, how's your hat, Bug?
Fifi. Who is that?
That was the code name of Chief Riley, head of the secret police. Now we may learn something.
Speed, where are you?
Is it possible to talk to Dunlap now so that he would understand you? Would you ask him questions?
He would not hear them.
The rat ate the cheese, the cat ate the rat, the dog ate the cat, dog, cat, rat. The octopus is a rat. The octopus is a rat.
This is getting me nowhere. I must find that helmet immediately so that I can place Dunlap in the thought recording machine again.
Shall I return to the torture chamber and search once more, Master?
No. I am not altogether convinced that you are responsible for its disappearance, Quan Wu.
What do you mean?
If the secret police are in this house unknown to us, then they must be captured before they discover Dunlap in my laboratory.
You mean the house must be searched?
Exactly. Call the men to me. I will give them their orders.
Yes, Master.
And if they are in this house, they will be sorry. Very sorry.
think we ought to do now, Clint?
Well, first of all, we'll put that helmet back exactly where we found it, Speed. If the octopus is suspicious and decides to come and take a look for himself and the helmet's in plain sight, then Quan Wu will really be on the spot.
Oh, gee, if the octopus comes down here, can't we grab him?
I wish we could, fella, but we can't. We still must have definite proof that he's not Paul Mounier, but is the octopus. Suspicions won't hold up in the court of law.
Oh, I see. With the helmet in this position, Clint?
Yeah, let's see. Yes, just about.
Don't you think we better be getting out of here? Don't seem to be finding out anything important except in what we already know.
Yes, but I'd give him anything to go upstairs, to be able to look into that laboratory now when the octopus wasn't expecting us.
You think we'd find Barney?
If I was sure of that, Speed, nothing in the world would prevent me from going. It's the element of doubt that keeps me down here.
Well, couldn't we go up anyhow? And then if we were discovered, just say we were on official business?
No, again, actual proof enters into the situation. Now, if the octopus found us in his house without his permission, he could have us sent out of Tibet.
He could?
Yes, as Paul Mounier. He could demand that of the Tibetan government. That is, he could do that if he allowed us to escape alive.
Gosh, guess we'd better not go up there.
No, I think our best bet is to return to Lhasa as soon as possible and tell Chief Tipo what we've discovered here. The torture room down here and all the vacant rooms that could be used as storage chambers.
Do you think that'd help our case any?
Oh, it might. The government might be interested in such facts.
If we could only find Barney before we go.
No, for all we know, he might be back at the hotel now. You never can tell about that big ox.
Gee, do you think so, Clint? Golly, let's go back to Lost as fast as we can,
now, wait a minute,
then.
Hold on. We can't exactly run out of here, you know. We're in just as much danger going out as we were coming in.
Yeah, I know. But let's kind of hurry, huh?
All right, very well. But keep your eyes and ears open. There's a chance we might stumble on something important yet.
Okay. Do you think we can leave our flashlights on?
For the time being, yes. We don't want to risk making any sort of noise or stumbling over anything or walking into a door.
I'll say we don't.
But if you hear anything at all, switch your light off. They show up in this darkness like electric signs.
I know. Shall I go first?
No, wait. You better let me. And you stay right behind me, Speed.
Don't worry about that. I sure don't want to get left in this torture chamber.
Right. Now then, through this door.
I'm coming. Well, so far so good.
Yes. Let's throw our lights around this room to see if we can locate that sliding door that Quan Wu uses. That must lead directly into the laboratory.
Yeah. If we could find that, maybe we could take a look without anyone seeing us.
Yes, but it would be just too bad if we met Wu or the octopus in the passage. Funny, I can't see a trace of any door, though, can you?
No. Guess we're out of luck.
Well, let's go on, then. We still have to go through another room before we reach the basement door, the one where we entered.
Yeah. What's that?
I don't know. Sounds like a crowd of men.
Yeah. Do you think Chief Tipo has come back with his men?
No, he couldn't have returned. I gave him strict orders not to leave Lhasa until midnight. Then it would take them time to reach this house.
Then they must be octopus gangsters.
That's what I'm afraid of. Quick, let's get into this next room. Douse your light, Speed. And hold on to my arm so we won't get separated.
Okay, Clint. Ouch! I bumped into the wall.
No, it's the door, Speed. The door we came through first. And listen to that noise.
Sounds like it's right outside.
It is, Speed. We're trapped. We waited too long to get out of this place. The octopus suspects we're here. He has so many men out there, we can hear them in the soundproof room.
Maybe they'll just surround the house and wait for us to come out.
Oh, no, if that were the case, they wouldn't be making so much noise. No, Speed. They're sure we haven't a chance. And that means they'll not only surround the house on the outside, but search every nook and corner of it inside.
But, gee, then where'll we go? What can we do?
Now, keep cool, first of all. And then just wait for whatever happens. If luck is with us, we'll manage to get out of this somehow. If it isn't, then we won't.
Maybe they'll never think of coming down here to search.
Oh, they're sure to. That helmet would lead them down here.
They're doing another room. It's open. They're going to search down here.
Yes. Get your gun ready, Speed. They'll come in here sure, and they'll put the lights on. We can shoot those out. Maybe hold them on long enough to get out somehow. But it's a long chance, Speed. Get ready. Here they come.
Gibson of the International Secret Police. When the octopus learns that the thought-recording helmet which he plans to use on Barney has mysteriously disappeared, he immediately suspects that Speed and Clint are secreted somewhere in his great castle overlooking the pass of the Iron Dagger. Ordering his gangsters to surround the house, he sends others to search every corner of it, and Speed and Clint, guns drawn, are cornered in a dark room just off the torture chamber, while the men of the octopus draw closer and closer.
They must have first gone into the torture room, Clint.
Yes, Speed. But we're ready for them when they come in here. If they switch on a light, shoot it out. You understand?
I'll say so. We won't have a chance if the light's on, but we may be able to escape without it.
Right. Let's listen again and see if we can hear what they're up to.
Okay. They're coming this way. The light's on in the next room.
Steady, Speed.
And I have found the helmet exactly where I placed it before.
Maybe we'll think the helmet was always there, that he just didn't happen to see it before.
Ordinarily, you wouldn't think that, Speed. But now, knowing that the octopus is in a hurry and fearing him as he does, he may think that he did overlook it before. And let's hope so.
Man, there is no need to search any further now that we have found the helmet for the thought recording device. Return to the assembly room while I take it to the master.
Am I glad to hear that?
Shh.
The house is still surrounded from the sound of it. Wonder if the octopus will keep him out there. If he does, we'll never get out of here.
Have patience, Speed. We're darn lucky as it is.
I know that. What do we do now?
Well, it's up to the octopus to make the next move. If he recalls his men from outside the house, we'll get out of here as soon as possible and head back for Lhasa. Must be getting near sunset, and it'll take us time to get back to the city. We must show up there before midnight, or Chief Tipo will bring his men up here for an attack and spoil everything.
Maybe that'd be a good idea, Clint, to attack this castle without wasting any more time.
Maybe if we had Barney with us. But so long as he's missing, Speed, we have to be careful. Barney's life wouldn't be worth anything if we showed our hand now.
Gee, that's right.
Uh-oh. Wonder what that's for.
Sounds like some sort of a signal.
It was a signal. The octopus was calling in his guards. Speed, luck is with us again. I think we're going to get out of here with our skins.
Oh, boy, swell. Can we go right away?
Now, wait. Give him a little more time to get inside. We don't want to run into trouble when the worst of the danger's over.
Should say not. Say, Clint.
Yes, Speed?
Do you think the octopus could learn anything from Barney about us? About the International Secret Police?
Well, you mean get Barney to talk? Oh, I should say not. Barney would rather die than give any information.
But maybe he wouldn't know he was giving anything away.
What do you mean?
The octopus has all sorts of machines and things in his laboratory above us, and Quan mentioned that helmet I was holding a while back was a thought-recording helmet. Maybe that's what they're going to use on Barney.
Well, if that were the case, Barney would close his mind so that they couldn't get a thing, Speed.
But supposing he was unconscious?
Well, in the first place, I don't think such a machine is possible or practical. And if it were, the octopus himself would never have devoted the years necessary to the completion of such a wonderful device.
Maybe Mounier invented it and the octopus stole it from him like he stole his name and identity.
There are too many maybes in your reasoning, Speed. But for the time being, we must stick to cold facts. And most important right now is our escape. Now, let's open the door a little and see what's happening outside. I think we've given the guards time enough to leave now.
Okay. That wind. It's cold as ice.
Yes, but there's not a guard in sight. And it's getting dark, too. Come on, Speed. We'll have to hurry if we're going to reach Lhasa by midnight.
found the helmet as soon as we entered the torture chamber. It must have been there all the time. In my haste, I must have overlooked it. Have mercy on me, your humble servant.
Stop whining, Quan Wu. Your mistakes are unimportant to me just now. I must place the helmet on Dunlap's head so that his thoughts may be recorded as soon as possible.
Yes, master. Here is the helmet.
Good. I place it over his head. So. Then, I attach the wires here.
Dunlap is sleeping soundly now.
Yes, I believe he is safe for another half hour, in spite of all the time we have lost in searching for this helmet. That time will be long enough to learn what we want to know. Now, the lever.
I hope that the device accomplishes what you desire.
It must. The police are getting too close to me for comfort. I must learn their code, their innermost secrets. Then I have nothing to fear from them. I can destroy them at will. Nothing more will stop me from becoming master of the world.
But meanwhile, what of the slave route to India over the Himalayas?
Ah, yes, the slave route. I must speak to the men soon over the loudspeaker. I want them to make night raids over the countryside, to steal men from their beds and bring them here, hiding them in the room below until they can be taken to India and the coast. It will be highly profitable.
Are you going to fly them over the Himalayas?
No, they will go by caravan. It will appear to be a trade caravan. Planes would attract too much attention in this isolated country, and besides that, could not carry enough slaves to make it worthwhile.
But, master, the caravan route over the Himalayas is most dangerous.
My men will make it if they know what is good for them. And what odds if a few do lose their lives? They are unimportant to me. I can soon recruit more workers.
Is there not danger that they will someday rebel, even your most loyal workers? In China, things were different. There was danger, yes, but not so much as here. Here in Tibet, even nature is against us.
Are you afraid, Quan Wu?
I afraid? No, master. I but seek to advise you.
The octopus needs no advice. I know what I am doing, Quan Wu. And if it seems like madness to you, remember that is how I have come as far as I have, by daring to do things that other men fear to do.
Yes, I know. And speaking of doing, what are you going to do with Dunlap when you have finished with him?
I am not certain as to that.
You mean you will not destroy him?
I said I am not certain. You see, Quan Wu, I am still wondering as to whether or not the secret police gained admittance to this house without my knowledge.
But the helmet was where I had placed it.
So you have told me many, many times. But is it not possible that they were examining the helmet when you came down to the torture dungeon to search for it? Hearing you, they hid themselves until you were out of sight again, then replaced the helmet and made their escape.
But, master, the house was surrounded and your men searched the lower rooms. I myself led them.
Yes, but you called off the search once you found the helmet.
I thought that was the important thing, the finding of it.
It was far more important to find the secret police. However, since we cannot be sure that they were in my castle, let us only concern ourselves with the experiment at hand.
Yes. I wonder what thoughts are being recorded on the film.
We shall find out in half an hour. Meanwhile, be still. I must concentrate on what is to be my next move concerning the International Secret Police.
Master, I have been watching the clock. Dunlap has been in the thought recording machine for half an hour.
So? Then I shall bring our experiment to an end.
Look, Dunlap is moving slightly. He seems to be talking again.
The vapors of sleep are losing their power. He will soon recover consciousness again. Meanwhile, I shall remove the helmet, and we shall hear what he's talking about.
I cannot understand what he is saying.
No matter. The film will tell us more than his words
could. He is awakening.
I'm going to take this box of film into the dark room to develop it. If you hear any strange sound, call me at once. It should be easy to hear. The wind has died down.
Yes, master. Will the developing take long?
Not with the special mixture I use. Question Dunlap when he awakens. You may learn something important.
Question Dunlap. I would rather wrap my fingers around his neck and squeeze it until he could never answer nor ask another question again.
Oh, boy, what a sleep. Hey, where am I? Oh, it's you, Quan Wu. I was hoping I was still asleep and having a nightmare when I first saw that ugly face of yours.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Dunlap. You honor me.
Ah, save your smooth talk.
What are you going to do with me? Give it to me straight. Tell the truth for once in your life.
I cannot say as to just what your fate will be. That is entirely up to the master.
Oh, yeah? And speaking of nightmares, just where is that octopus guy? Oh, stubborn, huh? If I wasn't anchored down to this table, I'd make you talk.
Since you are completely at my mercy, Mr. Dunlap, your threats are rather futile and foolish. You remind me of an ancient Chinese fairy tale.
I'm in no mood for Chinese fairy tales. Let me up off this table instead. I'm paralyzed from laying still so long.
If you are paralyzed, then you should feel no discomfort.
That's swell. Here, I ain't got a chance of living for more than another hour or two, and you won't even let me sit up to it.
I can do nothing until the master commands it.
I've got no use for you, Quan Wu, and I know you're a no-good rat. But haven't you got any mind of your own? Do you always have to do what that old ape-face tells you to do? Okay, have it your own way. In my position, I can't exactly force you to talk.
Does Clint Barlow truly believe that he has made a mistake concerning Paul Mounier, that he is not the octopus as he first believed?
You got a nerve asking me that when I know Mounier's the octopus? I ought to know.
Oh, yes. But neither Speed Gibson nor Barlow have your present knowledge.
Uh-huh. And what they don't know won't hurt them.
You are not answering my question.
No? That's funny. And here I thought all the time I was telling you everything I know.
You jest, Mr. Dunlap.
You're darn tootin' I jest, and why not? A guy with my chances of getting out of here alive can't do anything else but jest. And just try to stop me.
Wanu.
The octopus. I've missed you.
What is wrong, master?
The film. The recording of Dunlap's mind. It shows nothing. It is perfectly blank.
Speed Gibson of the International Secret Police.
Zero. Ceiling zero. Ceiling zero.
Speed and Clint are fortunate enough to escape discovery by the octopus gangsters and slip out of his house to make a hasty return to Lhasa. Meanwhile, the octopus uses the thought recording machine on Barney and, after developing the film which was to have shown his thoughts, finds it to be completely blank. Barney Dunlap, in spite of his knowledge that his life is forfeit, laughs at the disappointment of the criminal.
So you thought you'd read my mind while I was asleep, but I fooled you. When I sleep, I really sleep. I don't even think.
I cannot understand it. This device is supposedly infallible.
Master, Could it be that Dunlap's mind is so blank at all times that it would never register anything?
Yeah. Hey, where do you get that stuff, Quan Wu? Let me up off this table and I'll make you eat them words. My mind a blank.
Quan Wu.
Yes, master.
Step over here a moment, will you?
Of course.
Hey, where you two going? Am I going to stay tied to this here table for the rest of my life?
Do not worry, Dunlap. That will not be long.
Thanks, pal.
What is it you wish, master?
I believe I have found a solution to the problem of disposing of Dunlap.
Hey, don't you know it ain't polite to whisper in front of other people?
Quiet, oh miserable one.
Oh, calling me names, huh? I'll get even with you for that. Just wait and see.
Pay no attention to Dunlap Wu. What I have to say is more important. I see now that I should not destroy this man.
You will free him? He will then reveal what he knows. Destroy the careful plans you have laid. Everyone will know that Paul Mounier and the Octopus are one.
No. I have another plan, Quan Wu. Hypnotism.
You will hypnotize Dunlap?
Yes. I believe he will be an easy subject, and once he is under the hypnotic spell, I shall wipe his memory clean of everything that has happened. When he awakens, he will not even remember that he has been away from his hotel.
But is that possible? Are you sure it will work?
I know it will work.
Hey, when you two get through with your secrets, I wish you'd tell me what's going to happen to me. It's funny, but I'm kind of interested.
We shall not tantalize you with uncertainty any longer, Barney Dunlap. I shall take care of you immediately.
Well, if you're trying to scare me, you're not, see? I've been scared to death so often that the real thing won't be any novelty.
Strange men, these secret police. They do not know the meaning of the word fear.
Fear ain't in the dictionary as far as we're concerned, Quan Wu-Wu. But listen, Octopus, will you do me one favor?
And what is that?
Will you untie me from this table and let me sit up just once?
That is impossible.
Thanks again. For nothing. Well, if you're going to get rid of me, step on it. I don't crave your company any longer than necessary.
Very well, Barney Dunlap. And now, look into my eyes.
So that's what happened up at the castle, Chief Tipo. We didn't find Barney, and we almost got caught ourselves.
It is a dangerous business, Speed, this whole thing.
Yes, especially dangerous for Barney. Here it is another day, and still no trace of him.
Mr. Barlow, I am going to take you to a very great man. His name is Lasho Ziering.
A great man, Chief Tipo? You mean he's a priest or a government official?
No, he is neither a lama nor an official, Mr. Barlow. Yet he has more power and is better loved by his people than almost anyone in Tibet.
Gee, then he ought to be able to help us a lot.
He will help you, Speed, if he likes you. As you may know, Tibet has long been called by foreigners the Forbidden Land. Outsiders are not welcome here because, for the most part, they come for personal profit instead of goodwill.
Clint, maybe that's why that oil company that Marsh's brother was with failed. Maybe they couldn't get to first base here.
Huh? First base? I do not understand.
That comes from a swell American game, Chief Tipo. Baseball.
Tell us more about this, Ziering.
He is in the highest Tibetan class, one of the landed gentry. He is regarded almost as a holy man because of his help to the poor, his education to their children. Ziering has brought modern progress to his country, but is trying to keep out modern evils.
That's why he's not keen about strangers then, huh?
Yes, Speed, yes. Tibet is a very rich land. He does not wish it exploited to the outside in any way, but he does want to combine progress with ancient traditions and custom. Ziering believes that if he can do this, Tibetans will be the happiest people in the world.
If we can only win him over to our side, why...
Yes, and the only way to attempt to win his friendship is to meet him, Mr. Barlow. By the way, Speed, this should interest you. Ziering has a son near your own age. I hope he is in Lhasa with his father.
Gee, that'd be great. That is, it'll be great if we can understand what one another's talking about.
You'll be able to understand him, Speed. Dawa has studied several years under an American teacher who was here on a scientific expedition.
Dawa? Is that his name?
Yes.
Well, if this Mr. Ziering can help us, I think we ought to get over to his house right away. Does he live in Lhasa, Chief Tipo?
He has a small house here, Speed. As a rule, he stays at his country home, but I happen to know that he is in the city now.
Good. Then let's get going. But first, I must send a cable to Chief Riley, telling him about Barney's disappearance.
We can do that on the way. I, too, must stop off at the government house to report Mr. Dunlap's disappearance.
Do you think that'll make him believe that Paul Mounier is really the octopus?
No, Speed, no. But the authorities will cooperate in every way to find a missing person, especially in Lhasa, the holy city.
Swell. Let's get started then. I can't rest until we find Barney again.
Well, Speed, the cable's off to Chief Riley.
You didn't send it in code this time?
No, there's no reason to keep Barney's disappearance secret. In fact, the more publicity it's given, the more apt we are to find him again.
Guess you're right. Are we going to meet Chief Tipo here in the cable office?
No, in front of the government house. But we have some time to kill while he makes out his report. Well, what do you want to do? Stay here for a while or explore the streets of Lhasa?
Oh, gee, let's explore, Clint. I haven't had a good look at the place yet.
You'll never have a better chance, for I've a hunch that we won't have much spare time after we meet Mr. C. Ring. Well, come on. Out this way. Well, take a good look, Speed. Not many boys your age have a chance to see Lhasa.
Yeah, if only Barney was here, everything would be perfect.
Yeah, we'll have him back safe enough. Don't you worry about that. Oh, look. That seems to be the marketplace up ahead there. Let's make for that. They're usually very colorful.
One thing about this city, Clint, you don't see many foreigners on the streets. They're all Tibetans or Chinese.
Yes, foreigners are a curiosity, all right. Look how they're staring at us.
Yeah, and I'm staring back at them just as hard. Those must be shepherds over there. I recognize their clothes.
Oh, and look. Those men with the red-orange robes. Those are priests, or lamas, as the Tibetans say.
Gee, there are more of them than anything else.
Well, of course, since Lhasa's the holy city of Tibet. Oh, well, here we are at the marketplace. And it's certainly different from anything I've ever seen before.
And look at this stand, Clint. Here in the center are cartridges, and look at the bridles.
Yeah, and stirrups on the other. The Tibetans are evidently great horsemen.
Leonard says would purchase nice bridle?
No, thanks. Gee, Clint, if we do stay in Lhasa long enough, I'd sure like to get a horse, though. You think I could?
Well, I see I never should have brought you to the marketplace, Speed. It gives you ideas. Now, what would you do with a horse when we're ready to leave? We couldn't put him into our plane.
No, but I've always wanted one.
At least wait until we're back home. Oh, you might buy a bridle and stirrups, but leave the horse until later, huh?
Okay. What's this over here on this stand?
Looks like food, Speed.
Food? Nothing like I ever saw before. Oh, yes, there's a fish.
It is a strange-looking assortment. We'll have to take Chief Tipo along with us if we want to know what the various things are, I guess.
Gee, look at these swell bows and arrows, Clint. All sizes.
Yes, the Tibetans delight in archery. Oh, that's one thing you can get, Speed. Bows and arrows don't take up much room on the plane.
Can I get one now?
Oh, well, no. You better wait until after our visit with Mr. C. Ring. Can't very well call on him looking like a hunter. Oh, by the way, I think we'd better be getting over to the government house. It's just ahead up there, and it's about time to be meeting Chief Tipo.
Okay. Maybe I can get my bow on the way back?
We'll see. Better hurry, Speed. Don't want to be late.
I'm coming. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it?
This last stand here has nothing but these colored papers with lettering on them. Looks something like Chinese lettering.
Oh. Here comes the owner of the stand. He's a lama.
Does the young master desire to purchase a prayer?
A prayer? You mean prayers are on these little papers?
Yes. And if you do not find a suitable prayer, I shall inscribe one for you.
Whoa, what do you do with them after you get them?
My people keep them on the walls of their homes so that the great spirits will see their petitions and perhaps grant them their prayer.
Gee, Clint, I'd like to have one made out for Barney's return.
It'll take more than a Buddhist prayer paper to bring Barney back, Speed.
But can I try it anyhow? It won't take long.
Oh, there's Chief Tipo looking for us now. Oh, Tipo! Chief Tipo! Here we are.
He sees it. He's coming. Quick, Mr. Lama. Have you a prayer paper for the return of a missing person?
Most certainly, young master. It is a very powerful one, too. Behold, the paper is on paper the same sacred color as my robe.
Swell. Here's some money. Is that enough?
Yes, young master. And may your prayer be answered.
Thanks. I sure hope so.
Well, I wonder what that crowd is gathering for.
For something funny, that's a cinch. Listen to them laugh.
Speed! Mr. Barlow, what has kept you? I fear you may have become lost.
Oh, no. Speed was taking time out to buy a prayer paper for the return of missing persons.
Ah, yes. They are considered very powerful. But what is that crowd doing?
Oh, let's take a look, huh?
Oh, let us through.
Sure must be awful funny, whatever it is.
And I don't see anything funny about it at all.
Barney! In his pajamas!
Barney, you come back. Barney!
Where have you been?
Speed! Clint! Thank heaven you're here. Hey, tell me, am I crazy or am I just dreaming? It must be a dream. I can't be standing out here in the street in my pajamas in broad daylight. It must be a dream. I hope.